let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly. Find out if you crash and burn and straight to the ground, faster than a speeding bullet, don't make a sound. I can do this all on my own, but it's always better when you have somebody to hold. Keep this between us, ain't nobody have to know. Give me a reason, why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly. Find out if you
everyone, and welcome to the round table here at the Esports World Cup. I am joined by 2 of the 16 competitors competing in Saudi Arabia this weekend for the ultimate prize. Boys, introduce yourselves.
I'm Levi de Weert, 20 years old, and I play for Team Gulle, Team Liquid this tournament.
I'm Saad Dosiri, 24 years old. I play for Team Falcons.
Amazing. So, addressing the elephant in the room, obviously Dasari, he's in his home country where he's probably most comfortable, right? Assuming so. Lots of fans behind him, lots of the local people here to support him. How does that make you feel? Does that give you pressure? Does that add to the motivation?
Not really motivates me. I think it would be a nice event with a very nice atmosphere. I know the tickets are sold out from the beginning of the days when they launched it, so I'm really excited and I cannot wait to see them.
Amazing. Well, how far is your commute from home to here?
20 minutes. Yeah,
And you, Levi?
I had to go 6 hours, 6 hours flight, so it's a bit
Not
of a
the
difference
same.
now.
It's nice too for, well, I guess we're all here, but time zone. In Europe, it's only for you
It's like
hour.
-1.
It's not so bad.
Yeah, so it's not
But
too bad.
There's a little bit of an advantage. There's 1 hour. Levi, obviously, you've traveled far. Both of you have had successful seasons. You winning the EWC earlier this season with a teammate, PHZin, who now is an opponent. How does that make you feel? How do you approach that?
I think we are used to it because, like, for example, also in the Champions League, we qualified because we won the EWC. We didn't face each other, but we knew we could face each other in the same shirt from Ajax. So obviously, it's still like different to playing like someone else. But in the end, yeah, when we face each other in the competition, it's just also a game like I try to take it like I play a random guy, and it's still like a bit of emotional. On the other side, when you win, it maybe even feels better, and when you lose, it feels worse to lose or win against a friend. And I think the other way around. But for me, if I don't win, I always want my teammates to win. So either Pete, Sid, Manu, Emre.
Do you feel like if you won, picture a situation where you guys are face to face. Are you celebrating? Like if you guys are in the final, you and PHZin, are you celebrating in his face, or are you?
To be honest, I'm not really a guy who's celebrating, but I know Paolo. I don't think he can keep himself calm then, and he will just celebrate. But if I score like a 90-minute or a 120-minute winner, then yeah, I don't care about him too much, to be honest, and I will just scream. Yeah.
Fair enough. So both of you, obviously, you having qualified, you being invited. Tell me about the difference in experience. Obviously, being invited maybe takes the pressure off a little bit because you knew you were going to be here, but you have longer to prep, and then obviously having qualified in Sweden, a little more pressure, especially the stakes in Sweden. They were really, really small, only a few qualified out of a pool of like several. So how, Levi, I'll start with you.
I think it's just the top 16 in the world, so I think there are just only top players. I qualified in Sweden where like out of 500 people, 6 people qualified. I just had like a really good tournament, so I know if I play to my capabilities, I'm capable to qualify for this tournament. I did so.
It's a good time to have a good tournament.
So yeah, and I hope to do the same here, but I don't think it changed a lot from how you prepare, because you're just trying to put a bit of pressure on yourself even if you are invited. I don't think it's much of a difference, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it's a different way to celebrate from qualifying from Sweden or to make it through an invite. It's definitely a relief with less pressure to face, but I think in terms of the preparation, it's the same, you know, who's invited or who have qualified, it's the same. I think we have a very stacked group of 16 of players, who anyone from them can go that far.
So that's a good segue, thank you. Talking about the 16 players, the best 16 in the world, the elephant in the room, what's your vote? You can be as confident, as arrogant, the more arrogance the better, but what's your prediction on the winner? Who's winning, who's taking it all home?
If you don't believe in yourself, who else is gonna do it? But yeah, obviously I need to play my level to win this tournament. I think if you play like less than 100%, nobody's gonna win this tournament. So if I play to 100%, I believe I will win. And yeah, otherwise I always back like one of my teammates. I've played a lot against Manu Bachor, and I think he's in really good shape. So then for this tournament, I will back Manu. He became world champion last year in Riyadh as well. So maybe he's just feeling very confident like Musat in his hometown. So if I'm not winning it, I back Manu to win it.
And you, Desiree?
Well, I think, as I told you, it's a stacked group of people, of players. Anyone can go that far. But I believe Levy, he looks confident right now, so I'll back him up. He can go that way.
Where's the back in yourself?
I'm already in a good shape, but I just don't want it that he be I win and then for me as well, I win.
That's good sportsmanship. I like it. You guys mentioned the 16 that are included in this group. All winners of any capacity, ECL winners, World Cup winners, World Cup runner-ups, like every single FC Pro winners. The talent is unbelievable. Is there anyone in the group of 16 that you're like, ooh, I have to, like, they're in my group, or maybe if I make it out of the groups, I have to face them? Is there anyone specifically that you have your eye on?
For me, no, to be honest. The only thing is that I don't want to play Abu Makka, because at the end of the day, it's about Team Falcons against Team Falcon. But that's it. It's not just about I'm afraid or I prefer to play another person. I think you need to back up yourself, and you know that even if you will have a tough game at groups or quarterfinals or whatever, if you want to become a champion, you need to defeat everyone.
You should write that down. That's a good quote. You?
I think same goes for me. I'm not scared of anyone, and obviously, like, everybody's going to play at least 3 days this tournament, so your level and your confidence will develop through the tournament. So I think the first day everybody will be like good, but not at the highest level. Then second day, third day, everybody will improve, and I hope to do the same. I'm not scared of anyone. Then the same goes for me. Your teammates, you don't really want to face them. I'm sure I'm gonna face Emre in game 6.
You have like 4 teammates here.
So that's one of, I spend like every week at least 1 or 2 days with him. I played him so many times through before the preparation. So I don't care. I just told him, like, I want to smash you, I want to win against you. He told me the same. But obviously I rather would not have played one of my teammates.
So how does that, as someone that is on the competitive side but obviously doesn't compete, how does that help you guys prepare playing against teammates? Does that give you an advantage in the sense that you know their tactics, you know their play style, you know how they play, or does it give you a disadvantage because they also know the same and all of?
For me, I think yes, because if there is anything you want to learn, they can tell you what do they do. And if you want to address something new to your gameplay that you don't want other players to know about, you can do it against your teammate. At the end of the day, I would be happy if he stole it away and it works for him as well. So I think for that sense, that's a good thing. But as well, it can happen if you have a good friends that are very close to you. You can do the same with them. But that's for me, I think.
I think if I can speak for both of us, it also depends on like the person, because I think we are both players who are maybe thinking a bit more than others, and I think for players like that it's maybe more of an advantage to players who just like play and do like maybe the same things. They don't really analyze in their mind. So I think for me it can maybe be more of an advantage than others. But on the other hand, I don't think it matters that much, because in a tournament everybody's always going to play a bit different than in practice matches.
Totally. Well, let's shift a little bit. I have some fun questions, and you guys need to answer 100% honest, okay? Number 1, this one's easy. Pre-game ritual. Is there any meal that you always eat before a tournament? Is there anything that you do that like you have to do or else?
I do. I have like an armband. I got it from my grandmom. I always like kiss. So.
Before a game or
before a game?
Every game?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's it.
For me, I don't have a specific routine. I try just before the tournament to be as much as I can healthy.
You probably, everyone has something, but you probably don't know your own thing.
Yeah, but
That's
maybe I don't have
thing.
my very own specific thing or my lucky charm yet. Maybe I need to discover it.
Maybe this is the tournament to discover it. Some people like put their headphones on first, and like AirPods, and then headphones, and then controller.
I think everyone has things, but maybe you don't even notice it yourself.
Yeah.
I think that's like.
I'll get back to you by the end of the weekend. I want to know what yours is. What's the weirdest one that you've ever come across?
Having the same meal for 4, 5 or 5 days because you think that
Really?
it makes you fuel up very well.
We are talking about it, but mostly joking at Team Gullit. Like we say, oh, we didn't eat this time, so it went bad or it went well. It's more of a joke, but maybe I think like in every kind of joke, makes like a bit of sense. So I think we maybe believe in it a little bit.
So you're superstitious, is what you're saying.
I don't want to say it, but I think I have to admit I'm a little bit.
I won't jinx anything. I won't jinx anything. Okay. What's your go-to karaoke song? Or if you've never done karaoke, what would be your go-to karaoke song?
I think it's something from D-Block Europe, because I just listen to D-Block almost always when I play. And sometimes I'm even singing while I play and I don't notice.
Really?
So one of them probably, I think Kitchen Kings.
Give us a little bit.
I didn't sign up for that. So.
Fair enough. Duff?
I don't listen to music while I play or anything. I know there is a lot of FIFA players who does, but I would rather that just to not be too much excited. But sometimes I love to listen to music before the games to get into the mode, to get into the zone. But there is no karaoke, it's just an Arabic music that if I sing it to you, you wouldn't even know about it.
I wouldn't understand. Fair enough. Well, thank you guys. That's all the time we have for today. Best of luck to the both of you.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you for your superstition on Sunday. And we'll be back next time with more.
Being at the EWC is amazing. It's a nice feeling to reach this kind of competition and very excited to play. I am the one to win the EWC is because I've been through the whole year consistent but just didn't win a trophy yet, so maybe this is the one. Like if I play good then you can win the whole tournament, it's just rely on yourself. EAFC you play just at you played as kid with friends, just it starts at the beginning of your life, so it's just a long memory and now you played competitive. It's a dream for me to playing this kind of level, growing up as a kid, playing EAFC and now just be able to play competitive is just a dream. My play style is like very attacking. I like to score goals, I like to attack, make the opponent nervous a little bit, and I think that's my play style. My play on passes, I don't really like to put on pass, because if I'm playing good then I just want to keep going, but if I play bad then a pass is needed. The con I fear the most is, I think it's Haaland footies. He has aerial, he's quick with his feet, speed boost, so that's the most scary card to face. The goalkeeper I trust the most is Courtois, because he's in recent EAFC also very good and he's very tall. I just stick to the meta, doesn't have like another cards and the meta cards. The money I win, I don't think about that. It's just, for me it's just a tournament, play it for fun, be excited, and then you will see what comes. Wish me luck for the tournament.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Good morning, everyone. We are here in the Players Lounge ahead of the EAFC Esports World Cup that starts today. And what better way to kick off the festivities than getting some of the players' best impressions of the iconic EA Sports It's in the Game. We have some players over here playing foosball, and this is how they like to prepare before their big group stages this afternoon. We've got Mark 11 and Jafonso. We'll start with Jafonso and get his best impression of EA Sports It's in the Game.
EA Sports, it's in the game.
Okay. Mark, can you top it? Let's hear it.
EA Sports, it's in the game.
Not bad. Not bad. I might have to give that to you. You had it, but then you lost it at the end. It's okay. We've got Nicholas 99 FC and a Brazilian coach, Diego, over here playing air hockey. Nico, we'll start with you. Your best impression of EA Sports It's in the Game.
So I have to say it, but I am a bit shy. I have to replicate the same voice.
Exactly.
No, EA Sports, it's in the game. No, I'm shy, sorry.
We'll go back to Diego, we'll come back to you. If he can do it, you can do it.
EA Sports is in the game. That's it? Yeah, EA Sports is in the game.
The main one, the real one.
EA Sports.
With the
I don't know. EA Sports is in the game.
Like that, exactly like that. Okay, one more time.
EA Sports, it's the game.
It's the game, it's in the game, it's the same, it's fine. We've got Manu Bashor over here, just relaxing, it seems, not playing FC, which is on in front of him. Manu, let's hear your best impression.
EA Sports, it's in the game.
Not bad, not bad. And finally, we've got Levy David and Anders here. Also Anders looks like he just woke up, we're not sure. Levy's on his phone. This is how they're preparing. Levy, let's hear your best impression of EA Sports It's in the Game.
EA Sports, it's in the game.
Ooh, that might be a contender for the winner. Anders, we'll finish with you. What have you got for us?
EA Sports, it's in the game.
Okay, the passion, we love it. Well, you guys, some of those impressions, amazing. Some, not so great. But let's see what these players have on the big stage with the EAFC Esports World Cup that begins right now.
And welcome to the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC. We are so excited to be back here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and ready to crown a new EAFC World Champion, and with a prize purse of $1 million on the line and $300,000 going to the winner on Sunday night. This is the one that you want to win, and probably the most difficult one to win as well. Well, I'm here for the next 4 days alongside these two guys as well. We have a man who has competed at the top level and he now talks about EFC for the living as well. Mike Labelle in the house. And a man who's done it all. He's competed, he's coached, and he's now a creator in the game as well. Boras, legend. I mean, these two are absolute legends in the game as well. I know you guys at home will know them. Guys, this is a massive deal, isn't it? We were here last year, Mike Labelle. This seems bigger and better once again.
I'm not even competing. I'm radiating. I'm glowing. I got new energy. I mean, you saw me before this. I was already moving around a little bit. I was animated. The matchups, crazy. Both groups, ooh, You can't write a better script. I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but that's where I'm at right now. That's the type of energy that I'm on.
This is massive for us, isn't it?
Yeah,
Absolutely massive.
Yeah, and also the last big tournament of the whole season. It's been a long season. And I think some of these players here probably, they wanted more of this season, and that is the chance now to showcase their highest level.
Last chance saloon for some of them, because we're going to crown an individual world champion on Sunday, but there's also team bragging rights as well, because this year at the Esports World Cup, we have a club championship running alongside every single title. And this is how it works.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Well, the Club Championship is very exciting, and Team Falcons are up there leading at the moment by quite some margin as well. 2 trophies to their name, and this man next to me will be having a big smile on his face. He's the chairman of Falcons.
Big smile. He already has a big smile.
He's also playing as well. He's a world champion from 2018. He's done it all. He's now back here, very much enjoying it as well. How does it feel to be leading by such a great margin, and the fact that you're playing as well?
Well, it looks really nice.
It looks good.
Whenever I look at it, I smile once again. The thing is, the relief point is that we're in a good shape in terms of points. There is no pressure on me to bring points towards Falcons. But I think it will be fun, to be honest, if I could do something for my own team.
I don't think I believe you there. You're the chairman. You're a previous world champion. You are leading the line for Team Falcons. Surely there's a little bit of pressure.
There is, definitely. I think there is too much in the line. Me playing in my home country in front of my own fans who have been following me for the past years. Falcons leading the World Club Championship in teams. There is too much in the lines. As much as I want to escape it, there is no room of it. But it will be fun. I'm here as an excited more than to overthink about how it is.
And as you've been working with Falcons, of course, and the organization, how has it been a challenge maybe balancing your time? Because you're competing at the highest level. You're one of the faces of our community. You're here with the Esports World Cup. It's massive. Everything is around the corner if you go into Team Falcons. I've seen the facilities. How are you balancing all of the above?
I think you have to admit that you will have a very slight hours for yourself to enjoy, to do whatever you love, and to meet either your family or your friends. It's either you working as who I am at Falcons, which is CEO, chairman, founder, and then there is another cap whenever I leave the office, which is to be Falcons player again. But I always switch it. So this week, if they tell me they need me for media, what do I think? I tell them, talk to me as a player for this week. It's not like who I am, but it's fun. And I always tell my other friends in the other teams as CEOs that I have a mission now to represent you, as we are still a good players that can compete alongside the other players.
Yeah, Have you felt like, because you have now so much to do and so many tasks, have you felt like it's been like some kind of like distraction from your actual practice, having so much around the actual tournaments?
The reality it is, as much as you want to face it, there is Falcons is now one of the biggest organizations in the whole world. We have around 180 players, we have 40 to 50 employees, so there is too many tasks that I have to fulfill and to do. But at least I'm doing something that I love. You know, it's not like I'm working in another part, and I see it as if it's guys who plays FIFA and they're still in college and they need to go to the college and then play to practice FIFA, and we've witnessed that a lot in our industry. So as much as it's challenging, I just want to prove for everyone that you're capable. If you are today a student going to school, or you are a student going to college, or even if you work, you still can be a pro player or a talent, whatever you want. But you need to sacrifice your own fun time, to be honest.
Slightly worried about Team Liquid there. We've got 3 good players. They've transferred from Team Hullet. Maybe you might be able to push you over.
Well, I think I talked to Team Hullet as well, people, and I encouraged them to work with the Team Liquid. I think...
he was the mastermind behind that.
Nah, I didn't tell them what to do, but I told them that Liquid is a great partner to partner with. The lucky point, we look in a better shape. The 1,000 point wouldn't much do it, but I think, to be honest, as a team in general, they are the favorite to claim as much points.
But how would it feel to clench this at home? Because you could do it. You could go out there, Amaka could lead this out and walk away, and mathematically, it's done. Because right now, you're on a big advantage. And a lot of things would have to go against you, but this could be wrapping it up, hometown, your game, MS Dasari lifting a trophy or hoisting a key.
I think that would be an unbelievable story, that me to close it up completely, 100%. I think if I win this tournament, 100% Falcons is the winners of the club championship, and I think this story, even if it's written in the book, people wouldn't believe in it. So I think you have now a room to witness it, hopefully. I believe, to be honest, we have a very stacked 16 people, 2 tough groups. I think Group B have a bit of tougher one, which is I'm playing on, but anything can happen. The reality is that there is a level of players here that they can beat anyone, they can beat everyone. But I'm sure there is a crowd buff.
Well, MS Dasari, you are such a great role model for the community. We love to see what you're doing. Good luck, though. You're still playing for the next 4 days, so good luck. You're on a bit later. We will let you go and get yourself ready as we talk to you about the state of play with the club championship at the moment after 6 weeks of competition here at the EWC.
Another week of Esports World Cup has come to an end with 3 new champions having been crowned in Street Fighter 6, Fortnite and Teamfight Tactics. And with that, we have yet another update to the club championship, where $20 million is on the line with the top 16 clubs across all titles. Our tabletoppers Falcons continue to lead and look unlikely to relinquish their spot at the top. While they're the only organization to have won 2 individual competitions, this week was relatively slow for them. While they were in contention across all 3 titles, only their Fortnite roster managed to contribute points to the club championship thanks to that top 8 finish. A new team has moved into the 2nd spot, jumping in from 5th place to claim the runners-up position. T1's 2nd place finish in Teamfight Tactics has allowed the team to climb the ranks, and is the first time that the organization has picked up points since week 1, where they won the League of Legends competition. 3rd place Team Liquid did not add any points to their tally and were in contention in just 1 of the 3 titles played out this week. Gaming Gladiators are currently in 4th place after adding 60 points from Fortnite at 1,280 points. And likewise, Natas Vincia also added 60 points from Teamfight Tactics, bringing their total to 1,170 in 5th place. 7 more titles are to be played out in Riyadh as we enter the last 2 weeks of competition at the Esports World Cup. Catch all the action live in Week 7 as StarCraft 2, EAFC 24 and Call of Duty Modern Warfare kicks off, and see which clubs come out on top.
But it's 2 more weeks still of the Esports World Cup. So it all could change, but Falcons at the moment are sitting pretty. And a share of that $20 million. I have to repeat what I just said there. $20 million. $7 million for that top team. That is mega life-changing money as well. But there are 16 players here who will want to mix that club championship up just a little bit. And in particular, the Liquid boys who have already spoken about. They've transferred from Team Hullet this time, and they are 3 players to watch. But guys, I want to speak about maybe a couple of players who have excelled this season. We've had some majors, haven't we, in EAFC, and I'm going to talk about the first person to win one of those this year, PH Zin. It was quite a while ago, FC Pro. How has he been getting on since then? It's been quite some time.
Well, he just signed a new contract as well. I mean, we saw him at eLibertadores before. He's traveled well to Europe. We've seen him represent a bunch of different organizations. I think he's still in his prime, and I'd love to see him make a run here. And that's kind of going to be the storyline with these 16 competitors. It's hard to pick them.
Yeah, but I guess I'm looking at the people who have done something this season. Johnny as well, E-Champions League. What do you make of him? He was able to put that 24-match unbeaten run
that's
together.
crazy
That's
run.
crazy.
Yeah, and he also beat, on this run, he also beat Vergan, which is, of course, the big man to beat. He has confidence. He has always also some extra tactics. He's like bringing in something new every tournament. So yeah, I think
a lot of height. He's got a lot of height.
He has also a lot of height, definitely.
If he stands up, you're going to notice.
Stands up.
He's about 6'7". I'm 5'3" with a 2-inch heel, and it still dwarfs me totally. Also, Anders, you mentioned him.
Yes.
Anders.
We have to talk about Anders. I mean, he had like this summer. I don't think we have seen anyone being such dominant. Maybe that was like probably Tex back in 19 something that has been so dominant. But I mean, Anders Vergan this summer, what he did at the Euros Worlds, winning with such numbers also. So the question is here, can he have the same run? Can he have the same like motivation, hunger? That's the question.
Well, I spoke to his mum earlier as we were going to the pool together, and she said, well, he's got no pressure this time because he's got that trophy. We've all been building up since that online era. We've been kind of expecting that since then. So watch out for Anders. I've predicted him, FYI. Also, I'm looking behind there. Nicholas, the Iceman, competing in his 7th World Cup, Mike Lebel, consecutive too.
And if he wins something like this, you have to say he's cleared night as day, best of all time. I mean, he qualifies for everything. He's won some more majors. I went in for a handshake earlier. My hand started getting chilly. I had to get out of there.
I mean,
he's not nervous. He got here on a last chance. That means he's in form.
In form, yeah, definitely has confidence here coming into this tournament. And I think also he should be like the most experienced one because of the age. Also, he's like 25, which is actually a quite young lineup.
He's the oldest competitor.
Yeah, that's quite also mad stat. That 25 is actually the oldest. But yeah, I think that actually brings him, you know, the extra experience.
But just how much the game has changed as well, and the fact that he's managed to qualify 7 consecutive times to a World Cup, that just shows the class of that man. No wonder we call him the GOAT of the game. Anyway, well, we've got 16 players, and they start today, they end on Sunday, but there's a lot of matches in between. This is exactly how the format plays out.
Get ready for EAFC 24 like never before when the best players from around the world takes the stage at the Esports World Cup. The players have played their hearts out for their keys for the event, as well as a chance to play it out on the field for $1 million. The biggest prize pool in EAFC history. It will all accumulate on the 15th of August as the first players take to the field. Who will rise to the top? Who will shock? And who will taste defeat? Only time will tell. In the meantime, here's how it all works. The group stage will be played in a ruthless best-of-1 round-robin format. 16 players will be divided into 2 groups from which only the top 3 from each group will advance. 4th to 6th place will be sent to the resurrection stage, while the 7th to 8th spot will face elimination. The resurrection stage will feature the 6 players who fail to advance. They will face off for the top 2 spots, fighting for their tournament life. Playoffs will be the final stage of the tournament where everything is on the line in a single elimination bracket. If you make it this far, you are guaranteed a minimum of $50,000. However, there is much more to fight for, as the winner will take home a whopping $300,000. Glory and the opportunity to destroy 3 opposing players' invitation keys and imbue them into the championship trophy. So get ready for the most intense EAFC tournament you have ever seen on the 15th of August, as the GOATs of EAFC take to the pitch to vie for the honor, bragging rights, and let's not forget, $1 million.
Well, discuss a format, and actually you guys seem to love it, as do the players. Why is it so good, do you think, this year?
It's my favorite format ever, and a big takeaway as a, I guess I was going to say a competitor, a former competitor, is that you're not out of the competition if you have a bad day necessarily. You've got that resurrection stage. I also love the aspect, if you come out on top, you get into that top 8, you're guaranteed $50,000.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Unbelievable money.
I also like the fact having like extra chances, because some players are starting quite slow, and it would of course be a big pity having, well, the biggest talents knocked out because of having maybe a slow start. I think this format is quite merciful, having these extra chances. So yeah, I think, as you stated here, one of the best formats that we have seen, surely.
But no draws, in round robin. How does that affect, if it does at all?
I thought I wanted draws, but I think I'm on board with this. I like the win or lose, and we just keep it moving, keep it pushing. You got 6 spots at the end of the day, and what we've seen specifically in FC, sometimes players or competitors will play for draws, and it gets boring at the end of games. They're scared to go forward. They'd rather take that safe point, and now you have to go for it, which I can appreciate.
Yeah, I think we might see a bit more open games, like a bit more attacking-minded, surely, because, well, draw here, it doesn't exist at all. So, of course, they have to go for it. And again, I think we're going to see attacking gameplay, and that's going to be nice for the audience.
It's almost like we're at knockouts from day one, which is when we get more attacking play, like an Anders in the final of the World Cup a few weeks ago. 7-0, wasn't it, in that game? He played like he wanted that trophy. Okay, well, if you want that trophy, you have to play well, because also there's this on the line. Look at the money that they have a chance of getting their hands on. Oh my goodness, $1 million prize purse. 300,000 for the top. Mike, your jaw kind of is just open looking at that. Explain why.
We've never seen anything at this level, and you see the 300K, you see the 150 first and second, but I'll stress it again. If you finish top 3 in your group, you're guaranteed minimum $50,000, which is pretty unbelievable. And I'd say you certified a contract for next year as well, so you can go ahead and lock in some sort of salary, some sort of partnership to go with some extra helping. What a send-off. Get yourself a nice little summer vacation.
Yeah, surely. And this should be a record actually for the highest prize winnings for the first place. We have seen in the past 250,000, and this is $300,000. It is completely life-changing.
And you're really being compensated just to come as well. $10,000 for unfortunately finishing at the bottom of the table. That's still massive, isn't it?
It's a nice walk away. It helps on that long flight back home.
Yeah.
At least you walk away with at least $10,000 you can work with. It softens the blow.
Yeah.
There we go. Very generous prize purse here is what we are getting at. That is lovely. That's brilliant. But something I actually think is even better is this year's trophy. Whoever came up with this needs a raise. Look at this. It's exceptional.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
We are here at the Esports World Cup, and this is the totem. This is where all the keys end up. And Ryan, we are getting through the competition here.
Yeah, we really are. Already 15 games played, EFC next as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing who falls out, who gets eliminated, and of course, who wins.
And whose keys will be crushed and be put into that bottom chamber, the graveyard of keys. But this is the trophy that all the clubs are competing for. 7 million as well for the winning club. At the moment, it's Team Falcons. Will they continue their lead at the top of the table? There's only one way to find out.
And I have a key here, but I feel like an absolute fraud for holding this because I've never been a competitor in the game. So I'm going to give it to one of these boys. No, I'm actually not going to give it to you. I reckon he's achieved more in his career. So,
fair play.
Boras legend.
Love that.
Makes sense, actually.
Sorry, Michael.
Go back over
I
there.
love you, really.
Yeah, so this one is not the actual real deal. But yeah, this one has a couple of parts, and everybody gets one, but only one can keep the actual whole thing. So I think it's a nice concept having to like customize your own trophy. So should you maybe pick parts from your friends or maybe from people that you don't like that much? That's the question.
It's demoralizing to watch your key being crushed, and then I could take my 3 memorable matches, which might be saying it nicely. The 3 guys I stomped out that were really close, I'm gonna put them into my trophy. So they're there for life.
Yeah.
It's heavy though as well.
It is
Explain
heavy.
how heavy it is.
Yeah, it's probably like 3-4 kg probably. It is actually impressive
Look at the
build.
biceps there.
Yeah, I have to practice biceps.
Something
Biceps
special.
curl.
Guys, between you, pick 3 people, creators, players, former foes in the game who would want to crush into your trophy. Can you?
But
On air?
Well, Bateson's
Should I have
in
asked
town.
this?
We'll throw Bateson under the bus.
All right,
if you want.
Bateson, sure. Who else? We have, question. Maybe some of the OGs, like...
Yeah, I like that. Maybe I'm throwing it like out of respect. Ovi's going to get in, maybe?
Definitely. Ovi in.
Maybe toss Crossy in there? Just going to
Perhaps,
all
yeah.
OG?
All right. OG. Crossy, Ovi, Bateson.
There we go.
Why
They
not?
crushed their keys. I hope you guys aren't watching. They're being nasty here. No jokes. We love all of you. Of course, but that is something special, and the totem is going to go somewhere in Riyadh as well. So hopefully, when we get invited back next year, we can go and find that and take a picture because it is going to be a sight to behold. Okay, right. Well, the 3 of us, as I've already mentioned, will be here for the next 4 days. But we have a mega talent team who are covering EA FC for you. So let's meet another member right now. She's our reporter. It's Leah Ravel. Leah, where are you?
Thank you so much, Rachel. We are here in the secondary stage alongside Gorilla. You guys, it's 45 degrees outside, but luckily a lot cooler in here. If you can see sweat on our faces, no, you can't. We're just moments away from the action. The players are getting ready to kick off. 16 of the best players in the world facing off against each other. Gorilla, why aren't you with them?
Well, I'd like to be. However, doing this side of things, I like it. Less stress, and I'm looking forward to seeing the games.
Fair enough. Well, everyone watching at home in the chat, I'd love to see your predictions of the match of the day. Personally, my Jamil Motorsport match of the day is Anders versus PH Zin, and I think Gorilla agrees.
How can you not? It's going to be an amazing matchup.
Definitely.
And Anders, obviously, he's the FC Pro World Champion. PH Zin, he actually won the FC Pro Open, beating Anders in the final as well. And when this match happens, which is match 4, we don't know how the group's going to look. So I'm really looking forward to that one. And I don't think I can pick a winner.
Well, we will definitely see as the matches go on to the best FC players in the world. It'll be an exciting match. Frankly, all matches are
This is the best matchups I've seen at any tournament. And I've been to a lot of tournaments.
Well, moments away from these matches starting. Meanwhile, we'll send it back to Rachel in the studio for any updates from her.
Leah treated us there as well. Obviously, Gorilla is on the broadcast too. 2017 world champion. We have so many epic talent members to tell you about, and some epic matches as well. Obviously, Leah and Gorilla just gave their favourite matchup coming at 8:30. There it is, Anders PH Zin. So the bottom line there is Group B. Top line is Group A. Starting in about 10 minutes time, 6:15, all the matches kick off. Levy Johnny, boys. Big one to start on the big stage.
Yeah, and this all these matchups is just champions. It's champions. It is stacked. And we see like in previous tournaments with maybe a bigger lineup, could be some weaker players, definitely. But I think here we just have creme de la creme is just the best ones. And I doubt there is one easy game. So yeah, we have like this first one, Levy against Johnny. It's gonna be a fantastic game.
I got a little bit of a bias because I took Levy to win the whole thing. So I'm going to need Levy to start off on his hot foot or hot feet and get out the gates against Johnny. But, I mean, incredible games across the board.
The fact that Johnny, though, gets to play back-to-back on the big stage, how much does that help him?
It depends how this first game goes. If I lose on stage, I don't know if I want to double dip back-to-back on stage. I might want a little bit of a breather or go to a different environment. However, if he's able to get that victory over Levy, I can't wait to sign up, especially with his size and presence, because you're sitting across from your opposition. We talked about it a little bit. We mean it. Johnny is 6'7", 6'8". If he stands over over you, you're going to feel it. There's definitely a presence there.
Yeah, I can say personally, when I play pro, I prefer having quite like complex schedule because then you had the heat up, you know.
Yeah.
So if you like have breaks that are quite big, it might have maybe make you a bit slower. But I think like being in that zone for like let's say 2-3 hours is perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Mike's picked Levy because that's his prediction for the whole thing. Boris can't predict 16 of the best players, so he's actually going to sit on the fence for this one. You guys at home, though, STC play predictions. We want to know who you are going for our first feature matchup. Levy taking on Johnny, Liquid taking on Fnatic. Which way are you going to go? Let us know. All the details are there. stcplay.gg. We want to hear from you as well. We love hearing from the audience on what they think. Okay, let's go to our next part then. Jamil Motorsport, the player arrivals. A few hours ago, they came here to the arena, the Gidia Arena is where they are playing here in Riyadh. It's this beautiful boulevard. It's boiling outside, about 44 degrees. And they come in here, there they are, all the players, they're transferred, remember, to Liquid. That's one of the Falcons player there, Abu Maka. He'll have the home support. I mean, how great is it for the Saudi players to have the crowd? We were here last year, Mike. The crowd love it, don't they? We can see a few people in the crowd just in the Gidia Arena getting their seats ready for this.
Especially if you make it into the late stages of the tournament, it's as if there was a message that went out to everyone.
Yeah.
Take off work, it does not matter, cancel your plans, you're gonna be in here, and it's gonna erupt. And it feels a certain type of way when you're on the stage. You're not used to that. A lot of FC events aren't open to a live audience, and it gives you a different dynamic.
That's tough, isn't it, if you haven't played in that kind of arena before?
Yeah, but I mean, I think usually it's something that definitely helps you. I had tournaments when I was playing bad and then hearing like in the audience my sister screaming or something, that just gives you like extra power. So I mean, definitely having, you know, such a support here helps out for sure.
But what if you're against one of the Saudi boys, the Falcon boys? Then you've got the crowd cheering against you. How is that going to impact you?
We're not in the tournament, so we're good. We don't have to deal with that type of situation. That's not a sequence that we're going to have to deal with. I don't want to be in that position.
Did you used to like the crowd, Mike?
I love the crowd.
You like the crowd?
If they're in my favor, I really like the crowd. If they're against me, maybe not as much, but at least you got some energy in the room. I also started an era where you played even standing next to someone.
Yeah.
You were part of that as well. And then we went to sitting, and you could move things around. It was a little more happening. It wasn't all studio production, so you had an eruption in the room. I personally like that, but that's also where I started.
These guys are letting you know how old they are now.
Cheers.
They've been around for quite some years.
Yeah. But like, I think many of these players, though, maybe I'd say perhaps, well, maybe
most of them aren't used to playing with the crowd.
But like 25% at least haven't ever played with such big audience. So yeah, I mean, that might be actually something that might disturb them, perhaps.
Someone who actually I feel, just from watching and being in this community, loves the crowd and plays up to them is Anders Vergang. He gets up, he does the shushing, he gets the crowd involved. He loves it, doesn't he?
He's a global superstar at this point. He was just in New York City. He had a billboard in Times Square. I saw him in Vegas on the Sphere. I don't know why he's acting like he can downplay anything where it's like there's no pressure. No! Anywhere we go, he's getting recognized. He was just in New York. I live in New York. I'm going out with Anders. They don't want a picture with me. They want a picture with Anders. Everybody knows who he is. So all eyes will be on him. And even the Saudi fans love him. Last year, we saw that. They were going back and forth in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, he is something very, very special. But with one title already under his belt in terms of a world title, then the European title as well, what else can he do this time out? We have to wait a little while to see him in action, but when we do, I'm sure it'll be fireworks. That was Leah's one to watch. That comes your way at 8:30, so do tune back in for that one. He's taking on PH Zin first, but of course, our first feature matchup coming in approximately 5-6 minutes time is this one here. Levy for Liquid taking on Johnny for Fnatic. This is a massive one, not just for the individual title, obviously that is awarded on Sunday, but also for that club championship as well. This is the most nervous probably they're going to be. They're back here for probably their last tournament of the season. If you're Johnny and you've won the big one this year, how are you feeling heading into this?
Confident, definitely. But it's been also, I mean, it's been a while since he won that tournament. It is quite fresh, but maybe not super fresh, but still. But he is confident, had a great season also with, I mean, both Bundesliga, Champions League, it's been amazing. And facing also Levy here, I mean, both players, I say this season, top 5, top 6 players. So this should be a matchup that could go anywhere.
quick one from you, Mike. Levy's there, always there or thereabouts. EWC, again, he always wins that title. Is he going to defeat Johnny, yes or no? You've got 5 seconds.
I've got him on a yes, and that's why I have Levy, I think, making a run. I think it's his time. That's how I feel.
Okay, well, this clock is counting down before we go into the big arena, the Gidea Arena. It seats 500 people in there. It is going to be a great backdrop to start our competition here. The Esports World Cup featuring EAFC. The time is now. Let's get into the arena.
Good evening and welcome to the EAFC 24 tournament here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. I'm Nicole and I am so excited to be here for what is going to be an incredible few days of action. But as you can see, I'm not up here alone. I have my wonderful co-host Milos. Milos, talk to me. How are you feeling? You've got some fans in the crowd.
Today is going to be an absolute pleasure, but this entire week will be. It's already group stages and we have a lot of people in our crowd, but there's more to go through. We got 16 players, $1 million prize pool, only one winner at the end of this week to hold the trophy here at the Esports World Cup, and of course be the first ever EFC 24 EWC champion and be immortalized forever in the totem in the heart of Riyadh.
Oh, imagine what that would feel like for one of our players. And you know what, speaking of players, should we get them out and meet them?
I think we should.
Okay, introducing Group B. We have Manu Bachure, Bonano, Go Poacher, Vergang, PH Zin, Nathan Hesser, 22, MS Dosari, and Nicholas, 99 FC. What a group of players in Group B. Wow, the noise here, Milos. Incredible stuff.
We got legends on the stage in more ways than one. Of course, this side being one of the first ever for it. Team Falcons here in Riyadh means you will, of course, have a crowd. But let's introduce no Group B without a Group A. Emre Yilmaz, Abu Makka, Young, Mark 11, Web Nasri, and Yafonso. But of course, playing game number 1 on the Gidea Arena stage, Levy the Beard from the Netherlands representing Team Liquid, and Johnny from Germany representing Fnatic.
What a first game this is going to be here on the stage, Milos. I am so excited for it, and I am absolutely buzzing from this crowd. How incredible here in Riyadh!
How are we feeling today? It's incredible. There's nothing like it, Nicole.
Okay, you know what? Shall we get straight into it and head to our casters?
Let's go.
Let's do this.
Welcome everybody, it's the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC, and what a presentation we just had with all the players here in the Gidea Arena. Dan Gaskin here alongside Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, what a tournament we have in front of us here. It seems like every player that just walked on that stage is a superstar.
It's absolutely unbelievable. As you mentioned, all the players, we've seen champions, world champions, and it's unbelievable, and I can't wait for the action to unfold. We've seen prediction on the screen there in favor of Levy David to win against Johnny. That's what the crowd believe, who emerged victorious. I'm going to ask you straight away, Dan. Straight away? What's your prediction for this game?
I've got Levy David to take the whole tournament, so I feel like I have to back him here.
Okay.
But what a way to kick off the day. Against Johnny, of course, a previous ECL champion, the current ECL champion, in fact. So it's going to be a tall task for Levy David, and I'm very excited to see how they're going to go down here. I mean, clearly we're going to have favorites, we're going to have predictions, but what would you say makes these two players? What's special about these two players? Let's start with Johnny, the current ECL champion.
Yeah, I think for Johnny, it's a lot easier to dissect his gameplay this year. He sort of came into prominence based around setting up his gameplay and his team around playstyles. In fact, the long ball pass playstyle, he's not afraid to utilize that, and of course, building his team around that. You might see some obscure players or players that might not necessarily be in every other squad. Maybe even might see a Schweinsteiger in midfield, long ball pass playstyle. And of course, he usually uses a 4-4-1-1. A lot of players, usually anyway, play the 4-3-2-1 in game. Direct passing is pretty much a set standard, but Johnny went against the curve and it's worked fantastic for him.
Well, Johnny, the reigning Bundesliga champion, and will be representing Fnatic here at the Esports World Cup. On the flip side, we've got Levi David, of course, very well known for his performances in the EWC, a 2v2 champion in his own right as well, but sometimes on the international stage he hasn't necessarily been where I would expect him to be. What are your thoughts on Levi and him at this tournament?
I agree with you. Despite Levi being so young, to me he's still a veteran in the scene. He's been around for a number of years now, and of course he'll be hoping, as you said, to just emerge more so on the international stage rather than domestically or in a 2v2 tournament, and I think there's no better time than now to start that. And of course he's got a group ahead of him where he'll be playing against a teammate in his group as well. He's got Johnny, the ECL winner. He's got a tough task, but I'm sure himself and his coach will be ready.
Well, both players seem to be locked in and ready to go. And of course, in this tournament here at EFC, you are going to have the opportunity to play with any player in Ultimate Team as well. There's no restrictions like you may have seen in previous competitions. So we are going to get the biggest and best items that are available. And that's pretty exciting for me, because at this time of the year, these items are absolutely nuts, Ryan. Is there anything, though, that you think is a must-have for these games?
I would actually say, I think for me, Mbappe is a cert in all the teams. His play styles, just naturally in game, he just feels incredible. I think Erling Haaland is as an item I think has to be included in squads. In previous tournaments, that position was sort of up for grabs. We've seen Weghorst utilised there, a lot of other players as well that were used. But in my opinion, I think now a Haaland with 5-star skill moves, the first item this year to have that for Erling Haaland. And of course, finesse shot playstyle plus, which comes into effect very efficiently on the edge of the box, I think probably separates him from the other names.
Well, just to keep you guys updated with how this format is going to work, in case you've just joined us, we start in the group stages and it will be a round-robin format. And there's 8 players in a group, so you will play 7 matches. If you finish within the top 3, you will progress into the knockout stages. If you finish 4th through 6th, you will progress into the resurrection stage. And if you are in 7th or 8th, you are eliminated from the tournament. And of course, your key will be crushed. And I mean, I've been here for a couple of weeks, Ryan, covering a few games, and seeing those keys crushed, and seeing players handing them over is brutal. What are your thoughts on the whole key system?
I think it's amazing. Again, I wasn't able to participate in a tournament where we had this sort of thing, but I think it's that cutting edge, I would say, to sort of have another thing over your opponents. You can defeat your opponent in game, and at the end of the tournament, if you win it, you can crush their key and include it in yours, which is, I think, an incredible thing.
It is certainly different and certainly has been painful to watch for some of the players involved. But both of these players will hold on to their keys for now, because we're not going to see any crushing happening until, of course, a player is going to be down in that 7th or 8th spot and be eliminated from the tournament. So plenty of EAFC action in front of us, and certainly both of these players should put on a spectacle. I think throughout this entire day, we're going to have giant matchup after matchup, because everywhere we look, it's players full of accolades, champions across the board, and it seems very difficult to try and predict who's actually going to come out of these groups, because as we've just mentioned, only 3 players qualified directly into the knockout stages, Ryan. Is there any way to call this group? Is there any kind of favourites that you have? And is either of these players featuring in your top 3?
For me, if I had to set a top 3 for Group A, of course, in this group, you've got Emre Yilmaz, you've got Levi, you've got Abu Maka as well. We have the home support. You've got Young, Mark 11, Web Nasri, Johnny, and Jafonzo. I think Emre and Levi, for me, are 2 players I'd associate to finish in the top 3. I think Johnny also could make it through, maybe through the resurrection stage, but 3rd spot, I'd actually put Jafonzo in there. We've recently seen him in the last chance qualifier. I feel like that little bit of form coming into a tournament like this will help a lot. And I think for his confidence, I'm sure it will do a world of good as well.
I've been lucky enough to commentate a lot of Jafonzo's games at the EMLS, and it's been incredible to see his breakthrough onto the international stage. But that's the thing with the international stage. Everything can change right in front of you. There's so many different play styles you have to go up against. And, you know, you spoke about Johnny's play style and how he kind of pioneered the 100th depth.
Yeah.
How everyone has now been playing it following. Is that going to be an issue for Johnny now that everyone else seems to be playing similar tactics?
I think it depends on the way Johnny approaches the games, whether or not he thinks, okay, I'm going to play my style and I'm going to force my opponent to adapt to it, or does he think he needs to change something? In my opinion, I don't think he has to change anything. We saw him win quite convincingly in the E-Champions League, his route towards the final, barely conceding any goals. In the virtual Bundesliga as well, again, a flawless performance there. I feel as if he's one of the favorites. I know I didn't even put him in my top 3, which is crazy to say that, but I still think it's definitely possible. That's not to write him off for the likes of Abu Makar as well, Young, who I think is an underrated player. You've got Mark 11, who last year in Saudi Arabia finished runner-up in the World Championship. So I think, again, there's so many names. Web Nasri's performed extremely well domestically too. It's so hard to call.
It really is difficult to split the difference, and one of these players will go into the next set of games with a loss on their record. And my question to you, Ryan, is, how detrimental is that going to be to these guys? You know them, you've played against them, you played with them, probably, who knows at this point, you love your 2v2s.
Yeah.
Is it going to hurt one of them more than the other if you take a loss, mentality-wise?
I think it would hurt. I think it would hurt Levy more than Johnny.
Is that because of his age?
I think just more so about, I think Levy's very calm and composed and of course trusts his ability, but I think for him, I think coming into the tournament, he's used to winning tournaments without dropping a game. I remember in years gone by, I believe it was in 2021 or 2022, he won 2 tournaments back-to-back without losing a game, completely flawless. So for him, losing a game is sort of unordinary. It's not really, he's not used to that feeling. But it's so difficult. They're 2 juggernauts in the scene and it's impossible to call, honestly.
Well, one thing that's good, or I think is good, is we've not seen these players really match up very often, if at all, in recent years. And that means we are going to get a pretty fresh approach of game style between the 2 of them. And you're going to have practice against players, you're going to have experience against players, but sometimes when it is a new matchup, you have to dig deep and find something a little bit else. And I think that's going to mean the opening 30 minutes or so is going to be about learning what your opponent does. Because as a reminder, if you are new to watching EA FC, it is going to be 9-minute halves. So there is a lot of FC action to be played. But if you do go behind, that means you have plenty of time to come back into the game. Right?
100%. And I think the way Levy and his teammates Manu Bashir in Group B and Emre Yilmaz, they sort of hone in on the fact, obviously, their ability and mechanics in-game are flawless, but they also manage to stifle their opponent very, very efficiently. Whether that's stopping them playing their game in terms of build-up or preventing them from creating chances. I'm sure they would have done their research knowing that Johnny's style of play is catered around long ball passes, whether it's from his right back all the way diagonal to his left wing, or potentially his centre midfielders playing balls over the top for knockdown headers. It's something that they will be aware of, and to try and stop that, I think, is something that they excel at, which that's why I set Levy and his teammates sort of a cut above in terms of preparation for games.
And for those of you who don't know, Ryan used to be, and well, still is, a professional FC player as well.
We'll say used to, why not?
I still think you can hang with these guys. I'm going to be honest, I've seen you play. You've been in this scenario, you've had a coach behind you who's been doing that research along with you as well. How important is it to have that prep? Because we've seen players kind of turn up and be like, I can beat anyone.
Yeah.
Does that research really change how you approach a game?
I think as the years have gone by, I think research and preparation is more important than it was beforehand. Obviously, there's different ways to prepare for a game, whether it's to improve your own mechanics for the game or to maybe understand how your opponent plays. It's 2 separate things, but I think preparation is so important.
Preparation, very important. As you can see, the players just making sure they have everything prepared as well. So we appreciate you bearing with us as we get this one locked and loaded between these 2. A couple of just issues between the players that will be resolved as soon as possible. But we know, and we've been able to see behind the scenes, Ryan, just a couple of the players that Levy's going to be having on his side. Most importantly, it's that left-back role, right?
Yes.
Because Hosselu seemed like that was going to be the pick for him, and that is a striker in a left-back position. Now, I know for anyone who watches competitive FC, that is quite normal. For newer viewers, to see a striker playing at fullback, why is that? Why do we see that happen?
Yeah, of course, on surface value, it does look very, very strange, and understandably so. But the way FC24 is played, a lot of players use the 4-3-2-1 formation. Obviously, dependent on which fullback goes forward and your opponent's the way they set up their attack as well. So let's say Haaland is playing right forward. You'd obviously want someone in left back that can counteract his aerial dominance in the air. Hosselu, 6'4", I believe it's 98 jumping, aerial plus playstyle as well, can help defensively, and offensively he has a little bit. He's got 5-star skill moves. He's relatively quick. He can offer a lot going forward, but you're mainly just having him in there just to try and nullify your opponent's Haaland.
We saw a little zoom in there of the Team Liquid logo here in the Gidia Arena. And that's important because when you look at the Club Championship and you look at who is up there to compete with Team Falcons, I mean, Team Liquid are probably a team that are the only team that could maybe catch up at this point because Team Falcons are so far ahead. So they will be hoping that Levy has a good performance here today. But how much does the prize money come into the equation as a player, right? Because this is a $1 million prize pool. If you're in game one, is that even in your head? Are you even thinking about the amount of cash you could be getting?
To be honest, I can refer back to myself last year at the Esports World Cup. We competed in a 2v2 tournament. The prize money is so hard to avoid just because it's the substantial amount of money. It's genuinely life-changing amount. So it's very difficult to try and avoid that. And I think the players that are able to embrace that and understand that that is a factor are the ones that are able to sort of just still know it's important, but can focus on their game and not get distracted or demotivated if things aren't going their way. They can just hone in and try and perform their best.
Yeah, both of these players will be hopefully able to ignore the prize money for a short while, but as Ryan alludes to, very difficult to do so. Hello, by the way. First time you're going to see us on camera. Dan Gaskin alongside Ryan Purser. Very excited to be back in some FC action, Ryan, and I was delighted when I was told I was going to be commentating alongside you.
Yeah, said. I feel like it's been years since I've seen you, let alone you've been busy, and of course it's great to be alongside you.
I'm always busy, always lurking, always waiting, but it's because I've moved to America, just too far away now at this point. But managed to get across. I'm very excited for this tournament because, as we've been mentioning, the prize money, insane. The players that are in this tournament as well, unbelievable. We have world champions, we've got ECL champions, you've got 2v2 champions. Any champion you could possibly want is in this tournament, and that's why it's so difficult to call. I mean, as talent, we were kind of talking about who we think is going to come first, but actually it's even more difficult to try and predict who's going to come out of each group.
Literally. I think my prediction was for Anders to win it, and that's solely based on the most previous world championships we had in a month or so ago. So I feel like it's hard to root against him. I know you did, and I know a few others did as well, but if he didn't win it, I wouldn't be surprised. If he won it, I wouldn't be surprised. It's the same with Johnny and Levy. If they won it, I wouldn't be shocked if they don't. It's so difficult to call. And I feel as if this is the most stacked tournament I've ever seen. Well, it's unbelievable.
That's the trophy that they're going to be competing for, and those are the keys that have already been crushed from weeks gone by here at the Esports World Cup. Once that key is crushed, you are out of the tournament. And one of the extra features about this tournament and the Esports World Cup, the winning trophy, you get to choose 3 keys of your competitors that you crush into your trophy as just rubbing extra salt in the wounds. I asked you off air, Ryan, who would you put in, right? Just one player. If you could put any key in, who would it be? From any year?
From any year? The thing is, just, I think it would have to. There was a player years ago that beat me in a spot for the World Cup.
Yep.
His name was Fabio Danuzzo. He's an Italian player.
Get him in.
I think I got to throw him in there. But then I would also want the best players. I feel like the players that you defeat along the journey, as you said, it's extra salt in the wound. It's extra just pride, and you have one over them. So in future years, when you play against each other, you know that he's sort of beating you, not just on the pitch, but mentally as well. I think you'd have to go for the likes of Anders if you beat him along the way. MS Dasari as well. To be honest, you have to. I feel like you have to.
I think I'd go for Bateson, Castro, and hashtag Harry.
Hashtag, that's enough skill. Why Harry?
Just for the clout. Okay. Also, Harry's done some disgusting things with silver teams. You know, I just want to crush his key at this point. But anyway, yes, the players will have the option to crush keys, and it will be delightful to watch when it happens. Maybe not so for the eliminated player. But we've got to get there first, and that is going to be 7 matches here in the group stages. We've spoke a lot about Group A, Ryan. Group B, we've got some incredible competitors in there as well. Have you got any favourites from Group B?
Anders, for me, if he performs anywhere near in the FC Pro World Championship, that level of performance, I think, is unparalleled to anybody else in this competition. I think I put him a step above. Despite how everyone else, I think they're amazing. I think Anders, for me, is #1. The group is unbelievable. You've got P8 in as well. That's going to be an incredible game in round 4 today. You've got Nathan Assad, MS Dasari, Nicholas as well came from the last chance qualifier. You've got Matthias Bonanno from Manchester City, which is, again, it's so difficult to call. Goal Poacher as well, just signed for a new team. You've got just so many top. Manu Bashir, I didn't even mention. Like, literally, he's the world champion last year. It's ridiculous. The levels and the standards of competition is unbelievable.
Well, that'll be coming up later. Of course, we have Group A and Group B matches going on. We start off with 3 matches from Group A, and then we will move into 3 matches from Group B, and that will be when the likes of Anders Vergang will be competing. Of course, you mentioned MS Dasari as well. I mean, there's going to be a lot of supporters in the crowd for the likes of MS Dasari. I mean, anyone representing Team Falcons is always going to have support here at Gidea Arena. Do you think that that is going to be difficult to play against if the crowd's just on one side and they're going up against you, essentially?
From my years of playing, I never found it something that affected me for or against. It was something that sort of if you're in a crowd and they're rooting for your opposition, sometimes you're sort of pushed on and motivated to defeat them, just to shut the crowd up, to be completely honest. But yeah, I think for MS Asari, he knows, obviously, his role within Falcons. They're in touching distance of being the best organization in the world. And I think for that, the privilege of that, and if he's able to do that on his own accord, or Abubakar as well, the pride of that would be insurmountable, would be unbelievable for them.
Well, I like to call things how they are, right? I'm a play-by-play commentator. Sometimes I have to call things how they are. At the moment, we're waiting. A couple of delays for the players. You've been there before. How much does that add to the anxiety, right, in your stomach when you're waiting? You've been waiting all day, practicing to get into this game, and then there's just this like extra bit of a wait.
Yeah.
How hard is that to try and stay locked in and focused?
It's so difficult because, again, when it comes to FC24, 9.5 is a long time to stay concentrated for the whole period of time and not make mistakes. So when you're mentally preparing before the game, you're ready to go in, you're on the ready up screen, and then there's some sort of technical difficulty, you have to just reset and go again. And maybe there's another difficulty. You're continuously resetting your mind and making sure that you remain focused. You don't get annoyed. Getting annoyed is very normal, but some players deal with things that happen outside of the game differently to others. Like, we're able to see Levy's reaction. He seems pretty stoic, he seems pretty calm, whereas Johnny is sort of leaning back in the chair. Again, it seems like he's getting more frustrated. I'm not sure if that will make a difference in game, but before the game, it's quite clear to notice.
Sometimes it does. I mean, we've always mentioned that FC is a lot about mentality.
Yeah, it is.
Inside the game, outside the game, you see players sometimes go a couple of goals down and they completely lose full. And both of these players need to make sure they stay focused despite any sort of delay that's happening at the moment, which I'm sure they will. This is why we have 16 of the best players in the world, right? So they can put on a show for you guys watching at home and for those of you watching live here in the Gidea Arena as well. I'm very excited to get it underway, and when we do get there, I'm sure it's going to be a spectacle. But Ryan, it gives us a little bit more chance to continue on our FC podcast, which I think we should probably start at some point, well, you know, with how successful we've been so far. Player-wise, you mentioned already Johnny, you know, 4-4-1-1, etc. Like, that's going to be his style. Hold that thought, because we'll come back to you later. We'll instead jump down to Rachel and see what they think on the floor.
Okay, it is absolutely buzzing out here in the crowd. You can hear them behind me. So we thought we had to come out and chat to some of the fans here, Milos. I can barely hear myself think. They're so loud.
Absolutely, it absolutely is, and especially we're in this arena. We got a lot of fans here around us. But first, your name. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. I'm Mohamed Jawad.
There we go. Give it up, Mohamed here, part of the, I guess, Falcons fans crew. Now, we have a game coming up between Levy and Johnny. Is there any one of those two players that you would support or you think would win this game?
I think Levy would be better to win this game.
Okay, I want to hear what you're all thinking then. Give me a cheer if you think Johnny is going to win this. Okay, what about Levy?
Levy? I think it's clear. You're in the Falcons fan space. So, look, Hamad, you're here. You're all clearly Falcons fans. You're here for Abu Makka, Dasari. What's the deal? There you go. So what's the deal? Why do you support Team Falcons the way that you do?
I guess it's easily because they are the best.
They're the best, but, you know, it's been a while since Dosari has won a championship. On the other hand, you know, there's been a lot of work for Abu Makka to get to a big championship. Do you think they'll do it here in Riyadh?
Abu Makka may have a big chance, and Saad is coming back on this tournament, so I guess he have a big chance to win this.
And how cool is it for you to be sat here in this incredible space in Riyadh watching an EA FC 24 tournament like this? It's pretty amazing, right?
Yes, for sure. The atmosphere is very amazing, and the organization also is very good. So I thank everyone here for their work.
And you've got a lot of friends here. I think they're quite excited that you're here on camera with us.
Yes, for sure. We are supporting Falcons and they're supporting me right now, as you can see.
The moment you say Falcons, half of the arena is just kind of standing up and cheering behind. So you have a lot of cheers that you made up for all of the players here. They're both competing for Team Falcons.
Sorry, I can...
Do you have a lot of cheers that are made for the two players?
Yes, we have a lot of cheers. We made a list for that. Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll be listening out for that. Thank you so much. Okay, I can barely hear myself and Milos, so let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Apologies, I said Rachel. I thought we were going back to the studio, but we're on the stage with Nicole and Milosh, and they're doing a great job down there, just keeping the fans amped up.
Yeah.
They just want to see some Falcons players go down. And I mean, I'm not surprised because there is a big fan base here. But as we are waiting to get this game done and get into it, Ryan, I mean, we have other games that are going to be happening at the same time. Talk me through some of the other fixtures. Is there any big ones? Is there any like important ones that you feel? I mean, everyone's important.
Yeah. I would say Emre versus Jafonzo is a massive game.
Oh, wow.
Two players that, as I said, I think would finish in the top 3 in their groups respectively, or in the same group, sorry, I should say. It's a tough one to call. Emre Yilmaz, I feel like he's sort of perfect in every aspect of the game. Jafonzo the same, so it's so hard to separate them. You've got so many other players. You've got Abu Makar up against Web Nasri, who I think, in my opinion, Web Nasri on paper is the weakest competitor in the group. I think just based off this season, I think Abu Makar, for me, has been one of the best players we've seen in other competitions. So I think he would be a favorite in that game. And for Web Nasri, I'm sure he'll be hoping that he can upset a lot of names and hopefully get far in the competition.
Yeah, and I'm hearing that we don't have draws as well. It is going to be you play 90 minutes and then it's extra time and then it's penalties. How much does that affect group stages, right? Because we usually in FC competition will see draws that are in effect and you get that point and you play for that point sometimes. Web Nasri would probably play for a draw against some of these big guys, but now he has to try and get a win.
Exactly. If the games are close, you know that it's going to either go into extra time or someone's going to decide the game before it gets there. For me, as a player in years gone by, I would have loved this format compared to draws in groups. I think draws, sometimes, as you mentioned, players will play for draws, or you might do it yourself if you're being honest. Maybe a point serves you better than, of course, a loss in the group. You need that extra point to progress further up the group table. But I prefer when games are settled with a win and a loss.
Well, I asked you to hold a thought earlier, and I'm not going to let you off, right?
Okay,
I want to go back into that. We mentioned that Johnny has a particular playstyle. It's a little bit different from everyone else. Is there a way to break down that playstyle in a certain way? Are we going to see anything, or are you expecting anything from Levy to try and challenge that? Or do you think Levy's just going to play his game?
Levy would have seen other players defeat Johnny, and I feel like that's the blueprint. I think for a lot of players, and as I mentioned, Levy and his team are very I guess they sort of prepare for matches in that way to nullify your opponent or their opponent. So I think for that, they'd of course watch tons of gameplay and VOD reviewing of opponents. Their teammate, Emre Yilmaz, defeated Johnny. So they're going to be looking to find ways in which they can implement that into their own style as well.
It's also another fascinating part of FC as well, is that you do have teammates, you represent the same organization.
Yeah.
And here at the Esports World Cup, everyone is still competing for a club. But in this tournament, you're competing as an individual. If you end up facing your teammate in a quarter-final and you've been prepping with them the whole time, I mean, how does that play out?
It's a tough one. I've had that in years gone by as well. It's very difficult to sort of turn off the emotions. You just have to genuinely just become so tunnel visioned and zone in on just thinking for yourself. But as you mentioned, in this tournament for the club championship, the further you progress, the more points you get as well. So you're kind of rooting for your teammates too. But then, I'll be honest, if I'm a player, I'm rooting for all the best players to do bad. Whether that's my teammate or not. I know that sounds crazy, right? But I'm rooting for the best players to potentially have an upset in the group and maybe they fall short or they get upset in the resurrection stage. I wouldn't want Anders to progress far because that's more competition for myself. Or if I'm Emre, I wouldn't really want Levy or Manu to make it far because they're two players that could easily defeat them on their given day, so it's a tough one.
It's a ruthless tournament.
It is. It has to be. It has to be
mentality,
ruthless,
right? Well, as we get these players ready on the stage, I think the floor, Rachel this time is down there. Let's see what they think about this upcoming match.
Dan, I'm everywhere actually. I was in the arena with these two. We rushed off to try and catch the beginning of that first match. We've rushed back here because we've got a bit of a technical problem. So we're actually going to take a deep dive into some of the players. But guys, before we do that, Giddy Arena, it is kicking off, isn't it?
Electric. Yeah, really. Audience fantastic. And this is just the first game. Then imagine on like Sunday, final day is going to be just epic.
I'm not going to lie, I didn't expect that many people in at this time as well.
That's what I was going to say. A lot of times, if you've never been to Saudi before, people come out a little bit later. 8:30, 9 p.m. and onward. This is about to be bumping. I think it might have already been half full.
They've marked this on their calendars. Clearly, this is the one they wanted to come to, the beginning of EAFC. And why not? It's the best, in our opinion, of course. We are biased. Right. I told you we're going to take a deep dive into the players. We have 16 of the top players globally here. They qualified by 4 different means, remember, as well. There was 2 DreamHack events, and then we had the last chance saloon qualifier that we had just a couple of weeks ago, and then there was some invited players as well. So they came from different methods, different ways to get here, but these are your final 16. Should we start with Group A? Top line, Mike Lavelle. Who's up first?
Yeah, I was actually going to start us off maybe with just Team Hullet, individual that are now playing, of course, with Team Liquid.
It is top line.
And that is the top two, and then right before that with Manu Bashor, you've had this development and what programming. It's pretty amazing what they put together as a squad, and you could argue any of the three can win this event, and that's very rare that we talk about even one organization having a true competitor that we feel is a favorite. They have legitimately 3 champions that already have that pedigree.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, fantastic talent. So yeah, that's really rare having such organization, having that, well, players of that quality. They all like at the top, and like as you said, all have a chance to win it.
And for us, just deep dive a little bit, because you've been a coach as well, into that setup of Team Hullet, which guys, you'll know them now as the Team Liquid members. Why are they just churning out such brilliant talent over there? What are they doing at Team Hullet to have not 1 but 3 world-class players here?
Well, I think mainly they have some really good scouting. They find these talents. I mean, not only like having the best players like on the sticks, perhaps, but also like they're willing to actually sacrifice, and they are disciplined. They have the mindset. They're so good at like finding the whole kind of style that fits in, and they can make it into such tournaments. But yeah, I think mainly scouting is just insane.
They kind of leave no stone unturned as well. If you look at these guys, actually, when I was at the Champions League about 2 months ago now, I was walking through the lobby. Again, it was an individual tournament. All 3 of the players were sat down there with their coach going through all the matches. That's how thorough they are as a team, which translate into the individual performances as well.
The way that we've described this makes me think that he's walking like Renzo is on a discovery pathway, going through different neighborhoods all around Netherlands, being like, what's the best that you got to offer? We got to test the boys out. But they always get the players young. They develop the talent. That's maybe what we need to talk about more is I think they see early potential, which is great from the scouting side, but you have to develop. You have to cater that potential to see if they can actually be champions. They can take these big moments. They're ready as a teenager. They're ready as maybe a player in their 20s. But I mean, when you're looking at this, most of the competition is not even at that point yet, so they had to be ready at 16, 17 to be at the highest level.
Yeah.
How does it also help having an icon in-game, Ruud Gullit, as the kind of owner and the guy at the top who really does have a big part to play? We see him come down to these big events as well. He hands out trophies. He actually has an impact on their development as well. He's just not a name, is he? A banner. He's very much integral to the team.
I think he had a quote at a couple of E-Champions Leagues ago where he's like, yeah, sometimes my elbows are sore, and they're like, why? From hoisting all the trophies, you know? So it kind of does instill something there with you that you've got the skipper watching for the audience. I'll never forget Spencer, who's on the broadcast, Gorilla, probably one of the most epic moments we've had in the community where he wins the title and points to Ruud Gullit. He scored a goal with Ruud Gullit and then points to Ruud Gullit in the audience.
Like in 17, right? That was.
Yeah, come on, what a moment.
They also have a defending champion in the ranks as well, a player who won in Riyadh just 12 months ago. That's pretty special as well, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, and he knows this kind of venue and this atmosphere here. Been here, done that, definitely. But yeah, I mean, it's really impressive how they managed to find such talents, but also, as you said, I mean, it's not only about finding talents, but also developing talent and finding also players that are willing to actually work hard. Because I've seen plenty of players with huge talent just wasted because they've been maybe not that disciplined, maybe a bit lazy, maybe not having different priorities, definitely. But they managed to find these guys who are willing to sacrifice everything to reach the top.
Should we go down?
Yeah,
so
may I continue?
I was going to say, I mentioned a world champion last year. Should we go to the runner-up last year? He's in the middle up there, on the top line in Group A. Mark, he got invited from that Oceania region. He was a runner-up 12 months ago at the World Cup. He, I think, feels like he's out for redemption this time after coming so close last time.
I spoke to Mark a little bit this morning, and I don't know if you feel this way, and it might not be fair to Mark. No matter what tournament he goes to, I almost feel as if he's a dark horse or he's an underdog. I don't make the rules. I'm just talking to the community. I look at the chats. We talk on social media. It just seems that way. And by all means, you can say, Mike, I disagree, but that's how I feel when he comes to tournaments. Even though he's gone on these deep runs, he's qualified for multiple big events. He's got an invitation, of course, to this one.
Yeah, and he always has like this kind of, his mindset is that he's sometimes just happy to be here. Like the confidence is not always the highest, but I think sometimes also helps him because that doesn't add pressure to him. Like some players, they want so much and put so much pressure on like, well, themselves. But Mark, he's just like, he takes every game at a time. And sometimes that helps you, but also sometimes you have to also bring out that kind of lion in you, that extra confidence.
I like that.
His team is like that though, Footwiz. They've got D-Man, and D-Man, if you know him, is just this lovable rogue as well. He's just so relaxed when you talk to him, and I think that rubs off on a player like Mark 11 as well. I said I was going to go an orderly line across the top.
We're jumping around.
I'm jumping around. Mike, where are you going next?
I'd like to focus on a player that I don't think gets a lot of recognition. He's been fantastic this year, Jafonzo. We saw him in EMLS, dominant, top level. He's going to Europe, doing his thing, still showing up and showing out. We see him with Diogo Jota, Portuguese alignment, and he wins the last chance qualifier. And I bring that up because that happened here.
Yes.
So winning an event a few days ago here plays a big factor to me in terms of confidence. You'll be able to play on whatever the setup looks like. It just gives you the most momentum as well. It's the most recent tournament, so to speak, so you have form that you can just count in there. You're in form. Not to make it more of an FC reference, but there you go. It's been added in. But I think Jafonzo, for whatever reason, also kind of slides through. He did a good impression of the EA Sports. It's in the game as well. We saw at the top of the show.
Yeah, I see him a bit as a dark horse, definitely. Had a great season, as we mentioned. And he's so patient, so patient, structured player, and also having like this fact that he qualified like this weekend, literally. Some players qualified back in May, June, maybe didn't have like the most active summer, plenty of maybe time outside, touching grass, etc. But this guy has been here this week grinding, and he's in top shape, and I think that's gonna help him. Definitely.
We need to get ranking, don't we, these EAFCs in the game. We only got about maybe 5 or 6 players doing that. If you watched the beginning of the broadcast, our reporter Leah Ravel went into the players' areas and she just put the mic in their face and, please, can you do the in-the-game impression? And a couple of them were a bit suspect. I'm going to name, actually, Nicholas, 99FC. He didn't really give it, in my opinion, sorry, Nicholas, your complete commitment there. I might get you to that again later, but so far, on the EA Sports in the game, I'm going to say, yeah, Jafonzo was up there. Some people we haven't actually asked to do their impressions are Mike LaBelle and Boris Legend. The stage, it looks like very much. The stage is yours. Who's going up first?
He looks really ready for this.
EA Sports, it's in the game.
I don't want to follow that up. That's fantastic. That's the best we've seen.
Mike LaBelle?
What a trick.
EA Sports, it's in the game.
I like it.
It's okay. This is a tough follow here. I think he nailed that.
You had the STC play in terms of predictions in the game. Can you vote for this as well? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how that works. Maybe you can. Anyway, that will be a continuation, a continuous theme, I should say, throughout the next 4 days. Okay, so shall we move on to another last chance qualifier? We've already mentioned him. Jafonzo was up there. There was 2 spots that only got guaranteed on Monday night, about 1 a.m. as well here in Saudi. So it was a pretty late night for everybody. Nicholas was also a part of that. The Iceman, a player who's qualified for 7 World Championships in a row. That is absolutely unheard of. That's why he's the GOAT. He's here for Cloud9. He's probably on Cloud9, the fact that he's qualified once again. I'm going to stop talking now. Guys, I hear it's time to go back to the Giddy Arena. Let's get our skates on because play is about to start. Day 1 here of the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC. Let's get back down to the action at the Giddy Arena.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Some questionable impressions there of the EA Sports. It's in the game. See, that's how you do it.
I think that's better than both of us.
That's honestly, that's how you do it, right? But yeah, good to have some fun with the talent whilst we're waiting for the game. But it looks like the players are ready finally here, Ryan. And I'm very excited for this one. Of course, we have Johnny versus Levi David to see who can take the opening match here in the Giddy Arena. And they are kicking off. We are underway. It's the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC. It's going to be Levi kicking from left to right and Johnny from right to left here. But it looks like Johnny's not happy, so we're just going to have a little bit of a pause and make sure everything is okay, Ryan. Sometimes this happens.
It happens. It's a normal thing. They've got to make sure they're prepared for the game. There's, of course, a long time waiting for this moment. And I'm sure they're looking forward to it. But, of course, Levi, with his coach behind him, similar to Johnny with theirs. Technical difficulties, it's very normal. It's very, very normal.
Just happens sometimes. It's the day we live in. Anyway, it does allow us to talk about the teams because we were trying to have a little spy on them whilst they were getting ready. We can probably dive quite deep into it. We spoke about left back for a short while, but in general, teams and players that we're going to be looking out for.
Yeah.
Let's start right at the back. Let's go with goalkeepers, because I know they probably don't matter as much.
Yeah,
right? But
goalkeeper's such a difficult position because it's the one you're in control in a way, because you can call them out, you can move the goalkeeper yourself, but it's the one position there is the most AI influence involved. Yeah. I think for me, my position on it would be bringing a goalkeeper that can increase the chemistry for my outfield players, as well as for them, they could be on the max chemistry. So perhaps using an icon goalkeeper, you've got Petr Cech, you've got Schmeichel. Some players use Courtois as well, he's very tall, but I would always opt for a tall goalkeeper as well. I would never use or directly go to use somebody like Casillas in an online tournament, or an important tournament, I should say, because he's a lot shorter than the likes of Courtois and Van der Sar, etc.
Petr Cech's been unreal for me, by the way.
Yeah, it does the job.
His footage item is unbelievable. By the way, we do have other games happening at the moment, and as you can see, there has already been goals going in. You mentioned this matchup with Web Nasri, and looks like he's already gone behind in this opening one.
Yeah, 2-0 down early on is it's a tough one to bounce back from. Of course, 9 minute halves gives him a lot of time, but for Abu Makr, it was a perfect start for him in that game, and it's something I'm sure that he'll be trying to push on and score a lot of goals, which we've seen him in previous tournaments. He likes to score goals, and I'm sure he won't let up in this one.
Well, one way to stop goals is a good defense, Ryan. Who will we be seeing in defense? We mentioned John Stones a little bit earlier. Are we going to expect to see a lot of Stonesy?
I think John Stones, for me, is pretty much a lock in a lot of the squads. I think he's a lock-in. I don't think in centre-back, though. I think players play him in right-back or at left-back. He's got aerial plus, anticipate, long ball pass plus, and I believe it's intercept, if memory serves me correct. But 4 incredible playstyle pluses, and of course, his stats to go along with it. He's got a stature in game that can challenge in the air. So for me, I think it's a guaranteed selection. If someone didn't choose him, I would be surprised, but yeah, for me, he should be in the team.
Centre backs. We're going through it all here, folks.
We've got time.
It's the FC podcast featuring Dan Gaskin and Ryan Pessoa. But before we get there, we've got another goal happening elsewhere. Footwear's Mark going up against Young, and it was an opening goal for Mark. You did hear them briefly talking about him on the analyst stage as well, Ryan. I mean, what an opener for him.
Yep, exactly. I didn't really get to pay homage to Mark and Mark 11 and Young in their game. It's one, of course, that for me, earlier on in the season, seeing Young in the FC Pro Open, I thought he was very, very impressive. On another day, he defeats Anders in that game, and we don't have the story between Anders and P8 Zin. And I think he's someone that could maybe pose a threat to a lot of the competitors in Group A. Mark 11, of course, last year, runner-up in a tournament in Saudi Arabia as well. So he's got the experience of performing on a massive stage in this country, and I'm sure he'll be reveling in the fact that he wants payback. Definitely would want payback. Part of Footwear's organization, good friends of mine as well. Incredible support there from them for Mark, and I'm sure they'll be hoping and believing he can go the distance.
And just looking at some of these opening games that we've already seen replays from, based off of these opening fixtures, this first game, if you lose it, that could be enough for your tournament to be over. Like, in a way, just because of like how close everything is.
I get you.
This could be your best opportunity at beating someone. You look at Abu Makr versus Web Nasri, right? Is Abu Makr going to have a harder time against Levi David, against Emre, against Jafonso, against Johnny? Like, it just gets harder every single matchup you go into.
Absolutely. I think for Abu Makr, again, I'm just being completely honest here, based off of the season from what we've seen, Web Nasri for me is the weakest competitor in the group.
Yeah.
So he's starting off that game. For me, for Abu Makr, if he wants to progress far in this tournament and far in this group, it's a must-win game. He was 2-0 up, so he started off extremely well, but of course, the tides could shift as the game progresses. But I think he's somebody that revels in the opportunity. I think he plays better against better oppositions too.
Okay.
I think maybe might favor Abu Makr, but I'm sure in this game against Web Nasri, he'll be knowing he's the favorite. Sometimes that puts pressure on you though. Playing the weakest opponent in the group at the start, it's tough because you know the pressure's on, and if you lose, the misery is compounded even more.
Well, one thing I know about Web Nasri is he's always seems to be at every international tournament ever since I started working this game like 6 years ago. Web Nasri was there. He's nothing short of experience. He definitely knows how to play on a main stage. But as we saw in the replays earlier, he is already down. But they are long matches, and there is a long time for him to get back into the equation. Very excited to see what happens between Emre and Jafonso. You started talking about that fixture a little bit earlier. Jafonso, for me, what he did in EMLS was incredible. He kind of, it felt like he came out of nowhere, but obviously anyone who has followed Jafonso in his career, he certainly didn't come out of nowhere. He has been grinding for quite some time, but he took that tournament and that league by storm and is really, for me, propped up the
absolutely.
EMLS.
Yeah, I think the final, was it 6-0 against K1 Jody?
Yeah.
It was a dominant performance from Jafonso, and he's carried that on throughout the season in other tournaments, and of course, the last chance qualifier, which was the most recent one we had to get through, is an incredible accomplishment. He defeated Abu Fawzi, defeated Umut and as his teammate in order to get to that stage, which is an unbelievable accomplishment. That's why I find it difficult to root against him. I think the players that come through the last chance qualifier, because it was so recent, you're coming in on the best form out of all the players in the competition. Nicholas and Jafonzo have the best form.
They certainly have the best form at the moment, but will that form be enough to find the victories here in this tournament today, as Levy and Johnny are still just getting into this one at the moment? And it looks like they're still just waiting. So he'll be with us for a short amount of time. But you can see there is certainly action waiting. Maybe they're just keeping their thumbs up and keeping them warm.
Yeah, you can see he's locked in. Johnny looks tired. He looks fed up. But
it's tough, man. It is. And also trying to stay, you warm up previously coming into these games, right? It's very easy to get cold when you are in these scenarios as well. So even though flicking your thumbsticks around looks like it's pointless, it could really help you going into the game just to make sure you stay locked. By the way, I did mention earlier, Levy David representing Team Liquid. Of course, it is Team Liquid and Team Hullet.
Yep.
They've combined for this event. Is again something beautiful about the Esports World Cup, with so many organizations competing in that club championship. They partnered with other organizations to ensure they got the right players to represent them. And when you look at that club championship, and when you look at which teams could actually go on and put points on the board, there are a few players from Team Liquid times Team Hullet that could really be there. Now, we mentioned Jafonzo versus Emre as a matchup. Well, it's going to be Jafonzo taking the opening lead here.
53 minutes in, so it's been very, very tight between the both of them. Of course, just being able to see the replay doesn't do it enough justice, but Jafonzo leading against Emre Yilmaz is a massive result for Jafonzo, if you can see that out.
Well, we're underway then. And this is live. This is the start of the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC as Levy David versus Johnny. Thank you so much for everyone watching at home and here in the Gidia Arena for bearing with us as we got ready and locked into this game. But now it seems like both players are happy, they're comfortable, and we can finally get some action on our screens here, Ryan. Excited to see who really takes this game by the scruff of the neck.
Absolutely, and just looking around the personnel selection, Johnny again, Schweinsteiger, he's got Saka, Hostelu at right back. He's got De Bruyne. Both players have the long ball pass playstyle, which I mentioned earlier on in the stream, if you remember, how important it is.
Could be a chance already, and it will be the first goal straight away for Levy David. It's 1-0 in just a matter of minutes here. And we spoke about momentum, we spoke about going cold, Ryan. Well, he's everything but here.
Yeah, exactly. Levy started as he means to go on a great goal initially to break the deadlock between both of these players. You just kept the possession at the start, whilst his players changed and rotated into their correct positions. You see the replay here, Haaland, the space just seems to open up, and of course Arne Ronaldo in at the near post. You always trust him in front of goal. The pressure wasn't enough to put him off. For Levy, it's a great start.
Very calm response as well from Levy, just a fist bump towards the coach. A lot of patience from him as well with that goal, just biding his time as he approached with Haaland, and then the pass was sublime. You can see elsewhere, Jafonzo's just taking a 2-0 lead against Emre. That could be a massive result, but are we going to see an instant response here from Johnny as he now approaches his opposition's box? Could maybe shoot from distance, but instead plays it to Haaland. Oh, what a save though from Courtois.
Deserved the goal. That ball was fantastic as well. Utilising Messi in the team, I think that's a unique choice.
Big cross. Big chance, but it is going to be well defended, and I think corners are going to be very dangerous this tournament.
Absolutely. It's something we haven't really spoken about this stream so far, but corners are genuinely like penalties. We always say it in other FC24 tournaments, and Johnny has scored a lot of goals from corners in previous tournaments that have sort of gave him good stead in breaking the deadlock or retrieving leads. And I think for Levy's confidence, knowing that he's taken the lead against Johnny, I think obviously favours him more. But Johnny's someone, once he takes the lead, he very rarely loses it. And for Levy, of course, to start strong is very, very important.
Well, it has been an explosive start, that's for sure. It might have been a wait, but it has not disappointed when it arrived on our screens. It was almost 1-1, but now Levy has a chance to try and double his lead. Does manage to get it back to Haaland here. Is going to be support. Maybe a chance here for Mbappe, but good defensive work from Konate.
Yeah, very important block there as well. The goalkeeper movement shifted across, you could see it, but I think for Levy, he knew that goalkeeper movement was coming, so he opted to shoot to the other side, and of course Konate there to block it.
So it's playing out from the back now for Johnny, and just trying to break down the press that we're seeing from Levy. He's not over-committing to the press, but he's certainly trying to cut off some of those angles so that Johnny really does have to work the ball up here.
Yeah, exactly, and he's just trying to get possession with his midfielders, the players that do have the long ball pass plus, just so he can trigger the runs in behind and play those first-time balls over the top. He tried it there with Saka, I believe it was. Didn't work out that time, though.
It's a long switch of the ball. And it is going to be a successful one as well here. But sadly, amounts to nothing. Any surprises on the pitch so far, players-wise, that you've seen?
I think for me, it's Messi. I love using Lionel Messi at home, I'll be honest. Not this version. I don't have the facilities to have him, but I feel like just Messi in general, just dribbling with him is amazing.
Well, Haaland's through on goal and will strike it, and somehow strikes it across the keeper to tie us up 1-1. And I wonder whether that one caught Levi David off guard a little bit. I wasn't expecting the shot, but I tell you what, if you've got 99 rated Haaland, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Caught me off guard as well. The space again just seemed to open up with Haaland. I thought maybe a pass at the back post was what Johnny would have opted for, but he went direct with Erling Haaland, and of course, getting back into this game as quick as possible against Levy is very, very important.
Well, Levy can't maintain his lead for much longer than 10 minutes in game, and as we mentioned earlier, 9-minute halves, 9 real minute halves, so there is plenty of time. I think Johnny will be delighted to get one on the board here. Any frustration that may have built up would certainly been executed there in those moments of a goal. We have a goal elsewhere, by the way. Jafonso did earlier have a 2-0 lead, and judging by where this one's going,
wow, it's
a 3-0 lead. How about that to start the day?
3-0 against Emre Yilmaz. It's difficult to score 1, let alone 3 without response as well. That's an unbelievable start from Jafonso.
Can I change my prediction about who's going to win this tournament? Seeing that, that's insane. Yeah. That's definitely something that Jafonso will want to hold on to, because he's only got 25 minutes left in that game, but here we're only 20 minutes into it. And it's Levi David now marching forward, trying to find a little bit of space to work with. Again, it's a big switch of play to open up that room on the right-hand side, but every time he tries to play that final pass, it seems like Johnny's there.
Yeah, you can see how much Levy's trying to utilize just the width as well. Having his players very spread out towards the touchline is very important for the way Levy plays, and Johnny's done well, other than the first, I'd say, 10 minutes or so to nullify him.
Good defensive work from Levy just to keep Johnny pinned back here, but Johnny has done very well to be breaking through Levy's defense here, and it's going to be a chance yet again, but you can see what he wanted to try and do there. Just sadly couldn't quite get that ball through, but maybe now a chance on the counter-attack here, as here is Kylian Mbappe. Does have support in the middle as well. Hullet's going to be there, but instead plays it back, but it's a long-distance shot that amounts to nothing. Perhaps, though, something from the corners. Haaland! Oh, but Saka off the line. Wow. Unbelievable from Saka, but there's always going to be a second chance as Haaland's just so powerful in the air.
Yeah, that's why Konate is so important, though, to introduce him into the teams, along with, you've got Saliba as well. Both have aerial plus play style. They can challenge Haaland in the air from corners, but it's very difficult because look how quick Levy took that corner. He took it instantly. You don't really have time to move the goalkeeper. You have to be locked in and prepared and move your players and your goalkeeper as quick as you can, but it's not easy to do.
No time to think, no time to breathe, as now Johnny will be hoping he can do something similar here. Saka does have a lot of room to work with. Dink to the back post, and Haaland can't quite get up and above. And again, that's why you need someone defensively who can match him height for height, really. And it now means that Levy gets a chance on the attack again. Here's the switch of play. Osalu on the right-hand side has certainly been opening up a lot of space for Levy.
Yeah.
But he had more success when he went down that left-hand side a little bit earlier. Here's Stone, switches it yet again. Osalu just marching, striding forward, and that creates a lot of space. And you can see the player switch comes in. Mbappe into Ronaldo, isn't going to strike it straight away, and Saliba does just clean things up.
Yeah, that was well worked from both players. In the end, I think Johnny dove in a little bit too early. He was a bit aggressive, trying to win possession back, and it gave space down the byline for Levy, but he done very, very well with Saliba to not dive in that time.
Here's the counter, though, and you can see Messi is going to be through, plays one back, and just like that, Johnny has the lead. And it was patient, it was tactical, but it was a counter-attack that catches Levi David off guard.
The thing is, it looks so easy for those at home. It's simple. It's just passes down the wing. He manages to spring a counter-attack straight away from that defensive situation with Saliba. And of course, the player lock, Messi to R9, just a simple pass and a simple finish. But Johnny, he does extremely well to turn this game right around in a matter of time.
Saka to Messi to R9. I mean, it's a beautiful thing to say. Saka, I mean, if you look at greats of the game, I think Saka is up there for me as well. You know, it's awesome to see his item actually being heavily used, and I think it will be very prominent in this tournament. But now Johnny has the lead, so this is going to be a big test of Levi David and see how he answers back, because it's all well and good having the lead in the early stages. But of course, it gets a little bit more nerve-wracking as you get further into the game and you're going to be behind here.
Yeah, we saw in previous tournaments just the way Johnny can punish you. We saw it even in just that goal. He can punish you because he soaks up pressure defensively, a lot of players behind the ball, and he's able to just play a switch perfectly, intercept passes in midfield just like that with Schweinsteiger, and spring a counter-attack straight away.
Well, Levy tried a little bit of a risky ball, and now maybe Johnny could benefit from it. Does try and strike one from distance. I like him mixing things up with how he's going to attack. And now he's rewarded with a corner. You can see him controlling Haaland, trying to get him to the front post. And that's why you have Haaland on the pitch, so he can do just that. The damage is done from the corner, and it's a 3-1 lead for Johnny.
Told you, he's dangerous from corners. Erling Haaland, once he selected, I expected Levy even to move the goalkeeper. But I sort of he trusted in the fact that Konate could maybe win the header, but the ball was just in front of him. Gave the run in for Haaland to have the trajectory to jump above him and to win it. And of course, over the goalkeeper there's not much you can really do from corners. I think moving the goalkeeper is easy to say that, but then I'm sure there's different ways that the players will be able to counteract that and whip the ball in maybe behind the goalkeeper, or even towards the near post. It's very, very difficult to defend.
I remember years ago, Mo Albert was known as the corner specialist, right? And I'm getting that kind of feeling from Johnny here, as he's already found success, and I'm sure that Levy will try and deny any corner chances. But again, maybe there's some reasoning to shooting from distance, hoping that it takes a deflection.
Absolutely,
for the corner,
absolutely.
Right?
I'm sure players this year would think there are some obscure angles that they would shoot from, in tight angles, just in the hopes of the keeper parries out for a corner. You win a corner and you trust yourself from it. I genuinely mean it when I say penalties or corners are like penalties this year. It's so difficult to stop.
Levy now finds himself 2 goals behind with only 6 minutes left in the first half. He had such a quick and hot start to this game, but hasn't really been able to find the same kind of pace ever since. Johnny's done so well at matching him and really finding and cutting off those passes time and time again. Speaking of passes, here's Haaland. Will be matched up though, and Hoslu will just about shove him off the ball, and that's not easy to do against Haaland.
Yep, done the job there. You see the little player switch initially all the way on the left there from Levy, because he knew Johnny would have looked for the switch. And again, that comes into the preparation, but Johnny done well to try and just build up in a different way.
Well, there is still plenty of time here for Levy to beat. But the team talk could be very different at half-time if he can find a goal and just get within one here. And every time he goes forward, there's always that opportunity, but defensively, Johnny has stepped things up since the opener here in this game. It seems to be reading Levy very well, and now that counter-attack is always going to be dangerous. At least it has slowed down at this point, so Levy can assess how this one's going to be approached. But again, it's an attempt on the right-hand side, trying to work this ball over towards Saka, utilize his pace to try and get a ball through.
Done extremely well. I'm surprised that Johnny didn't opt to keep the ball for the last attack, because he could have been punished here if Levy's efficient in front of goal and in build-up.
Well, Levy gets one free attack then. As I say that, maybe he could be punished. Maybe there is an opportunity, but it looks like Johnny's just going to hold on to the ball, plays it over the top. Referee hasn't blown the whistle just yet, but I don't think Haaland's going to get hold of it, and this should be the half-time whistle. What a great start to the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC here. And it is Johnny with a 3-1 lead after 45, despite the fact that Levy David took an early start and an early lead here, Ryan. I mean, what's your initial thoughts after seeing that 45?
I think it's been close. I know the scoreline obviously favours Johnny leading 3-1, but I think the way Johnny's done well to soak up the pressure is very, very important.
Well, we're just looking back at some of the replays from Jafonzo versus Emre, and we mentioned the score earlier was 3-0, by the way, which, as we alluded to, is pretty insane, because Emre is one of the best players in the world. I mean, you could say that about several people here in this tournament, but Jafonzo certainly performing to his very best at the moment. Elsewhere, Abu Maka did defeat Web Nasri, and we're still waiting to see the final result from Emre and Jafonzo, but I think it ended up as a 4-0 win for Jafonzo against Emre in the end. That's mental. And we'll have to see how that affects the group stages as we progress here. A big win for Jafonzo to kick things off. And we'll have to see whether he can continue that fine form. But for now, we return our attention to our feature game. Levy David versus Johnny. And it's Johnny with a 3-1 lead. And Johnny, who's just looked more impactful with his attacks, just seems to have more of a deeper playbook, it seems, right now.
Yeah, exactly. And as I mentioned, I feel like it suits him the way the game's going now. Once he takes the lead, he's able to force his opponent, because obviously Levy knows that the time ticks on. Johnny's very comfortable in keeping possession, sort of playing down the clock, playing slower, looking for the balls in behind and playing a certain way. And I'm sure for Levy, he would want to get a goal back as soon as possible, just to make sure Johnny doesn't have that safety cushion. But it's very, very difficult to commit players forward when you know the way Johnny plays.
Johnny could just grab you out of nowhere and send a ball into Haaland again, and that's what's quite scary here for Levidavid. Has to be aware of the counter-attack that we've seen so often here already from Johnny. And really, Johnny, he'll be looking at this first half saying, well, I've done pretty much everything right except that initial start. And sometimes that can be down to, the fact they were waiting for 10 plus minutes before this game started. And he was just a little bit cold going into it. As again, we have more replays. This time it's from Footwear's Mark versus Young here. And I think initially, wait, this must be, this is the 84th minute, right? So, okay, there was going to be a goal going in favor of Young, but we did see a goal earlier from Mark.
Yeah,
right?
Maybe it was offside.
Wow. Must be.
Has to have been.
It was 0-0 going into it. We'll get confirmation of that one shortly, but goals going in all around the games at the moment. Of course, this one is the latest game to kick off just due to the delays that we had initially. But do you think now that Levidavid is going to up the ante a little bit with the next 45?
I think for the first maybe 15 or so, I think he'll play the exact same way. Sort of gauge the game and see how it's progressing. If he gets chances just playing normal, I think he'll be happy with that. But I see Johnny scoring again.
Oh, wow.
I do see him scoring again, and it's a difficult one to come back for. Again, it's just the play style of Johnny. I think it's very difficult, and it favors him when he's leading. I know I've said that a few times, but it's so difficult to play against. So difficult because there's a lot of bodies behind the ball. You can't. The only way you can genuinely get up the pitch against him a lot of the time is down the wings and the width. And I think that's why we've seen Levy with Hugside, and he's got a lot of players utilizing those areas of the pitch, the switches. I think that's where success will come from.
Is there anything that Levy can learn from Johnny here? I mean, he's just seen the success from corners. He's seen the success from getting it to Haaland. Could Levy maybe switch things up and go for that more direct approach as well, or is that just not his game?
I think it is. I think he's implemented that pretty well this year in terms of scoring from corners. A lot of players have, because they know how important it is to maximize that mechanic in the game. For me, again, you can play for corners. I don't think you necessarily have to play for it to win. You can just, all it takes is one. Just literally one, and you can score from it. And I'm sure Levy knows that very, very well.
And of course, back in the day, when corners were powerful, goalkeeper movement was one of the main counters. You just move the keeper over, he can catch it. Doesn't seem to work as well here in FC 24. Is there anything that you can hold on to? Because as the goal went in earlier, you're like, there's not really much you can do about that. That's pretty frustrating as a player to not have that ability. But at the same time, you've really just got to do your best thing to higher those percentages, right? Like if it is getting Konate on the pitch, making sure you match up with those runs as well. Yeah,
absolutely. I think the one way, in that situation, in that goal specifically, if it was me, I would move the goalkeeper. I think Levy obviously didn't want to. I think maybe his coach, they would have said they would trust Konate to win the header, perhaps. I think the only thing you can do is move the keeper. When players take it quickly, you don't have enough time to move the keeper out far enough to nullify the cross coming in. I think that's the only way. And of course, you're hoping Konate or Saliba or Haaland are in the right position to try and challenge in the air, but that's not always the case.
Well, confirmation that Mark 11 versus Young is 1-1 elsewhere, going into extra time, by the way.
Yeah,
we'll see how that one plays out going into the extra time.
There was a slight technical difficulty. They have to reset the game as we're just going into half-time again. So the kickoff is in the right hands this time for Johnny.
So it'll be a chance to just make sure those players dive into the tactics and get everything ready. But again, it just adds to the tension here for both of these players. And for Levidavid, he has to try and wrestle back a 2-goal deficit. And Ryan thinks there's going to be another goal for Johnny. So if Levidavid is going to find victory here, we'll be looking at a 5-4. We'll be looking at an absolute game of FC.
I can never root out Levy from a game, never. I remember seeing a game, I believe it was against Matthias earlier in the season. I think he was 4-0 down. He didn't end up winning it, but he scored 3 goals in quick succession, and it felt as if he was going to make that comeback. So he does score goals late on in games, and as you can see on the screen, that was the final score, as we mentioned. Jafonzo 4-0 against Emre Yilmaz. Jafonzo getting 3 points on the board early on.
Well, now we're going to be seeing Levidavid kicking from right to left here in dark blue kit. And how is he going to wrestle his way back into this game? Is Toni Kroos in the middle of the pitch at the moment, and it's going to be a very direct attempt from R9, just testing that keeper, and again could play into trying to go for some corners here as Haaland plays it back out to Frimpong. Needs a little bit of assistance here though, and doesn't want to get caught out by that counter-attack. You can see game finished. Abubakar does beat Webb Nasri 2-1 as now Ronaldo into Kylian Mbappe, tries to find something and will, and there's your ticket back into the game.
Wow, that's a great way to get back into the game. I think for Johnny, he's frustrated. You can see it there on the camera shot of him. I think he thinks the defender should get the ball back there, but it wasn't meant to be in that situation. Reverse elastico and a shot across the face of goal. We see the replay here again, Dan. It's build up with Piteas into R9. Reverse elastico comes there. I would expect Saliba to win possession back there if it's me. I'll be completely honest. I think Johnny, rightly so, feels hard done by. But for Levy, of course, he'll know that and he'll just take it in his stride and take the goal back into the game.
So take it back into the game, and for Johnny, he just needs to make sure he doesn't get too frustrated by that. I would, if I had a penny for every single time I've seen a player concede a goal they feel like they shouldn't have and they've gone on to lose, I would probably be a very rich man, because it happens all the time. You have to stay locked in, and mentality has to be strong. It's here's now Saka, as Johnny looks to try and respond instantly, but gives the ball away, and this is better from Levy, winning that ball back higher up the pitch, so he can be the one to spring the attacks and maybe catch him off guard. As you can see, overtime, extra time is live at the moment. Young's just taken a 2-1 lead against Mark.
Yep, that's the ball over the top there. Didn't work that time for Johnny, but that's something to look out for. We haven't seen it too much in this game. Frimpong in possession as well. It was a substitute. He was using Hoselu at left back, I believe it was, or right back. And now Frimpong in at left back is a more offensive substitute.
Levy playing it slow again, switches it out. It's going to be Stones on the right, and you will just play that back, and now it's going to be the build, and there's that long over-the-top raking through ball. Stones, can he find any sort of cross? Can he find a pass? Yes, he can. It's going to be Kylian Mbappe. Steps one over, but this time, Johnny had the read.
I don't think he would have expected to have that much space to step over forward there. The space opened up. Johnny committed, thinking there would be a pass across, which there was, so for him in that situation, it worked perfectly.
Haaland a little bit further back in the pitch. You want him in the box, or maybe you want Kylian Mbappe, and there's going to be the third. And we're all tied up, and again, frustration sets in for Johnny.
Yeah, Saliba's not having the greatest game for Johnny, I'll be honest, but Levy takes it. I stand corrected. I said Johnny would score another goal first before I saw Levy try and respond there, but decisive in front of goal. A shot across again. You expect Mbappe to finish that. No goalkeeper movement, but I think Johnny was sort of startled and expected again Saliba to get possession back there for him, but it's just not worked for him in that situation.
In fairness to you, you did also say you'd never count out Levy to beat.
Yeah, I sort of just went on both sides just to cover my back a little bit, you know.
You supported yourself both ways. Yeah. And we have an absolute game on our hands. 3-3, 60 minutes in. And Johnny looked like he was in cruise control, but Levy David has now peeled this one back. And he seems like the one in the ascendancy. He's been far better intercepting as again he wins the ball back high up the pitch here. And suddenly Johnny is under the cosh now. And Levy looks like he's just set out for blood.
Absolutely, and Johnny's rushing. That's the second time that he's given away possession. I would say needlessly. I think he's gifted possession to Levy. Very, very unexpected and uncharacteristic of Johnny, what we've seen in previous tournaments.
Now, I wonder if that is a little bit of the frustration kicking in just at Saliba, to be honest, and him not defending how you'd expect. Can he make up for it here as Cruz finds Hullet, plays one in, and it's perfect, but there is going to be the keeper. Second chance, though, and Petr Cech has pulled off a madness.
What a save that is. I thought it was a guaranteed goal the moment it fell to Ruud Hullet. It felt destined to find the back of the net there.
Unbelievable goalkeeping, and when we spoke about goalkeepers and the influence they can have, that's the difference that can be there. And that might be the difference between winning or losing this game, to be honest. We might have seen Levy just run away with it had he found a fourth here, taking the lead going into the final 25 minutes. But now it's a chance here for Johnny. Saka through on goal. Does have a chance to drift this one into the middle, but instead goes for the back post. What a save, though, from Courtois. And again, the keeper's stepping up to the plate. From the corner, though, we know how dangerous this can be. Into Haaland, and again it's Courtois, making himself big. Messi can't do anything either, but Johnny trying his darndest.
Just knocking on the door, wasn't able to find a breakthrough there, though. I felt Johnny done very, very well. Whipping the ball to the back post, it's sort of a trademark thing in FC24, and the shot at goal there, wasn't able to find the back of the net. Again, a great save. I think there was slight goalkeeper movement there from Levy, very slight, but it done enough to prevent a goal going in.
Well, it's difficult to try and predict which way this one's going to go. Every time each of these players attack, there's so much danger. And I think that's what you should expect to see this entire tournament with the caliber of players we have available to us. And going to be on our screens is now Mbappe. Has a little bit of room to work with, but just cuts inside. There is a very lucky deflection there that is just going to allow Levy to continue this attack. But Stones is going to be matched up by Stones. And it's just going to be a goal kick.
Yeah, it was good defending there. The space, again, opened up perfect. It's so easy for us to say that, though. When you're playing your tunnel vision, you don't really see it. But Mbappe, once the rebound fell back, I thought he was going to play the through ball in behind.
I feel like it's like the Olympics when you watch like the gymnastics and you're like scoffing at it. You're like, I could do that. But then when you actually go into the logistics of it, right, it's insane what these players can do, and the caliber of players, like I've mentioned, this really is the cream of the crop when we talk about FC 24. You can see the crowd getting behind either player at the moment. Most of the fans are here for Team Falcons, it has to be said. We saw Abu Maka a little bit earlier. It's now R9, and it's a good save, but this one, Petr Cech.
Gotta be.
What are you doing?
Gosh. The keeper movement was superb there, but I think it has to be a goal.
Maybe from the corner, it's Cech again. Has really been the man of the match so far, as Levy can't seem to get the ball between the posts right now. It is a human wall in the way, but maybe, surely, now is going to be the time. There we go, as Kylian Mbappe. Just that extra bit of patience from Levy David. He takes the lead 4-3.
Yeah, you know what, I always struggle. I don't know what that skill move's called. I'm going to call it the heel-to-heel drag. Maybe it's got a different name, but he's done enough to go around the keeper or to an angle where it was enough to shoot around the keeper there. As we see the replay coming in, Kanate into Pateas. The first time ball was perfect. Keeper came out and wasn't able to prevent it to find the back of the net there. Levy turning the game completely on its head. He was 1-0 up, was 3-1 down, now he's 4-3 up with around 20 minutes or so then left in this game. So it's be interesting to see if Johnny's got a response.
What does Johnny have left in the tank? He looks a little bit deflated for me. It was all smiles at half-time when he had a 3-1 lead, but now you've got to dig deep. Find something else, because Levy David has really shifted things into his favor here. It looked like maybe he was going to be down and out at 3-1, but that's why he's my pick to win this tournament. Easy to say that now. He's got a 4-3 win. 4-3 victory, excuse me. But is it going to be a win? Because there is still, as you mentioned, 20 minutes, which in-game, still a lot of time to work with here. But can Levy David now hold on to this lead? Will his tactics change a little bit here? Does he slow things down? Does he start to just play the ball around and see if he can frustrate Johnny?
See, a match has concluded. Young victorious 2-1 against Mark 11. It's not the greatest start for Mark in this tournament, but for Young, an incredible 3 points on the board to kickstart his tournament.
It's a great kickstart for him, but can we kickstart something in favor of Johnny? Saka into Haaland, but it's going to be blocked. I think that was a rash decision for the shot. I think really much space.
In previous versions of Erling Haaland, without the finesse shot plus, I think that shot is, you're looking for either a corner or something. But I think with the finesse shot playstyle plus there, in those situations, if you time it green, you can score. But of course, there were bodies in front of the ball there, so it's a difficult one to get between the defenders.
I don't hate taking risks. Sometimes that ball just goes between players' legs as well, and suddenly you look like a genius then. Speaking of geniuses, Mbappe was on the ball, plays it back to Kroos now. Haaland, and it's a great effort. There is potential for a follow-up here, but Levy David, quite intelligently, just leaves that to go to a corner here. And we've already seen what damage could be done from corners. Switches it to Saka for the in-swinging. Are we going to be able to see Haaland on the end of this one? He's going to be the target as always, but Haaland is going to be defending it as well, as it is swept in, but not going to be enough. And Cech now just slows this one down. 9 minutes remain. And this is going to be a tense 9 minutes, because you know that Johnny's going to start to send everything forward here, right?
Absolutely, and I think that could favour Levy because, again, when your opponent pushes bodies forward, that obviously leaves more space for you to counter-attack, to utilise the spaces that are exploited. But Johnny...
Speaking of, there's an exploited, and it could be a chance, and he goes for it, and no, the follow-up is massive. And defensively, Levy David has done a madness there just to make sure he stays ahead here.
Again, a situation where the rebound fell perfectly. You think it's going to find the back of the net, Ginola.
R9 now. Tries to get past Van Dijk, unable to do so.
Great defending.
And now Levy David looks to try and just control this game a little bit. This is such a difficult experience for Johnny when you come that close and you think that's your ticket back into this game to take you to extra time. And now it's about winning the ball back. And you really have to change your mentality, but Levy David might want to put this one to bed. Players running through the middle, but instead just holds on to R9 here. There is a lot of space on that right-hand side to Mbappe. It's a 2-on-2. Make it a 3-on-2 as another player arrives. Here's Saka again, but again, it's just about holding on to this ball, but now Johnny gets the ball back here, and he can counter-attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, rush, though. Severely rushed for Johnny. Could be detrimental because 2 minutes left in game. All Levy has to do is keep possession of the ball. It sounds easy, but it's very much not. They're just going to go to the corner flag here and just try and kill minutes on the clock as he gets a corner.
Gets the corner and could just play this one short if he really wants to kill off time here. And of course, he will just allow as much time to tick by as possible. Does play it short. Haaland into Hullet, the two big boys just looking to hold up play as Mbappe just has loads of space here.
He doesn't need to score. Just keep the ball.
He doesn't need to score. Just keep the ball for 2 minutes. And you can see for Johnny, he's trying to press, he's trying to harass, he's trying to win that ball back. But it looks like maybe his time is up. Perhaps one last chance here if he's quick. You still got 1 minute on the clock. You have to go forward now. De Bruyne sends one, but it is defended perfectly by Virgil van Dijk, and that should be enough for Levi David here to start his tournament off with a victory. The final whistle blows. He ushers the crowd to cheer him on, and it is a victory despite going down from Levi David.
It's an incredible performance from Levy. Started off well. He went into the first half. He was 3-1 down. Johnny 3 goals without a response. And Levy done extremely well to just keep on going and keep persevering and get goals back on the board. Despite being slightly fortuitous in a number of them, you have to take your luck when it comes. And I'm sure Levy would be delighted to get 3 points on the board.
On the flip side, Johnny, he was up. He was cruising. But now, cruising for a bruising, he might feel, because he just threw away what he's going to feel like a possible 3 points here in this group. And you can see he looks dejected, looks a little bit down. How tough is it to recover from a loss like this?
It's very, very difficult in any tournament, let alone in the Esports World Cup, knowing that it's a massive game against one of the favourites, not just in your group and the whole tournament. And I think what's hard for him as well is that there's no breather. His next game is against Emre Yilmaz. And the one thing that could benefit him, which I'm sure he probably doesn't know yet, is that Emre Yilmaz is also coming off of a loss. And not just any loss, a 4-0 drubbing against Jafonzo. So it's two players, arguably favourites to go far in this competition, with 0 points on the ball, and only one of them can come out with 3 points.
So that means the top of the table at the moment, it's Jafonzo with a 4-goal victory over Emre. But of course, Levi David is going to be up there as well. Now, let's jump to the stage and see what the players have to say and see what Rachel has to say. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks so much, Dan. Well, we've just walked up here. The players are still behind us. Levy was still locked in, even when the final whistle was blown. Mike kind of went, yeah, Levy, and he just locked in. Avoided you, didn't he?
I don't want to go as far as avoided. It gave me like a little bit of a head nod, but we're seeing something different here too. The audience, the crowd is filling out. They got involved. You heard them throughout the match. This could be a preview for the day, our first major comeback. If you recall, Levy got off the boards. He was up 1-0. Johnny went and did the business, 3 unanswered, and then, you know, there was a reply in that second half, a whole different player from Levy.
Yeah, talk to me about half-time there, when Levy is 3-1 down. What goes through your mind? Because he was having a little bit of a conversation, wasn't he, with the admin?
I would pay good money to know what the team talk looked like, because the headphones came off immediately. He didn't like what happened in that first half, and it worked out. Whatever adjustment period, coaching change, tactical moves, mental, whatever it might have been, it was one of the best team talks that we're probably going to see on the day.
Tell me about between 60 and about 75 minutes. We're in and around the box. For Levy, the goalkeeper movement was next level. How A, did Levy manage to score, and B, Johnny try and keep it out as much as he did with that keeper movement?
Well, it was incredible. You could just tell that Levy was always the most likely. He was probing, and it could have got out of hand without some of the goalkeeper movement. We had double and triple saves there, and it's so important at the competitive level to have any sort of small margin.
Tell me about Johnny. Tough outing there, big stage, he's got to stay up here now, and he gets to go again against another Liquid player as well. That's tough mentally, isn't it?
I think that's maybe the most difficult part, especially after a tough loss. If anything, I would have rather got beaten bad in that game and then played again, and it's a complete reset. That sits with you because you could have won. Johnny will be saying, I should have shifted something at halftime. I had some margin to work with. I could have seen out this game, and that wasn't the case at all, and now he has to go back-to-back. We're going to see him in action, and the fans might be harsh. We don't know.
Did he lack anything there, Johnny, or did Levy just have much more to offer?
Levy was better in the second half. I thought that Johnny lost a little bit of a mental edge. You usually see it on his face. The zoom-ins, he looked upset. He looked like he didn't have a reply. He looked discouraged. And that's why I worry a little bit going back-to-back matches on stage after that type of result.
I'm just checking behind me. Is Johnny still there? Johnny is still there. He plays again next on this main stage here in the Gidea Arena. But for now, Boris Legend has some deep dive into the action we just witnessed here on the stage.
What a game, what a comeback. We have now a bit of analyzing here at the Pepsi illustration after his first game. So Johnny, yes, well played, but Levy mainly nice comeback. But despite losing here this game, Johnny, he has plenty of nice things to carry over to this next game. Nice sequence here from his second goal. We can see here the importance of the player locks. The player is now first out in full speed, and then you're gonna see here this magic from Johnny. All right, so full speed goes super fast. You can see just like this, nice play lock. Again, the key here, go back slightly. First pass is nice from Saka. We have Messi, and in this case here, if you just trust the AI from R9 in the box, maybe not quite the best place to stand there. So this means he has to take this matter in his own hands. That means he has to use here the play lock, which is then the function pressing down both sticks, L3, R3. This gives you full control of the player. And this here, the key also is to see the space. All right, so he has to here drop down slightly, and this goes super fast. We're gonna take this, of course, very, very slow. The space is over here, so between Van Dijk and Konaté, he has to find the space in between, and he's making this all manual with the use of the play lock. So again, now we're gonna see how he's switching fast, activating here Nazario, R9, and the pass is coming. We're gonna go now forward slightly, and we're gonna see how he just cuts in slightly in between, and there's a perfect goal, and how to use the play locks in a very nice way, effective way. So yeah, that's it for this time from the Pepsi illustration. We're over to the sideline with Leah.
Leah Ravel here, back in the secondary arena, giving you some updates on our first round of Group A matches. Jafonso starting off strong with a 4-0 win over a previous ECL winner in Emre Yilmaz. He actually did just qualify a few days ago here in Riyadh, so his controller must still be warm. Abu Maka making his mark for Falcons in his home country with a 2-1 victory over Web Nasri. And of course, Young coming out on top, 2-1 against Mark 11. Who will prevail and who will taste defeat? We will find out more after this short break.
My name's Brandon Smith. We're here at the Esports World Cup ahead of our EA FC 24 competition. I've got two absolute heroes next to me as well. Gents, introduce yourselves.
Manu, play for Team Gullit, X Team Liquid from the Netherlands.
I'm also playing for Team Gullit, Team Liquid, Emre Yilmaz.
Thanks for joining me today. We are doing a little bit of a foot trivia quiz to test your knowledge. First question then, who is the oldest icon?
Puskas. Sorry.
No, you didn't let me finish.
Sorry.
Who is the oldest icon on EAFC? Puskas was the right answer, but it's from these four players. Gerd Muller, Bobby Moore, Bobby Charlton, or Lev Yashin. Who's answering first? Hands up.
Oh, it's between the Bobbies. I don't know, actually. I'm gonna guess Bobby Moore.
Incorrect.
Of course it's incorrect because it's Yashin.
It is Lev Yashin.
Yeah? Oh, I know it because
1 point on the board to Emre.
It's crazy at the time.
Which of these players has the highest shooting attribute based on their gold item? Okay, so from these four players, Harry Kane, Robert Lewandowski, Cristiano Ronaldo, or Karim the Dream Benzema?
I think it's Kane.
2 for 2. Next one for you. Which player has the highest combination of pace and dribbling on their gold item? Vinicius Junior, Kylian Mbappe, Mohamed Salah, or Kingsley Coman?
Mbappe.
Easy, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Easy. Which special item on FC24 has a combination of 99 composure, 99 long shots, and is one of the most deadliest players in those clutch situations? Is it Johan Cruyff, greatest of the game? Is it Pele, foot birthday icon? Is it Wesley Sneijder footies or Franck Ribéry footies?
Cruyff.
Correct. Which Team of the Year player has got a unique body type classified as controlled lengthy? Virgil van Dijk, Erling Haaland, Jude Bellingham, or Ruben Diaz?
Ruben Diaz.
Wrong.
Haaland.
Correct. Which player, footies player, has 99 pace and 99 dribbling and can play right wing back, right mid, right back, or left midfield? Well, is it Kylian Mbappe, Alphonso Davies, Jarzinho, or Frimpong?
Yeah.
Ah!
Frimpong.
Hey, camera.
I think that was Manu.
Yeah,
first.
Frimpong.
Frimpong?
Yeah.
GG's.
But he can play left back as well, right?
Yeah.
Gents, thank you very much for taking part in the foot trivia quiz.
Pleasure.
That's been the two Team Hullet players, Emre Yilmaz, Manu Bashouri. We'll see them on the virtual pitch here at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome back, guys. You're watching the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC, where it's only just beginning. One match played, 5 more feature matchups to bring you tonight, and we're here for the next 4 days as well. We're on Sunday night around, I reckon, midnight maybe, we get to crown a new world champion, and that individual takes home a very cool $300,000 US. Well, plenty more matches before we get to there. I'm just kind of teasing you with what to expect. But first matchup, big one. Take home, quick one.
A little bit of some rocky road. I like it. You said an early goal for Levy. Johnny battled back, set the tone. Halftime adjustments were made. I'm giving you the whole lay of the land, and then Levy was unstoppable. He could have had more goals.
Quick
Goalkeeper
update.
movement was crazy.
Quick update on that. It was 4-3 to Levy over Johnny in the end.
Yeah.
Other scores
Yep.
on the doors. Boris, will just come to you. Young, Mark, extra time, 2-1 in the end. Jafonso, 4-0 over Emre Yilmaz. Massive shock.
That's massive.
Back save
It's a dark
there.
horse. Yeah.
And we said he had a cookbook.
Finally, as well, just giving you the last score because 4 matches played at the same time. Abimaka 2-1 over Webb Nazari. possibly what we expected there from the local
Yeah.
player. Big one there, Jafonso. We said he was coming in hot, and it seems to be the case.
Yeah, really. I mean, that is some statement. I mean, beating one of the favorites with these numbers, 4-0, even clean sheet, and that's also in a long game. We play 2 times 9, so it's 80 minutes plus stoppage time, extra time. It's a clean sheet against such attacking talent. That's tremendous, tremendous.
Mike, this makes us go to the next match so perfectly. The fact that Yilmaz just lost 4-0, he's on a loss, so is Johnny. He's on a loss on the big stage. That is the next massive feature matchup you are going to enjoy as well. Here it is, the players here. This one is coming your way next. Again, it's the same story. It's Fnatic taking on Liquid. Both these players, as I just mentioned, on a loss. What's that going to do to both of them?
I think for Johnny, this is sort of a, I don't want to say a dream scenario, but a much better scenario. We expected Yilmaz to come off and give you that same form that we're used to seeing. 4-0, he didn't even get on the board. Maybe that's a shout out to Jafonso. I saw him swimming this morning, so that should have told me he was super confident. If you're going for early morning swims while you're in Saudi, he's not prepping for the games, he's ready. He's already mentally locked in. But I'm looking forward to this game. It's two guys that need a result.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic because they're kind of mentally hurting right now. They're going to turn that around to get in with this matchup. Want to know what you guys at home think as well. stcplay.gg. Tell us your thoughts. Who do you think is going to take? Hopefully, well, they all have to take a win, of course. There's no draws in these round-robin groups. So someone is going to go home after the 90 minutes, possibly. Could go to extra time. We've already seen that once with 2 losses next to their name. And that would be pretty heartbreaking very early on. From what you saw, you broke it down, Boris, who looked slightly better. I know we didn't really get to see Yilmaz out there, but from what you saw from Johnny, quick one on that. Do you think he's got what it takes to turn it around?
Yes, definitely. I mean, he scored 3 goals against Levi, so he should be confident still.
Well, this is the big one. 10 seconds until we get back in the arena. The Goodyear Arena is where it's at. It is popping off in there for match number 2. We've got Johnny taking on Yilmaz.
Thank you, Rachel. Oh my God, what an incredible game we just had here on the main stage. Milos, talk to me. I mean, I told you it would be a goal fest, didn't I?
It absolutely was, and only 1 goal differential. Livy is able to take the win. Now remember, we are still in the group stage, so there's still a lot more to play for, a lot more games today and tomorrow, but the crowd is loving every bit of it.
I love their vibe so much, the energy, the sound. I can't hear ourselves, but I think it is time for the next game. So let's get the first player in. It is Johnny representing Fnatic. Towering over his opponents at 6'7", Johnny is one to watch over the next few days. He'll be disappointed with that narrow loss in his first match on this very stage, but he is a quality player and has had an impressive year.
And his opponent representing Team Liquid, Emre Yilmaz. The chess master of EFC 24, Emre, is the quintessential poster child of improvise, adapt, overcome. Yes, it might have been a loss of 4-0 to Jafonso, but he'll be looking to recover in the second matchup of his own, but a second matchup on the stage nonetheless.
This is going to be a really good game. I'm so excited for it. Right, let's head straight to our casters. Let's go.
Well, here we go. This is going to be another special matchup here in the Goodyear Arena. After losses for both players here, they now go into this one hunting for points. And you have to do it against a reigning ECL champion or the previous ECL champion. What a matchup this is.
It's an unbelievable matchup. Sets of accomplishments between both of these players in recent years is honestly ridiculous. And I think it's very difficult because both players are coming off of a loss. Different types of losses though, Dan. One where it was tightly contested, it was a narrow loss for Johnny. But for Emre Yilmaz, we didn't have the privilege to watch the game. We saw highlights coming and replays of certain goals, but to lose 4-0 for Emre Yilmaz is relatively unheard of. It doesn't happen.
And how does that affect his mindset is going to be my biggest question here, because going into this second game, knowing that you can't really afford to take multiple losses if you want to be progressing automatically. As we saw there, the audience predictions favoring Emre Yilmaz, and maybe for good reason. The last time these two competed against each other at FC Championship, it was a 6-1 victory in favor of Emre. That is quite a one-sided affair.
The thing is, though, which adds more onto that result is that's a Johnny that was coming from an unbeaten virtual Bundesliga run, unbeaten to win the E-Champions League. So he was unbeaten going into that game. Hasn't lost a game in 23, 24 games in competitive FC 24. So for Emre Yilmaz to beat him and beat him that convincingly shows how good Emre Yilmaz is. And it potentially could be a bulky opponent. It remains to be seen, but this is a massive game for Emre to bounce back from.
Well, the stage said he was the chess master. We'll have to see whether that comes to fruition and whether he can just pick apart his opponent with his moves. But it's not going to be easy. Even though Johnny did lose his previous game, it was a very hotly contested one against Levi David. Only 4-3 was the final score in favor of Levi. Johnny did have a 3-1 lead going into the half as well. So if he can find a little bit of that pizzazz that he had from the first half and inject it here, I still think there is a good chance Johnny could walk away as the victor here.
Absolutely. I think the thing that surprises me about Emre's last result is Emre takes a lot of shots at goal, and he's very efficient in front of goal. He scores a lot of goals across games. The fact he didn't score is alarming to me. I feel like that's something that is very, very surprising for Emre.
Well, one thing of note, Emre was the DreamHack Dallas champion to qualify for this tournament as well. So he'll be coming into this very excited to try and find that same form as we are underway between these two competitors. It's going to be Johnny from left to right and Emre from right to left in the white strip. And as a reminder, 9-minute halves here. Winner takes all, because we will be going to extra time and penalties if we need it. No draws can happen here in the group stages, and already Johnny's found a long ball here to Saka, and maybe he could have a chance to try and find his way into the box. Does find a shot. Courtois saves. Second chance, and a Courtois again.
That's an important save there. Corner, though.
We know what Johnny can do from corners. We've already seen it. You can see keeper movement to try and stop the potential header from Erling Haaland, but he's at the back post. Doesn't quite get hold of it, though, and it will be a goal kick.
Yeah, doesn't manage to get the ball on target there. It's key to mention there are, of course, 3 games going on in this group, as well as this one, of course. We've got Web Nasri up against Jafonzo. He's flying right now. We've got Mark 11 up against Levi David. And Young against Abu Maka. Young and Abu Maka, of course, both winning their first games. So it's interesting to see who will win their second and get the best over their opponent.
Well, Haaland plays one into Messi, and that's quickly intercepted. Just give you an update on those scores, by the way. Jafonzo currently 3-0 up against Web Nasri, so he's looking like he is cruising. God. And on the other side, you've got Mark 2-1 up against Levi David right now, and Young is drawing 2-2 with Abu Maka. So plenty of goals happening elsewhere. But at the moment, we've only just kicked this thing off, so all square here between Johnny and Emre, as we can look back at some replays that we have from the other games, as Jafonzo took the lead in a very impressive early start, 5 minutes in.
Yeah, the thing is, he makes it look so easy again. Arnhem Ronaldo just running into the space there, ball on inside. It's very lucky, to be honest, that time there, but a green time finish across the face of goal to give him a 2-goal lead against Web Nasri, and he didn't let up. Scored another one straight away almost. Goalkeeper movement wasn't enough. Hold on. Should have been a goal there.
In, and there was a chance there as well, and Emery might be a little bit frustrated he wasn't able to do anything better with it. But maybe that's just a couple of warning signs coming in already for Johnny. You cannot afford to allow Emery to get through on goal. As you can see, live match, Mark is currently 2-1 up against Levi David. And is Levi going to come back into the game yet again, as Saka now has the ball? Does have assistance. Messi tries to strike one, but it's denied.
Yep, keeper movement as well there from Emre Yilmaz. If the ball was on target, I don't think it would have gone in. When you have the likes of Messi, you've got Saka, you've got R9 and Haaland, all with the finesse shot plus play style, you kind of know to move the goalkeeper when any sort of space opens up for that opportunity.
See Schweinsteiger playing there. You mentioned he might appear for Johnny, and certainly has come to fruition. Maybe he could be the difference maker. You can see also Abu Maka, the home crowd favourite, is tied up 2-2 against Young at the moment as the ball is through to Lionel Messi here. Has to hold up, has to take the shot, and finesses it into the top corner on his right foot, may I add. Doesn't matter which foot with Lionel Messi. Absolute beast.
It's an incredible goal. I think he knows that if he carried on running directly in on goal there, he would have been caught. I don't think Messi has the sprint speed to keep up there and get past the defender, especially if they were becoming shoulder to shoulder. He would have been muscled off, but he done a little bit of acceleration, a ball roll inside, and as you mentioned, the weaker foot, albeit 5-star, finds its way into the top corner. Konate was catching him up. It's just a ball roll there. Mistimes it as well. But again, just the accuracy and prowess of Messi in front of goal manages to find the back of the net in this game.
So there's the opener for Johnny. And again, he finds himself ahead now. Can he hold on to this lead? Can he build from this lead? Where he was unable to do so against Levi David previously. Of course, teammate of Emery, so I'm sure there would have been a little whisper between the two as they passed by in the hallways of Emery saying, well, what's the secret? How do I take down Johnny here? And Levi David probably just said, well, keep an eye on those corners. Don't allow him to get too many of them. But he probably didn't say, watch out for Lionel Messi in his right foot. Nice through ball here is now maybe a chance for Emery to respond instantly. Mbappe dancing on the ball, waiting for a little bit of assistance. Doesn't have it, so just goes on his own, and it's well defended here by Johnny.
Great defending from Johnny. Didn't dive in, just sort of bided his time, jockeyed backwards, sprinted at the right moments to try and mirror Emery's attacking player, and he done really, really well there.
It's another good ball. This time finds Haaland, cuts inside. R9, but it's going to be a good save from Czech. Tried to go near post, just couldn't beat the goalkeeper. Corners, though. Can always be a difference maker. Shifts over to Haaland with his control. Tries to get the head. Will do so, but Czech again will deny here. And I think we're going to see a lot of this. Czech versus Haaland throughout the game. But finally, Haaland gets one over him. And Emre ties us up 1-1.
It's a perfectly aimed corner there from Emre. Johnny does move the keeper, but it's not enough. You can't really get there in time. And the movement there from Emre Yilmaz with Haaland in front of the defender. And when he does that, he's in front of Konate. The keeper comes out. As long as you get the ball on target, for me, it's a guaranteed goal. And that's exactly what Emre Yilmaz done there. And the thing about Emre, he's very meticulous. He's very precise and meticulous in every aspect of the game. Corners, he would put in countless hours just to try and master that, to create different scenarios of what he can score from. Defending corners, build-up play, long balls over the top. The pressing, as you can see there, is intense from him in every aspect of the game. It's just, he's always perfect, which, that's why I'm surprised at losing 4-0 to Jafonso. It shows how good Jafonso's been playing.
Well, usually, 99 rated items like Haaland unobtainable, but you can just get it through the season pass now. It's insane that everyone has access to this item. But R9's been able to bring that one down. He's tackled, and now we'll see Johnny again just approaching the defense of Emre here. Space on the right-hand side. You can see Saka trying to make that run. Will make that run. Is he going to strike it? No, he's going to be denied. Konate defends very well, and it will go out for a goal kick here. So a good chance, and certainly Saka creating some good space here from Johnny. But Emre kind of had his number there and said, look, I'm happy for you to pull the trigger from a distance, but I think you're going to try and stride closer to that goal. You can see the switch is on if he wants to play it. So much room over towards the right, but instead just trying to force it down the left-hand side at the moment. There's a lot of bodies, and finally, there's the switch, as expected here.
Gives him space to build up as well. Joselu back to Saka. Does well to retain possession and earn a free kick. There weren't too many spaces to get the ball forward in that space. It was more so just to recycle possession, and of course, fortunately, earned a free kick there.
Well, will Erling Haaland be the target again from this corner? Whipped in. Haaland is there, but Konate does his job, and now you can see the breakaway available for Johnny. Trying to be quick, trying to send those players forward. Haaland's already gone. Haaland's going to be able to get hold of this one, but has to try and beat a defender, which he does. Can he get the strike away? No. Virgil van Dijk, that's also why he's in your team, as Haaland does rescue it back. Second bite of the cherry, maybe, but not quite enough, and no third chance.
Wow, that's a big piece of defending there from Van Dijk and Emre Yilmaz. I'll interrupt myself. You can see the scoreline on the screen. There's a goal back in that game between Web Nasri and Jafonso. It's now 3-1, still the lead for Jafonso. But Web Nasri manages to get a goal back in that game. But as I was saying, I think Johnny done extremely well there with Haaland. The first touch wasn't perfect. Hold on a second.
Hold on a second. Mbappe maybe could try and find Ronaldo here. Does, but now suddenly bodies are starting to build up. You have to do something special. Step overs aren't quite enough. Maybe on the counter-attack. De Bruyne, what, that is a ping and a half, as now Haaland's going to be on the end of this one again. This time he has to try and dig one to the back post, but Saka's not usually the target for those headers. And now instead, Emre gets a chance. It's back and forth action in this game, and I'm not surprised. Both of them trying to take advantage of players being out of position here. And again, Johnny's marching forward. Again, it's an in-swinging cross, but this time Courtois denies.
Yeah, it really is end-to-end. Both players, as you mentioned, just trying to make the most of the space that opens up when the other player attacks, and gives time now for Emre just to slow it down a little bit before building up a well-calculated attack.
Yeah, Joselu just playing it back to Virgil van Dijk, trying to get the 1-2 on the go, but Stones is more than prepared, as Johnny is definitely prepared for that pass to happen. Instead, he goes for a dink over of his own, but Haaland gives the ball away, and Joselu gets another chance to try and attack this right-hand side. Saka was making the run through. That gets denied as well. And again, it just seems like ping pong at the moment. Back and forth, they play their shots. But no one can really get into the box. But now that could change. Haaland on the left, has support in the middle, but goes to the edge of the box. And defensively, Emre was there.
Yeah, I think he expected maybe De Bruyne to occupy a better position there to try and play the pass and recycle possession. Doesn't get the rub of the green there, Emre does, but it's going to be Johnny to retrieve possession again. I think Johnny, across both games so far in this one, of course, I think he's played relatively well. I think sometimes giving away possession needlessly like there, but other than that, I think most of his attacks have been well thought out.
Well, can he defend this one? Or is Haaland maybe going to let rip? And he does. Czech, though, has earned his weight in gold, if I'm completely honest with how he's played so far. But Haaland now will again try and attempt a header. And Czech saves, but if you keep giving corner after corner, it's more chances for Haaland to try. That one goes a little bit too far, though.
Yeah.
And I think that's your hope, isn't it, really, that if you're defending these corners, you hope they overhit it.
Yeah, you have to hope your opponent makes the mistake there, and that's exactly what Emre done there. Just a little bit too much power with that corner. Let's look at Messi again. It's just the balls over the top from Johnny. They're relentless. It's Hostelu.
Will be a corner, though. Johnny's been fantastic with these so far this tournament. There's Haaland, but Courtois saves. It seems like Haaland gets ahead on it 90% of the time.
Just the battle of the corners, really. That's at 24. That's something you have to maximize. And you know it benefits you offensively, but defensively you have to be sharp as well. What a ball over the top from Emre.
Oh, Stones, though, isn't going to be as quick as everyone else. Probably wants to try and find someone. Oh, well, surely not! Stones! As Brandon Smith would say, of all people, it's Stones who slams one in.
Oh, my goodness. It's sensational from Emre Yilmaz. Just twisting and turning. He knows that Johnny's not going to think that's a viable option to twist and turn with John Stones and step over into space. And this item of John Stones, of course, 5-star skill moves and 5-star weak foot. But the shooting at 66, you sort of would allow him to shoot, give him the space. You kind of trust that he wouldn't opt for it. And it's just perfect from him. Green time, which you have to do in those situations. And it's a perfect goal from Emre.
That's outrageous to attempt that with John Stones, by the way. I don't care if he's got 5-star weak foot. I don't care if he's got 5-star skills. You can only laugh if you're on the other side. We've seen some crazy goals across the FC competitive season from players you would least expect as the ball's played over the top. Can Haaland get hold of it? Courtois brings down the player, but he does get the ball first as we go into half-time. The half-time whistle is blown, and it's a 2-1 lead for Emre Yilmaz in what has been, I don't know, I think I want to catch my breath shortly here, Ryan, because it was so back and forth between these two.
Yeah, it's an entertaining first half, and probably deserved a few more goals, in fact. And I think for Johnny now, mentally going into, if I'm playing against somebody that's confident enough to step over with John Stones and shoot in his weaker foot, what won't you do? So you kind of have to think about that now. When any player is in an offensive area, you have to be a bit more, I guess, take a step back a little bit and be less aggressive, a bit more passive, and sometimes that could work to open up spaces for the finesse shot or maybe a driven pass to a striker. It's a very dangerous position that Emre's in now, in a positive way, because Johnny's going to have to think a lot more now.
We can look back at replays elsewhere. Mark versus Levi David. And the first goal went in favour of Mark as he took a goal lead, and it wasn't just one. He doubled up to make it 2 through Erling Haaland, but then there was somewhat of a fight back in the first half.
Oh, wow.
Levi David able to just perfectly position the ball onto Erling Haaland there.
Yeah, that ball back, and in the first time, didn't go over the top. Was Mark again with Saka. It's a shot across goal. 80 minutes in, he was 3-1 up there in that game. Mark 11 against Levy. That is one way to get points on the board, defeat somebody like Levy for Mark 11, to give yourself that confidence and that boost of morale to know that you're still in contention to finish top 3 in this group.
It is still 3-1 in that game, by the way, so Levi David has to work hard in the final minute. Speaking of working hard, Mbappe almost able to beat Petr Cech right off the rip here into the second half. As Emre's looking to try and find a third. This time it's Kanate. When you just think you've marked Haaland, there's someone else who can put the ball away.
Yep, exactly that. The ball is whipped deeper than normal. And Kanate, of course, manages to get the space there and the trajectory to jump above the defenders and aim that into the bottom corner. You see, Johnny looks deflated. He looks defeated, but he has still time to get back into this game. It's a very, very tough one to take. Just after half-time to concede is very difficult it's a difficult pill to swallow. think what's hard as well is that he knows he's played Emre before in a big tournament and he lost 6-1. So now he's 3-1. The mind, you know as a player, if someone's defeated you by that margin, when you get to similar score lines, you start to have a little bit of a flashback thinking, oh no, this could be another situation where I'm going to lose by X amount of goals. So you have to respond quickly.
You're just thinking, here we go again, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It's going to be another scenario where I find myself getting demolished by my opponent. But Johnny needs to think back to what happened in the game against him and Levy, right? He had a 3-1 lead, and then he lost it 4-3. He knows it's doable. You know you can come back from this scenario. Just needs to dig deep and find something a little bit extra here. Maybe Hosselu can find a ball in, but instead he plays it back to Mbappe. This could be the chance.
Oh.
Doesn't go for the shot, tries to cut it back. And Emre was there and waiting.
Yeah, I think he expected R9 to take up a better position there. But Emre's done so well just to give Johnny so much to think about, whether it's the balls over the top, the direct speed boost into space, which...
Oh, wow, speaking about balls over the top, what a finish as well. And there's your ticket back into the game for Johnny. Able to defend that cutback previously, and right on the counter-attack, finds the goal of his own.
That's how harsh FC24 can be. On one end, you think, all right, I'm going to go 4-1 up in Emre's perspective. A minute down the other end, it's a simple ball over the top from Johnny. It kind of reminds me of Johnny from the E-Champions League, those first-time passes with the likes of De Bruyne and R9. A beautiful finish into the top corner.
It's so terrifying playing at this time of the year, by the way, with the items that are available. You just got to expect those goals to be banged in by these type of players.
You have to worry about finesse shots from deep. You've got to worry about from John Stones. You've got to worry about first-time passes being a lot more accurate because of the play styles. A lot of players will have the passing stats, the pace in behind. There's so much to think about.
Well, one thing that Johnny can't think about now is that he is very much back in this game. As we can look back at replays from elsewhere. Remember, Mark was 3-1 up over Levy David, but in the 84th minute, Levy David was able to find one. Will he be able to get back into the game? Will Emre be able to find a goal here? No, he's denied, and now Johnny can look to launch a counter-attack here.
Look at Saka.
Saka's got
just
some space, but he doesn't need to be there. He's
I
enough.
feel like he was... This is the thing. Johnny normally plays that ball first time, just like that.
Just like that, but this one, there is no offside. Keeper movement does just force Haaland to double think where he's going to be heading. And now, sadly, Emre's not able to capitalise on such a good ball from earlier, but this just shows how minimal there is between some of these plays. So close to being offside, but instead is just able to get through, and it's something that Johnny needs to be aware of here.
Yeah, absolutely. See Emre building up again. Just look at the options he's got. He can switch the play. He's got John Stones marauding forward again. Player lock inside.
Well, R9 doesn't decide to play the extra ball, but Saka's done enough. As now Czech is able to defend, as he's able to get an incredible save on board once more. But once more, you can see Emre just able to win that ball back in scary areas.
It's suffocating, Johnny. Despite any area that Emre loses the ball, he's happy and confident enough to press forward and manually try and cut space again.
Here's Saka. Oh, and he shifts it across, and he shifts it through the keeper's legs. Somehow, Emre finds a 4-2 lead here. And you mentioned that Johnny earlier looked a little bit dejected. I think that one's going to hurt even more.
I'm with you, Johnny. I'll be honest. I expect more from my keeper. I think the way the tide was shifting, Emre deserved the goal. I think he's done well to break down Johnny's defense and create a lot of opportunities that on another day find the back of the net. That one, though, is a difficult pill to swallow from Johnny there. Just speed boost again, or the play into space from Saka. A lack of get a cancel into a shot. I'll be honest, Dan, I saved that. Let alone I want my keeper to save that. I want you to pick the ball up off the floor and start an attack.
That one's going to hurt. As you can see, confirmation, something else that might hurt. Mark just took down Levy David 3-2. So after a hot start from Levy, after beating Johnny, he now gives a victory away, and Mark is on the board.
It's massive. That's a huge victory for Mark 11 and Footwiz. It shows how competitive this group is as well, because on paper, I think a lot of players would associate Levy.
Oh, what a chance this is, by the way, for R9, and we're back in it. Johnny gets his third, and this game is not done just yet.
It really is, and I can barely finish a sentence before an attack stems again from either of these players. Johnny, straight down the other end there, getting a goal back in this game, and I'd love to see the replay of that again. I believe it was a first-time ball over the top from Johnny, which, again, we've been accustomed to throughout the season of just a way how he attacks, and whether it's the little dinks into the strikers, we haven't seen much of that, but this is something we've seen quite a few times there. It's Hosselu just playing it messy first time over. It just about breaks the defensive line of Emre. And of course, a Travella finish to make it 4-3 in this game.
A little bit of frustration on the side of Emre as well. He knows he's giving a path back into the game. The window has very much opened now, but are we going to be able to see Johnny climb through it? Or can Emre shut it once more as he did previously, albeit somewhat fortunately with the Saka goal, although the lead up to the goal was good. I mean, the move you make with Saka, almost some might say deserves a goal.
Yeah, it's intense pressing. Again, you could argue a mistake there from Emre, straight from kickoff in possession.
Well, he can see a chance for Johnny, and actually R9 could hit this if he wanted to, but quick to defend is Emre to shut that one down. And again, defensively, you're always going to have players like Virgil van Dijk who can step in when you need them. Kanate now plays one forward. You can see the pressure coming in from Johnny. He's trying to up the ante a little bit, but the free kick will be given, which will just slow things down and also open up some more space for Emre on the attack. Left is very clear here, so he will play that long raking through ball. It's Havertz who's now going to be on this left-hand side. I'm sure he could cause a little bit of a ruckus as well, especially if John Stones can. You know that Havertz can as well. Mbappe now plays one inside. Toni Kroos could shoot, will shoot, and will score. And again, Emre looks to try and create a gap between the two here.
The speed boost again from Emre Yilmaz is he's the best in the world at that. It's unbelievable. It doesn't matter who it is. Toni Kroos in possession that you think, all right, maybe he's going to look for a first-time ball or recycle possession, maybe look for a driven pass to the striker. Takes the ball, speed boost into the space, and you can't really do anything unless you preemptively try and move a defender there. The replay will show it perfectly again. Mbappe to Toni Kroos, the speed boost straight off the touch. The green time finishing across goal. This is what I mean with Emre being meticulous and precise with every aspect of the game, because who else really does that?
So difficult to defend against, right?
Yeah.
Just when you think you've got a read, just when you think you've got a player in the right position, Emre Yilmaz just plucks it away from you with the speed boost, and now he has a 2-goal lead yet again. And if you're Emre here, you're probably thinking, all right, I've allowed him back into the game time and time again. It's time to close this one out.
Absolutely, and I'm sure Emre, if he defends this kickoff and quick response, I think Emre will be confident enough to try his best and force Johnny to push more bodies forward.
And as a reminder, there's no draws in the group stage, so if Johnny were able to get back into it and take us to 5-5, it would be extra time and then penalties if we need them, but he has to try and find a fourth first, and you know full well Emre is going to make it difficult for him here. Does get a throw in though. Will allow him to maybe play a over-the-top through ball. He does attempt it on this right-hand side, but this time it is denied, and that's far better defending here from Emre.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's starting to understand that. I was about to bring this point up a little bit earlier, just before Johnny scored the third goal. I think Johnny's realised Emre's playing high depth, very high depth. He could be doing that all manually offside trapping, but the defence steps up very, very quickly. So those first-time balls over the top, if you trigger a run for Johnny, then you're basically in behind at all time. He's done it 2 or 3 times this game so far.
Still has possession here. The ball doesn't go out of play, and Emre now has a chance to finish this game off. Mbappe just cut inside. Saka, no, it's beautiful. It's magical. It's Emre Yilmaz at his very best.
That running fake shot there to get around the defender, to play the pass, and the composure there in the box to pick the right choice, to take the touch, to turn, and to put the ball in the back of the net. And that is why Emre is one of the best players in the world, and a 6-3 win is one way to bounce back, get 3 points on the board, especially after losing 4-0 in your first game. And we're on course to seeing Johnny potentially being 0 points from a possible 6. 2 losses, and somebody that's got 2 wins is Jafonzo. Match finishing 6-1 against Web Nasri. So Jafonzo scoring 10 goals in 2 games at this level of competition is unbelievable from Jafonzo.
Jafonzo looking like the informed player at the moment, especially now off the back of this game and the back of Levi David losing a game. We have to look at who's going to be potentially going through. As now Johnny, what's he got left? Has he got maybe a finesse? But no, just over. And with that going over, just wondering if there's too little time to get back into this one, as Emre can now use the clock to his advantage. He can play this ball around. He can do whatever he wants. He can even go for another goal if he wants to, because Haaland has all the room in the world. And this would be the final nail in the coffin, and it will be. Emre Yilmaz will be getting 3 points from this game, and he's been pretty emphatic.
Yep, he has done. In the second half, he's been prodding and probing, creating a lot of opportunities to score goals, and it's 7 goals in his favour. And for Johnny, it's a shake of the head and a drink from the ball. He knows that there's no route back into this game. It's just a space. You can't really do anything. When you push forward, naturally bodies will be out of position, and and your opponent can capitalize on it, and that is exactly what Emre Yilmaz has done there. Green time finishing, finesse shot across the face of goal, and little nod of the head. He knows he's got 3 points on the board.
Well, elsewhere, Young versus Abu Maka is still going on, I believe, into extra time, and Young has just taken a 3-2 lead there against Abu Maka. You talk about these results, you talk about these games and how tight they are. It's so difficult to call these leaderboard because the favorites seem to be losing in some of these games and really is changing everything.
Yeah, the thing is, Young, again, he's so good, but it wouldn't be someone I would say naturally top 3 in the group. Big save there to prevent further goals going in, but again, I spoke about Young's performance earlier on this season in the FC Pro World Championships against Anders. I think you could argue maybe even deserved to win that game, and he now really lost that game. I believe it was on penalties, if my memory serves correct, but Young is a top player and someone that could slide under the radar.
Well, we'd put Young at the top of the leaderboard with Jafonzo with 2 wins as well, 6 points, and the only 2 players to be up there, as everyone else has been trading back and forth with their victories. As a victory is very likely at this point for Emre Yilmaz. There's no chance for Johnny to get back into this game, but goal difference could play a part in this tournament later on the tiebreakers, so it is still worth trying to either hold on to this 4-goal advantage or, of course, increase it to even more, as Johnny does have a chance to maybe decrease his goal difference. Sadly, though, it's rescued back by Emre Yilmaz, who now marches forward yet again. That's a great ball through the middle. R9, though, will be contested by Konate.
Yeah, well defended as well there. There's been a strong performance from Emre Yilmaz in this game. Johnny, it's a tough one to take. It's a very difficult one to take, and he knows he'll have to bounce back as quick as possible. When the thing is, the games don't let up. They don't really get too much easier than. It's a tough one because Johnny will know he has to bounce back as quick as possible. And in round 3, it's still a very difficult game for him to play. I believe he plays Mark 11.
Who's currently found a victory against Levermead, right? So it's insane, the back-to-back games you have to try and face. As maybe there's a chance for one more goal here, plays it back, and that goal difference will be increased by 1 more as Emre Yilmaz makes it 8-3. So it was 6-1 back at the World Championships, but here at the Esports World Cup, 8-3 in favour of Emre Yilmaz.
Yep, still a 5-goal difference between both of those results. And the thing about Emre, if you look at his player cam, you think maybe he's losing. No emotion. It's just cutthroat. It's very straightforward. He's here to do a job. He's still annoyed about the first loss. He'll be devastated about it, despite even winning this. And Emre's a top professional. He would definitely be thinking, could he have played that game a little bit different to try and get some sort of result from it?
Well, the final whistle about to come through, and there's the confirmation. Emre Yilmaz shakes the hand of his coach, a pat on the back, and boy, does he deserve it. As you mentioned, he's focused. He looks locked in. He looks a little bit annoyed, despite the fact he's just destroyed his opponent. As he will walk across to, of course, give a little fist bump. His consolations towards Johnny, who now finds himself 2 games in and 0 points on the board. It's going to have to be a rescue mission for Johnny, not just to get out of this group, but if he wants to get into the knockout stages automatically, he's going to have to win pretty much the remaining 5 games to be up there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this group stage, because it's wins and losses, there's no draws. It's very difficult to think how many points would be needed to finish top 3. I've had it, or even to get into the resurrection stage between 4th and 6th. Before I spoke with Mike about this, he thinks 6 points will be enough to get through to the resurrection stage. It's so difficult to call just because without draws, I would think even 9, is that too much? I don't know.
It's tough to say. I mean, right now, 2 players on 0 points, Web Nasri and Johnny. And then you've got 2 players on 6 points, Jafonzo and Young. Everyone else is on 3 points. What a great game we just saw. Let's send it down to the analysts and see what they have to say about it.
A bit of a shock, I think, here in the studio. Johnny, after 2 matches there, having 0 points next to his name, I think we all felt he was going to come out and show the world exactly what we saw earlier on in the season. The fact that he went on the big stage twice, I think maybe everyone at home, maybe everyone here expected that as well. Am I maybe rude in saying he's already on the beach? Maybe he already won a big tournament and that maybe got the better of him for the season. You know when players win something big, they've ticked off a massive career goal and then they can't quite live up to it again, it's peaking twice. In sport, we just come off the Olympic Games, guys.
Yeah.
We had to peak twice. These athletes, we're calling these players athletes. It's hard to do.
Yeah, I think like some players could have an issue to play with the pressure on. So when he won his last tournament, he wasn't like quite one of the favorites. He was a bit under the radar, definitely. And now he comes in as one of the favorites. And maybe that kind of, weight could be, for some players, hard to carry, perhaps.
And I mean, at the World Cup, he got knocked out to Anders. So I'm turning it on its head now and giving a positive. Johnny, at the EAFC World Cup last month in Berlin, he went to the knockouts, got knocked out to the eventual champion Anders. This is the quality of this player. What we're seeing on the stage doesn't quite represent that quality, does it, Mike?
I just don't think he was past the first game where he lost previously versus Levy. I think that was still in his head. He's still thinking about that going into this game. And this is the harsh reality. Yilmaz played way better than he did earlier on. He lost 4-0 in his opener. He didn't look like himself. That was championship style there. We saw the step over, some of the engaging acts of offensive ingenuity and key moments with players that weren't necessarily typical heroes. You see what Tony Cruz could do. You saw what Stones could do. And there's just a bit of a wait and bake, and he was able to turn them so smoothly. And it's really difficult when every player becomes an offensive weapon, and that's kind of what Yilmaz is known for.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, Johnny was quite close both games. I mean, this last game here, it was just like, it was close on the minute 65, and then he had to kind of push forward and got countered, and then, numbers got a bit bigger. But at the same time, we have, so group stage is then 7 games. You can get 21 points, and I think, as Ryan said, maybe 6 points is enough. And he has now faced, I say, the toughest players in this group on paper. So he just has to win 2 games out of 5. So I think he's still looking quite okay to make top 6.
But you say that, Stephans has got 6. Young has got 6 points, we believe. It's an extra time, I think, at the moment. But can you read into the fact that maybe Emre Yilmaz, he was allowed to walk across the boulevard, a 5-minute walk from that secondary stage he played his first match on, just to clear his head, just to get up out of his seat, whereas Johnny had to sit there with the audience, with that defeat in that exactly the same chair where he actually moved across. But still, that gets to you, doesn't it?
I wouldn't want to be in Johnny's circumstance where he just came off a bad loss. You're sitting on the big stage. But I'll also say this about Yilmaz. And Ivan, you've always been one of these types of players. You get a slow start, you got to kick in. Yilmaz surely didn't look like himself. We lost 4-0 to Jafonzo, and that's not to take anything away from Jafonzo. But the fact that he didn't score any goals just tells me he could not have been flowing.
We're quickly having a look at this, and you can see that Jafonzo and Young, 6 points there, which is coming in behind us. Mike, do you want to go up and point? Because it's quite far away. Go on, get up there.
Which one are you sending me to?
You can go in.
All right, here we go.
And then Levy,
so
3, here we go. Point them out.
Yeah, so you've got Jafonzo, 2 wins, no losses. Same with Young, which I don't think is a surprise. I've always rated his game, but for a lot of people, maybe you don't expect him at the top right now. Levy, coming off that big result, I don't think anyone expected Mark to forge that upset. Remember, Mark's always kind of a dark horse, so he's got himself back into the game. Abumaka, the hometown fans are ready to pop off. If you give him an opportunity, that's going to happen. You got Yilmaz, who looked like himself there. Webb Nasri, I think a lot of people have written off. This is maybe not a surprise. We don't know what's happening in Japan a lot of times with the competitive scene. And then Johnny at the bottom needs a team talk, needs a rebuttal. If he can get something on the board, remember, there's no draws, so there will be a lot of interchangeability, and Ivan touched on it. You'll be able to get yourself in a position maybe to get top 6, but you might start to struggle to get in that top 3 and be realistic, depending how these results carry on.
Yeah, you can see that there as well. 1, 2, 3 means you actually skip Saturday. You go straight to Sunday. If you're in 4, 5, and 6, that means you come back and it's the redemption stage on Saturday. And then if you're in the bottom 2, unfortunately, we don't see you after tomorrow. You play tomorrow, you finish your round robins, and then we actually have 1 round robin, I believe, still on the Saturday as well. But you don't want to be in those lower end of those group stages there. Jafonso, we already mentioned him, 6-1 a moment ago over Webb Nasri. He's scoring goals for fun, like we said. Maybe that is just the momentum very much on his side for us.
Yeah, definitely. Full of confidence, having such thought. I mean, he's just now flying. Just like after that first game, beating one of the favorites with 4-0. We just spoke about it. I mean, that's a huge result. But we see him this season, and the potential is huge. His defense is really world class, and also attack is so patient. So I think he definitely has the capacity to beat anyone here.
Young is a player we don't, or haven't, spoken about that much. He's been around for years, and he's been a part of the kind of South Americans who have done the job on the big stage last year and in Copenhagen 2 years ago, part of that setup. He was invited here as well, so he got the invite and he's making the most of it at the moment, Mike.
And you love to see that. Like I said, I'm personally a fan of his gameplay, very offensive, Brazilian flair, what you would probably expect, ins and outs. If you're looking at a lot of the South American players, they're kind of known for the intricacies, those little details, pass and move, tiki-taka-esque, if you will. Anytime you watch Libertadores, you always get a reminder of how these guys want to play the game. A lot of those small details and intangibles. So I'm happy to see that that's working for him and that it's not a wasted opportunity. I don't want to be a jinx. There is often a curse of a commentator, or maybe a curse of an analysis, but he's probably a guy that's unexpected in that group to be at the top. Same with Jafonso. I mean, we talked about it, but I think for the masses, he's not as big of a name. But remember, this year he joined EMLS, dominated that league, took care of business, was able to get the job done on the biggest of stages, and he's been very consistent. I love some continuity in my storytelling. You give me a nice narrative, I like it start to finish. Yeah. If it lines up, it lines up.
Grab those points when you can. That's what I say about this, because it's tough. It is definitely tough. Okay, well, I was mentioning you have to walk across the boulevard to get to the secondary stage where all the other matchups, not the featured matchups, are taking place. And Leah Ravel, our reporter, she's gone and done just that for us.
Hello, everyone. Leah Ravel here, back in the secondary arena, giving you a recap on the Group A Round 2 matches. Jafonso keeping his hot streak going with not a 1, not a 2, but a 6-1 victory over Webb Nasri. Mark 11 bouncing back after his first defeat with a 3-2 win over the Eredivisie champion Levi David. The match between Abu Maka and Young is still ongoing, but we will give you an update on that match score after this short break.
ودك تلعب كمحترف لكأس العالم للألعاب الإلكترونية؟ خلنا نعلمك. أكسون، أنت منتعش، جاهز للمنافسة ومتحمس تلعب لساعات طويلة. أكسوف، فيك لاج، مو مركز وبتتأخر، فهمت؟ يلا نعيد مرة ثانية. لتلعب لعبك لازم تنتعش بالأول، خلي أكس أون. العب، عيد. أكس في كأس العالم للألعاب الإلكترونية.
Being at the EWC is amazing. It's a nice feeling to reach this kind of competition and very excited to play. I am the one to win the EWC is because I've been through the whole year consistent but just didn't win a trophy yet, so maybe this is the one. Like if I play good then you can win the whole tournament, it's just rely on yourself. EAFC you play just at you played as kid with friends, just it starts at the beginning of your life, so it's just a long memory and now you play it competitive. It's a dream for me to playing this kind of level, growing up as a kid, playing EAFC and now just be able to play competitive is just a dream. My playstyle is like very attacking. I like to score goals, I like to attack, make the opponent nervous a little bit, and I think that's my playstyle. My play on passes, I don't really like to put on pass, because if I'm playing good then I just want to keep going, but if I play bad then a pass is needed. The con I fear the most is, I think it's Haaland footies. He has aerial, he's quick with his feet, speed boost, so that's the most scary card to face. The goalkeeper I trust the most is Courtois, because he's in recent EAFC also very good and he's very tall. I just stick to the meta, doesn't have like another cards and the meta cards. The money I win, I don't think about that, it's just for me it's just a tournament, play it for fun, be excited, and then you will see what comes. Wish me luck for the tournament.
Into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC, and we've had some electric matches already, and there is plenty more action to come. Dan Gaskin here alongside Ryan Pessoa. As always, it has been a pleasure to be alongside you, Ryan, and we've had some amazing matches so far.
Unbelievable matches, and the action doesn't stop there as well. The next game, the next featured game anyway, is an unbelievable time. I'm sure the home favourites and the fans will be ready to look forward to that game. Abu Maka up against Levi De Veer. That's a huge matchup.
A massive one, and of course, both players at the moment are 1-1, so they've been able to get a victory on the board, get those 3 points in their favour, but have also found a loss on their way. So this could be a huge matchup for them just to elevate their position going into tomorrow, because after these 3 matches, they get to go home, they get to rest, and they get to start thinking about those matchups that will be happening tomorrow, which is very important, really. After playing the back-to-back games, it can get very tiring, of course, but it allows you to go back home and it allows you to study. And you were mentioning it, being a player, having a coach to go over games with you, it can really change your fortunes going into the next day.
Absolutely. This is what the coaches, this is what they revel in. These are their opportunities to make a difference, because in FC 24, in my opinion, it's very difficult to micromanage in-game. I think a lot of the preparation is done beforehand, before the match is kicked off. And I think for them, knowing that they're able to go and VOD review and see other games of other competitors helps a lot.
Well, whilst we were waiting to get these players ready, we've got Rachel down in the Gidea Arena. See what she has to say.
Oh, thanks so much, Dan. Well, I came here with Mike LaBelle. I don't actually know where he went. Mike, where are you? He got in with the fans. Of course he did. He's loving his life over there. How is it with these fans? They're super fans, aren't they?
Rachel, I can't hear you, Rachel. If it wasn't clear, their Abu Maka fans are here. The energy unmatched today.
You can't hear them because you can hear exactly who they are waiting for. Abu Maka, the first Falcons player, is coming to the big stage, the arena here at the EASC World Cup. It's the first time we're going to have one of those players on here. He's got 3 points next to his name. This is a massive matchup here in the Gidea Arena. I cannot hear myself speak, let alone hear anything in it.
I can't hear anything.
Can you ask him a question about Abu Maka? This is exactly how an esports tournament should go. Having crowds like this. We were here in Saudi last year and the fans were special. They've taken it up to another level this year. It's like something I've never, ever seen before. They absolutely love it in here. And we're only heading in to match number 3. As the evening progresses, expect these fans to get even louder. Abu Maka is up next. Just wait till the chairman of Falcons, Emis Dasari, goes on stage. Well, then you really won't be able to hear yourself speak. Well, I can't call this one, but you guys at home might be able to. It's the STC Play.dg. Go on there, tell me your thoughts of who's going to win this matchup. Please, I can't hear you, so maybe you can tell us and I can go and find it on my phone. Oh my goodness, look at that. This is something special. Dan, Ryan, I'm going back to you. Maybe you can hear something.
Someone get in there and save Mike LaBelle. He's going to get lost in that sauce. He'll be there all day if he can. The fans here in the Gidea Arena, absolutely incredible, and quite rightly so. They are so excited to hear and see Abu Maka play on this main stage, and I can't wait, Ryan, because imagine if he gets a goal. This place's roof is going to get blown wide off.
It's unbelievable. It's so hard to not love it. It makes me sort of root for the players from Saudi Arabia and the Middle East as well whenever they compete, because it's unbelievable. The atmosphere is amazing. The support for all of the players is unparalleled, I'll be honest. From any competition I've ever been to, I would say the only one that sort of comes close, but isn't even still at that level, is in South America. Yeah. They always support their players, and it's unbelievable to see.
Well, it's going to be Levi De Veer as his opponent, and it's going to be difficult to go up against that crowd, because if you score a goal, I'm sure there might be a few boos happening as well, which is going to be different for Levi De Veer. When he won earlier, the crowd were actually on his side. They were all cheering for him, but now suddenly he is not going to be the fan favorite. This, though, is going to be a very difficult matchup for both of these players. I think coming into the third and final matchup of their day, after taking a loss, both of them, off the back of it, suddenly mentality is not going to be in the same position it was after that initial win. And for Abu Maka, it was an extra time loss in the end, 4-3 versus Young. So he really is going to have to pick himself up here.
Yeah, I always find those type of losses are way more painful than one if you're getting beaten by 5 or 6. You kind of understood from before the final whistle, you knew you lost the game. When it goes into extra time and penalties, potentially, it's very difficult to take that loss on the chin and move on into the next game. And again, there's no letting up. You're playing against an opponent who, if not on the same level, potentially even better in terms of accomplishments compared to Young, and I'm sure Lev would be hoping to bounce back as well.
Well, Abu Maka is looking to try and make the stage and the fans erupt again. I mean, do you have a favorite for this one? Because, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, so you have to go against the fans here, but Levi David, for me, seems to be like the more informed player from what I've seen, but of course we haven't actually had Abu Maka on our screens yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. We haven't seen him. I think that's so difficult to make a prediction just based off of that. But I'm still going to make a prediction anyway. I'm going to go I'm going to go against the fans. I'm so sorry. I'm going for Levi David to win this game, but Abu Maka, every time I've seen him, I've been very, very impressed. And every single time I've seen him, I've gone against him. So maybe I'm his good omen. Every time I root against him, he wins. So maybe it works on both sides.
Well, we've got the predictions from Ryan, and we can also see how you guys at home are feeling. 71% of the audience prediction going in favor of Abu Maka here. And, hey, Levi David, if you like inspiration from people going against you, this is going to be exactly that. That is a heavy audience prediction that we've seen.
Yeah, and I'm sure Levi would sort of feed into that. We saw when he won the game, he was sort of gesturing over to the crowd in the first round, and albeit this time it's against him, I think it will sort of help him a little bit because he seems to be someone, the personality of someone that will want to prove people wrong, and then he knows that once he conceives, or if he conceives, the crowd will be roaring in favor of Abu Maka, so I'm sure he'll want to quieten them down a little bit.
I mean, both of these players had an incredible performance at DreamHack leading up to this tournament. We had Levi, who came second at DreamHack Summer to qualify for this. Abu finished top 4 at DreamHack Summer to qualify. So both of them, I mean, in form from previous tournaments as well. I remember Abu Maka actually took down Tex in that tournament. And I mean, if you don't know Tex and you're watching FC, then where have you been for the last few years? But that is kind of a position in himself to have that confidence coming into this tournament, right?
Yeah, exactly. He performed well in the FC Pro World Championships. Again, when he defeated Tex, it was sort of, that was a very close game.
Yeah.
But to come out on top in that game, it of course give him a boost of confidence because he's beaten one of the best there's ever been. So I'm sure going into this tournament now, he knows that his group is full of players on that similar level. So he'll be prepared. And it's in his home nation. I'm sure he want to do the fans proud and everyone at home proud. So I know I might actually change my prediction.
Change his prediction.
The game hasn't kicked off, so I'm allowed to check. I'm gonna go with Abu Maka. I'm gonna go with Abu Maka. I think the crowd are on his side wholeheartedly, and I'm gonna stick with it. I'm locking it in. Abu Maka to win this game.
That's brave. So the last time they played against each other was DreamHack as well, and actually Levi David beat him 4-1.
I've changed my prediction again.
Change it back. Change it back.
I'm sticking with it.
He's back and forth, flip-flopping. I mean, I feel like this game is going to be back and forth as well. But one thing I can promise you and promise the fans in the arena, this is going to be an absolute banger of a game. And I think that, you know, both of these players will come into this one looking to try and get a hot start.
Yeah.
But one thing they would have learned from their games they just had, right, is anyone can come back into it. It's not over till it's over.
Absolutely. And both players will know that very, very well, as you mentioned, from their experience in the game. The crowd, I just can't get over it. The support for Team Falcons is unbelievable. Maybe it does make a difference. I always say it doesn't, but clearly it does. Team Falcons are leading by quite some margin in the club championship. Maybe it does make that big difference, and for Abu Maka, I'm sure he'll be hoping it does.
I mean, home advantage is definitely a thing in real football, right? And having the crowd on your side, and even though players are often provided with noise-cancelling earphones, sometimes that still gets through. Sometimes you still hear that noise, and it can inspire you. I mean, throughout other competitive titles here at the Esports World Cup, we've had Team Falcons have the fans on their side, and players have said they hear it. It amps them up. It gets them ready for that game. But on the other side, it can also do exactly the same thing. It can inspire you because you want to shut up the crowd.
That's what I'm saying. You've played as well competitively. Do you think that would make a difference to you if the crowd are rooting against you?
So one of my favorite experiences of competing when I was like 16, so it's a long time ago now, is the whole crowd was sat on the opposition side, because we used to have 2 screens, right?
Okay.
One screen in the other, and they were sat on the opposition side. I won the first game, and everyone moved over, and like that gave me so much confidence. I was like, these people want to see me play, and I feel like that's the same way for Abu Maka here. He's like, I need to put on a show. They're here to see me. Let's make sure I put on a show. But at the same time, confidence, right? Could that change your confidence? Could you get overconfident? Could there be too much pressure on your shoulders here?
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult for Abu Maka if he goes a goal down, because suddenly you start to think, am I disappointing these fans?
That's the thing. I was just about to mention that. I feel like maybe that could compound into making you feel more nervous, more than anything going into it, because, as you said, you go a goal down and then you look to the crowd. But the thing is, the support will still be there. It's unwavering. They're still going to support you and push you on to try and get back into the game. So, yeah, I just want to kick off and get ready for it.
We're very close to kicking off, and of course we will introduce the players to the stage eventually, and it will allow them to have their moment in the limelight, because that walkout is going to be nuts. You heard the crowd where the players weren't even on the stage. As soon as they get the chance to walk out, it's going to feel like a WWE match at this point, right?
Yeah, it's going to be special. Again, I'm just going to, obviously Abu Maka, I think he's quiet. He's a humble person. He's such a nice guy. Honestly, one of the nicest guys I met. There's a language barrier, but he's a very nice person. But I feel like for Levy, I want to see how he reacts to the crowd cheering against him.
Well, we'll have to find out how this one is going to go down, because in 10 seconds, Nicole and Milos are about to introduce these players to the stage. It's going to be an intense matchup. It's going to be an intense crowd. Nicole, Milos, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Wow, what an atmosphere here in the Gidea Arena. This is incredible. They are making so much noise. I mean, Milos, this is so exciting, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and can be quite intimidating for a lot of players that are coming up. You're kind of feeling all that action, whether you're playing against a Team Falcons player or not.
Yeah, and by the way, what a brilliant game we just saw here on this stage again, by the way.
An 8-goal zinger, that is a statement I think every player is going to be looking at.
Yeah, okay, I think it is time to bring out our next players. So please welcome to the stage, Levi David, representing Team Liquid. Oh, you can hear the crowd here right now, but Levi is very experienced. I don't think that he will let this noise get to him. He's lost one and won one game so far, so what can he do next?
We got to do it. And his opponent, representing Team Falcons, Abu Maka! Our Saudi representatives of the hometown heroes is one of the best the region has to offer, having also reached the quarterfinals in most international tournaments. And here, can the crowd's cheers carry him over to victory after a close loss just before getting on the Gidea Arena stage?
Well, we will soon find out. This place is going to be absolutely bouncing. Let's head to our casters.
Unbelievable way to introduce Abu Maka to the stage, and the hostile environment for Levi David booed as he arrived. We don't see things like this happen in FC very often. A home advantage, a crowd like this is insane.
Yeah, we really don't. You can see the little rice smile from Levy when he was walking out. Abu Maka feeding into the crowd as well. The support for him is unbelievable. Honestly, I've never seen anything like this at an event before for EAFC, and I just love it. I love it.
This is incredible, and Abu Maka living and breathing every moment of it as he applauds the fans that are here to cheer him on. But now it's time to lock in and go into business mode, because there's a job to do here, and it's to beat Levi David so that he puts himself on 6 points going into tomorrow's matches. But for Levi David, it's about blocking out the noise. The headphones are in, the earplugs are there as well. You need everything to be able to shut out this crowd. This is going to be an incredible matchup, which could very quickly get out of hand, by the way, because if Abu Maka was able to get goal after goal, the crowd is going to roll with it. The only time I think I've heard something similar in recent years would be maybe at the EMLS finals when you see the Austin players play, right? Because it is in Austin, Texas. This is a home crowd advantage for him, and certainly if he gets the lead, he can roll with it. But if you go behind, that's when things can start to get a little bit tricky. When you hear that crowd is silent, then that gets a worry on your mind.
It's true, and I think a lot of players, I think, will be good at combating and being the player that doesn't have the fair share of support on their side. You've seen Anders, I think in previous years, and even this year, he'd play into that crowd a little bit more and start to express his own emotion. But I think for Levy's very, very humble as well. But I think for him to come, I want to just see what he does when he scores. I want gestures to the crowd. I want there to be animosity between himself and the players and fans that are supporting Team Falcons in this game, because the support, it's not even close on who's the favourite here in terms of the supporting crowd here.
I mean, and when you look at the club championships, I mean, Team Falcons are right at the top, but Team Liquid are one of the teams that are up there in contention, of course, and this could be what turns their club championship around, with Levi David taking a victory here and maybe marching on to lift that trophy on your screen, but still a long way to go yet. And I love what you pointed out, Levi David, very humble, such a nice, genuine human being, but what happens when he gets to shut up this crowd, or if he gets to shut up this crowd? We're about to find out, because kickoff is happening in front of our very eyes. It's going to be Levi David kicking from left to right, Abu Maka from right to left in the white strip, and this crowd will be waiting with bated breath for the first goal and which way it's going to be heading here in this game.
Absolutely. I was able to take a little glance at Abu Maka's squad and the personnel selection. We're seeing the first time on the main stage Johan Cruyff being used, Eder Militao as well. He's starting with Frimpong, Vitinha as well in midfield. It just goes to show the depth of options you're able to select from for genuinely every single position in the game.
So many choices, and maybe one of them first on the team sheet. And actually, he plays it across, and the first goal goes to Levi David. And that is one way to silence the crowd. But there is no reaction from Levi. It is focus, it is business, it is making sure he gets this job done.
Yeah, it's everything Levi would have dreamed to start off in this game. It's exactly what he done against Johnny. Going through early on, a pass across the goal there for an easy finish. We take a look at the replay. Again, just space just opened up. A simple through ball to R9. The pass across goal there. There's not much Abu Maka could have done to stop that going in when there's no goalkeeper and an open net to finish. And Levi starting this game perfectly well, but I can still hear the crowd chanting for Abu Maka there.
I mean, the crowd's still not being silenced, and they make sure their voices are heard as they still support Abu Maka here in this game. But Levi David, I will wonder what happens if he was to win. Would he then react to the crowd? As elsewhere, a replay coming in as Johnny takes the lead against Mark. And maybe that can be him getting back on track, because remember, Johnny has lost 2 already so far and desperately needs some points in this group. As now, here comes Abu Maka with a chance. Frimpong on the left-hand side, players in the middle, but he's still going forward, and it's a good tackle from Levi David to hold on.
Great tackle. I was sort of looking at the back post there. I saw Harlem marauding into the box. I thought maybe he could look to try and dink it to the back post. Went direct to Frimpong. Couldn't get the success in the area that he wanted, and we saw there Johnny up against Mark. There's also Jafonzo up against Young, so we'll definitely have somebody at 9 points or on 9 points at the end of the day here.
Could be something for Mbappe. Still has the ball, dinks one in. Haaland's there, he's always winning those, and it's 2 for Levi David, and Team Liquid will find the second, and it's again just focus. It's a drink of water, and it is head in the game.
I didn't get to finish the matches. We've still got, there's Emre versus well, but this is 2-0 in this game. Haaland, I think it was Haaland up against Haaland in that situation. Again, when the replay comes in, it's a lot easier to dissect, but I would expect Abu Maka's Haaland was running back and in motion. You'd expect to get more trajectory to run and jump. I think if you're aiming the header the opposite way, you're less likely to win the header, if that makes sense. It's so hard to explain, but when you're playing, the coach always told me to head the way I'm facing when defending. And I think Abu Maka may have just aimed a different way, but I'd still expect my defender to, well, Haaland in that situation, to win the header. But Levi does well. Manual headers, of course, so you have to angle it and aim it perfectly to get into the bottom corner there.
Difficult to explain, but you explained it perfectly. That's why you're here, Ryan, as we will look at replays as Mark tries to battle his way back into the game, and it's a deflection that goes his way, and it is all going to be tied up between Johnny and Mark in that matchup. Remember, there are 3 other matches happening at the moment as Frimpong tries to play a ball in. Abu Maka can't get on the end of it, though. Haaland just not able to find that direct header that he would have wanted. A chance now for Levi to build from the back once more. And even though, you know, Levi has a 2-0 lead here, as speaking of 2-0 leads, Jafonzo's back at it again. Remember, that's a matchup of 2 players who are on 6 points right now, so Jafonzo will go home today as the leader of this group if he is to carry on in this way.
Jafonzo's absolutely flying.
Could Abu Maka send these fans flying in the audience? Saka plays it out left. Here's Frimpong. Has the chance to play it back to Mbappe, and there we go, there we have it. The crowd get what they wanted as Abu Maka gets his first back into this game.
It's a well-worked goal there. Again, just having Haaland at the back post forces your opponent to think about who are they defending, who are they prioritizing. In the box there, play to Mbappe, finesse shot into the far corner, and it looks easy, but it's well calculated and well planned out there from Abu Maka.
Well, the fans delighted with that one, quite rightfully so, but still a job to do here for Abu Maka. But most importantly, he's on the board and is not allowing Levi David to run away with this one. As we look back at the replay here, I mean, it was great, just passing move here, Ryan.
Yeah, it really was. It's just a ball roll inside to get the angle for the pass. And Mbappe, again, it's just the play style plus is just perfect for it, for those situations, those angles to get the goal there back into this game. And the support there from the crowd, it sort of pins me back to the last chance qualifier a few days ago. Abu Fawzi made it to the last stage. He finished third. He was so close to making it to this tournament. Hold on there. There's a replay, and it's in the game between Emre Yilmaz and Web Nasri. 25 minutes in, Web Nasri 1-0 up. Could we be seeing an upset there, and Web Nasri potentially getting points on the board the first time today? A dinked ball into the box there.
Was a chance, might be a corner here, and will be a corner. So Levy, can he find the head of Erling Haaland? Yes, he can, but great save. As Czech just puts this one out, but it is going to be back-to-back corners. Taken very fast, and too fast for Abu Maka to find any defender to stop it. And Levi David regains his 2-goal advantage.
It's so quick, the way he takes a corner. He's already basically powering the ball up when there's a little cutscene there. So you can't, if you move the goalkeeper out, you're not going to be able to get enough speed to get close enough to Haaland there. The ball's whipped in, he's moved Haaland to the near post. And once you bring him out, knowing he's not going to get there, again, it's a goal. You just know what's going to happen as Abu Maka. You sort of just close your eyes and just pray that your opponent has sort of aimed it or maybe overpowered it a little bit. But other than that, there's not much you can really do as Levy restores his 2-goal lead here.
Quite the response from Levy.
I was just
the speed of which from these corners as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just mentioning how in the last chance qualifier, Abu Fawzi was sort of brought on and pushed on when he was losing in games. And Johnny against Mark 11, 2-2 in that game, nothing to separate either player so far.
There's goals flying in every single game right now. And we're not even halfway through the games today.
Yeah.
Plenty more action to arrive on your screens. As now Abu Maka looks to try and find one more. Hullet on the edge will find Saka! But Courtois saves. And that is a massive save to keep Levy 2 goals ahead here.
Absolutely. I thought we were destined to see the second goal for Abu Maka. It was well worked there. The driven pass to Ruud Hullet, playing it into Saka. And you just think the moment he takes it in a stride there and goes towards goal, you think surely he scores.
On control of the ball in the middle of the pitch now for Levy, and he's happy to play it back, recycle the play, and rethink how he wants to plan this attack as Haaland strides forward now with those incredibly long legs. Plays it back into Hullet. Will be one more. A lot of space out on the right. And oh my God!
I screamed. I genuinely
screamed. My Lord! I think Ryan almost just shot himself through the roof. And I tell you what, we both would have been screaming our heads off, as that is an unbelievable attempt.
If that went in, that would have been probably the first time I've seen a goal like that in FC 24, 100%.
We can get a replay just to calm ourselves down, and it was a penalty, and it was between Johnny and Mark, and it is going to be the goal. R9 slots it in for Mark as he takes a 3-2 lead. So Johnny, at the moment, it would be 3 back-to-back losses. He needs to find something else. As you can see, Web Nasri now 2-1 up against Emre Yilmaz. By the way, that would be the biggest upset so far and would really shake up this group and the expectations of who would be going through in this one as well.
That would be... It would change the whole dynamics of the group here, because on paper, Emre Yilmaz would be the clear favourite. For him to lose would be a tough pill for him to swallow.
Frimpong plays it out. Hullet could try and drive it. Saka, one more. Oh, it's beautiful from Abu Maka as he gets his second on the board, as the crowd start to believe once more that he's still in this game.
Yeah, if I'm in the crowd, I'd be on my feet as well. Even if I'm rooting for Levy, that's a sensational goal. Just the build-up there, picking the right passes, and the composure, wait for the goalkeeper movement, you put it into the other corner, just sliding it in. It's a simple finish, but it's unbelievable. Just the pass, the triggered run with Vitinha, there's not much you can do there once you commit with the goalkeeper, and you're sort of stationary there, stuck there for Levi David, and Abu Maka is just, it's a perfectly fluid goal there for him to get back into the game.
Well, certainly these games have not disappointed so far today at the Esports World Cup. They've been back and forth, goals flying in everywhere. And for a neutral, it has been beautiful to watch. Maybe it's heart-and-mouth moments for some of the Abu Maka fans, but at least they know there is still hope here in this one. 30 minutes gone, 3-2 in favour of Levy. As Levy tries to win this ball back, but can't wrestle it through. Mbappe now has support in the middle. Hullet's making a run. Haaland with little 1-2. Back again as Saka looks to try and maybe create some space here on the edge. There is a lot of players in the box, but no one really that can maybe be crossed to yet. Hullet plays one in. Haaland on the end of it. Haaland again, but defensively, Levy just holds on.
Couldn't bring it down. That Ruud Hullet, the position he's taking up every single time there for Abu Maka, you can see why he's included in the squad. He's a pivotal player just to recycle possession. You build up on one side, there's no space to break down the defense, and you play it inside a driven pass, and that time, the first time ball over the top wasn't able to be brought down by Haaland.
Well, Mbappe's found Saka here, and Abu Maka! And it's all tied up 3-3. Unbelievable scenes here in the Guinea Arena. And somehow, some way, Abu Maka keeps clawing his way back into this one.
You really can't count him out. Again, a well-worked goal, utilising the spaces then, and Levy's slight defensive deficiency. There was just so many bodies forward there in that situation for Abu Maka to try and play a pass. And he just picks the right pass. More often than not, he always seems to do that. It's a very difficult thing, because when you're playing and you're so focused in to make the right choices offensively all the time, it's very difficult. Just there, perfect. It's a perfect ball. And the finessing at the near post for Saka to score. I think defensively there, you're thinking, for me, I'll be prioritizing defending the wide player there. I think Saka, I'd expect my defender to step forward, but if you're not controlling them or moving them into the right passing lane, obviously Saka will have the speed to take it in a stride and get in on goal. And it's just very, very smart attacking from Abu Maka.
Well, there's goals elsewhere. And it was Emre versus Web Nasri, and it is Web Nasri again who finds his third goal in the 41st minute there. And there is a big upset on the cards if Emre is not careful. Half-time between Jafonso and Young. It's a 2-1 lead for Jafonso as he looks to try and continue his perfect record here at this tournament. In fact, both players trying to continue their perfect record. Now here, how will Levy respond after throwing away a 2-goal lead here? Can he maybe get a goal back just before half-time as Hullet strikes one from distance? Is going to be punched away, but remember, it's a corner. It's quickly taken. It's Haaland, but this time defended well. But Levy maybe rescues this one, does rescue this one, still has possession, but just tries to slow it down a little bit, recycles back towards his defenders, and he says, look, I'm going to try and hit this at a different angle.
Does well there. It's very smart just to not force an attack and force passes forward. You can just keep possession and wait for the spaces to open up for your players to be in the right position.
R9 receives the ball, plays it into Haaland, and what a finish! What a goal, and what a passage of play.
It's unbelievable play from Levy there. Just to pass the touch with Haaland back from where it came is so smart there. Just to, the keeper sort of shuffles across, and you can just shoot, for, not first time, but take a touch and then shoot to that corner, and it's a beautifully worked goal there. Driven past to R9 Ronaldo. Just a touch there. Konate sort of jockeying and shifting across. The momentum's completely against him. It's just a perfect goal from Levy.
How many players would have just struck it first time there with Haaland, but just knowing that extra touch, that extra second to set yourself apart from the defender, and it puts Levi David ahead here. Very intelligent from Levi David. Just give the crowd hope once more so he can crush it again. Maybe he's just planning that all along. You could have seen there's going to be one goal going back in favour of Emre as it's 3-2 between himself and Web Nasri. But we're about at half-time here, but there's a chance for Abu Maka to make this 4-4. It's Saka again, will go for the shot, follow up from Mbappe, and we're tied up yet again here. And what an absolute menace of a match we have in front of us.
Mechanically, we're seeing some of the best plays there. Abu Maka player locking onto Saka. I'm interested to see if that was an automated offside trap from Levy, or if he manually offside trapped there. I think it was automated because of the depth being so high. But he player looks with Saka. He's in behind here, in on goal. It wasn't perfect because he maybe took it a little bit further. Didn't green time it, but the rebound fell in his favour. And Mbappe with an easy finish. And it's 8 goals so far in this first half. And potentially one last attack here from either of these players. But the ball is in possession of Levy from the kickoff.
Likelihood is Levy will hold on to this one to get the guaranteed attack.
You have to.
The kind of riskless attack.
Yep.
And I mean, with how Abu Maka has been playing and his counter-attack that we know he can certainly provide, you have to play this one safely, and it's certainly what Levy's doing. Now the time is to strike. Now the time is to move forward. As Stones on this left-hand side will just play it short into Haaland, but it's denied by Hullet. And that should be and will be the half-time whistle.
What a half.
4-4, Ryan.
Unbelievable first half between both of these players. They haven't let up. Just the amount of opportunities both are creating, they're feeding into the atmosphere as well. This game deserves an end-to-end game, and that's exactly what we're getting. Team Falcons, of course, supporting their player in Abu Maka. The fans are firmly believing that Abu Maka can see out this game and get a result here. which have put him on 6 points from a possible 9.
I wouldn't be surprised if Dossery's somewhere in the middle of that crowd as well, leading this charge. I know what he's like. He actually came up to me in the player lounge and he said, "Why would you do that to me?" During Apex Legends, by the way, when Team Falcons finished 2nd place after going 13 games. They were so close to winning that one. Speaking of replays, though, Jafonzo versus Young, 2-2 in that game. And remember, both those players currently undefeated. Someone has to win. So someone is going to go home with 9 points from 9 here today. And it's difficult to separate the two. They both seem to be the informed players.
Yeah, absolutely. It just shows the resilience of Young. They was 2-0 down against Jafonzo, and with the way Jafonzo's been playing, it could have been very easy to sort of just not give up, but be very demoralized, thinking that potentially could be 3, could be 4, could be 5. But to show the strength there and the fortitude to just dig deep and get 2 goals back just shows how strong of a competitor Young is as well.
We're back underway into the second half. If you had a chance to catch your breath after the first, welcome back. Hope you've got a nice refreshing drink just to keep you hydrated. Replay from another game. It's Johnny versus Mark, and it was 3-2 in favor of Mark just before, and now it's going to be 4-2, so things go from bad to worse for Johnny. Back over to our feature game. Abu Maka starting to approach the box. Maybe he could hit it, does not hit it in the end, and Levy now has a chance to play out from the back here.
Yeah, strong goal there from Mark, of course. He's a green machine. He lacks step overs as well. He's very dangerous in offensive areas, and he's posing a huge threat for Johnny. As we said, if Johnny finishes on 0 points from a possible 9, that's a shock. It's a massive, massive shock.
And it might just be enough to get him through at least to that resurrection stage. You mentioned it, 9 points should be enough, we feel, but we're not really sure. As now we see Levy David slowly approaching, slowly starting to build here. Maybe starting to ramp things up with a bit of speed, but as he does, gives the ball away, and Abu Maka is right on his heels. Is going to be trying to speed things up, but slows down yet again. Just a nice switch of play. Can Abu Maka take the lead in this game for the first time? Because the crowd have been erupting at every goal. They were even cheering him on when he was down, but imagine what they will be like if he's able to take the lead here. And it could be through this passage of play as Frimpong receives the ball on the left. Players in the middle. Mbappe is there if he wants to play to him. Cruyff also available, but at the moment, Levy David is pressuring with his defence, but can't hold up, can't hold back as Cruyff gets hold of it again, but the final ball not quite good enough.
The thing I love about watching Abu Maka play is just the fundamentals in the game and in football in general. Just the passing, the movement there, it's so well worked a lot of the time, and that's a live score between Mark and Johnny. I'm not going to call him John for a second.
First name basis.
Yeah.
Good mates.
Yeah. 5-3 down for Johnny in that game. As I said, a huge victory that will be if Mark's able to see out. There's a replay as well coming in favour of Emre Yilmaz. He was 3-1 down, made it 3-2 just before half-time, and he's just made it 3-3 here. The speed boost again.
Oh, my goodness.
It's unbelievable from Emre. Hold on.
Hold on. Oh, it was a chance, and Levy knew it. But he's now going to have to switch over very quickly to defense mode here. But Abu Maka goes for the switch. That's better, though, from Levy. He almost expects it, and he's got a player in position. But just a touch on Emre. I mean, it's vintage Emre Yilmaz at this point. You almost expect to see goals like that as the ball is lofted over to Erling Haaland. Can he get hold of it? Could be a corner, will be a corner. Danger time for Levy David. How does he defend this one? Can you stop Haaland? Yes, he can, as Hullet now holds on to the ball.
Yep, that little nudge there from Konate in the box was enough to sort of push Haaland further away from potentially winning that header in the air.
Big switch yet again. Levy David now. Can he break through Abu Maka's defence? He's done it so many times to take the lead, but this time he's denied, does rescue things back. Abu Maka might be a bit frustrated with that one. Just quickly tried to play the ball and gives it away, and now gives another chance to Levy to try and find a goal here. Ball still up for contest, but it is going to be Abu Maka winning it.
Yep, it was, and it was good play in the air. Just a player look and try and move a player out of, or move a player in position to potentially try and intercept the ball whilst it's in the air, allowing the AI to sort of contest it and allow you to mark a passing lane. Abu Maka on the attack again. He loves to switch there to Frimpong.
But what can you do for it from here? It's all well and good getting to these positions, but you need to find someone else with a little bit more space. Cruyff into Haaland. It's very quick passing. Mbappe! But Courtois with a big save, but it is not over yet. Still have to be switched on. From the corner, Abu Maka looking for Haaland. Finds him, but not quite enough of a head onto it. Still not done yet, though. Still progressing forward. Saka dancing, twisting, turning on the edge. Finds Konate. Looking to try and find something else. Maybe someone can shoot from distance. Saka plays it into Haaland, back to Saka again on the left, switches it to the right, still not shooting, still going forward and still hoping he can break through this defense, but Levy is holding strong.
Yeah, good defending from him. It's still
dangerous. Haaland twists onto it, but now finally Levy rescues the ball.
Yeah, it was very patient there from Abimaka, trying to find the space, but as you said, Levy patiently as well, just sort of jockeying, not committing forward or stepping to try and intercept the ball or make a tackle, and deservedly retrieves possession there.
Elsewhere has been a goal between Jafonzo and Young to break this deadlock.
Peter Crouch.
Mbappe. Oh, great save, but Peter Crouch, of all people. By the way, that Peter Crouch item is insane. I've been luckily enough to play it here in Riyadh because I started a new RTG, thought I'd try it out. And he is unbelievable. He's just one of those players that can win the ball in the air, but I wouldn't be expecting a goal like that from him.
Yeah, of course. And to utilize Peter Crouch, obviously the ball would be in the air, and I think that's where a lot of players would use him. First time we've seen him, though, in action, and
a very cheap SBC, may I add. Very easy to obtain, similar to a lot of these players now at this time of the game in its life cycle, before we of course move to FC 25. I mean, it's just around the corner now, it feels like. It's always the most exciting time of the year when FC 25 is going to come out and everyone gets to play. Now there has been a goal again, and it is going in favor of Mark to make it 6-3. So it looks like Johnny might be going home with 0 points after today, which means tomorrow he will really have to dig deep if he wants to stay alive in this competition. As now we're back into our feature game. It's again the big switch over towards Frimpong. Can't beat Frimpong though.
Yep, exactly. Manages to defend well Levy in that situation, but for Johnny tomorrow, backs against the wall from minute 1. 0 points from a possible 9 puts you at the bottom of the group. And it's a tough pill for him to swallow, because I'm sure he'd have a lot of expectation thinking that he could potentially go the distance, top the group, let alone or make it through at least. To be even in the resurrection stage, in my opinion, I think he has to win all 3 to confirm that. And it's not going to be easy going by the record today.
Well, can Levy find a goal? Neymar, who's also a crowd favourite. Cruyff now wins the ball back. And we are going to see Abimaka with a chance to attack. 73rd minute. Ticks into the 74th. Saka making the run through the middle, but Abimaka going to be more than happy just to recycle this one. And this is the time again where things start to get a little bit nerve-wracking for these players. If you make one mistake, if you slip up and allow your opponent to get into the game, it could be the goal that sends them to victory here as Mbappe to the byline. Mbappe gets it into Haaland, and Abimaka takes the lead for the first time here today. And the crowd quite rightfully erupts. And now Levy David is going to have to bounce back and battle back, not only against Abimaka, but this crowd as well.
The crowd firmly behind Abimaka. The ball was in the air when it floats, and it almost feels like time stops. And Haaland's in the air, back post, you sort of see who he's up against, but it usually doesn't matter. I always favour Haaland in the air against pretty much anybody on this game, unless they're taller in game. And in that situation, Haaland, back post, it was a tight angle, and you have to give credit to Abimaka to aim that perfectly to the opposite side. But the aerial plus dominance at the back post, and Erling Haaland gifts Abimaka the 5-4 lead in this game. Second half has been quite tame compared to the first, but there's still goals to be had in this game. In my opinion, I think we'll see a few more.
Could explode now, because Levy David is going to have to go at Abimaka here. I know the answer. Peter Crouch is centre-back.
Yeah.
You said the only person taller, and I think there's not really many, and Peter Crouch is certainly one of them. 2 meter Peter coming into the equation perhaps, but the crowd now have a reason to be dancing, because Abimaka can taste victory at this point. He is so close, just has to hold on for a short while longer. But that short while is going to feel like an eternity in in-game minutes. 15 in-game minutes for Levy David to try and get back into this one and potentially take us to extra time, depending on how this one goes. Frimpong's matched up very well against Frimpong on that right-hand side. As you can see, the match finished, and Young has been able to take down Jafonzo 4-2. So it's going to be Young going home with 9 points from 9. That is a shock result, but also Young might just be the player to beat in this group, it would seem. As Frimpong plays one into Saka, Levy David had the chance, but the pass just not quite good enough.
Yeah, not quite good enough. Young, though, someone that's been on the top of his game this tournament. 9 points from a possible 9, winning 3 games in a row. That puts him, in my opinion, a guarantee at least to be in the resurrection stage. So maybe that could alleviate the pressure. Maybe it might help him perform even better going into day 2 as well. But young #1 in Group A, it's an incredible accomplishment, incredible performances so far as well.
10 minutes left, and what does Levi David have left here? Is there another gear he can shift into? And he just keeps going, but Militao will block, but it does go out for a corner. Quickly taken, looking for the... Yeah, oh, it's so close!
Oh,
and the second chance! It's not quite there. And Abu Maka holds on, but Levi David still pressuring. Weghorst now on the pitch, does try and find him. Knocks it down, but Hully recovers.
That's a huge win there in the air from Konate, I believe it was. That's a massive, massive win against Weghorst.
Messi now, though, will play it through. And his Stones, again, leading the charge. You never know who's going to be up there, but we've already seen what Stones can do today. Is now Weghorst stretching his legs. Players are in the middle. You can see the player lock just to try and distract him then as he continues to march forward, continues to get closer to the goal here. Plays it back, and oh, what a save as Czech keeps things alive. From the corner, though, still danger, but it is defended well, and now Abu Maka just needs to slow this one down.
He has to. He's got 5 minutes plus added time to see out this game, but he knows Levy's going to be pushing forward. There'll be an onslaught from Levy. He's going to go gung-ho and throw everything at this to try and get back into the game, to try and force at least extra time in this, and Abu Maka could be in on goal here.
It's going to open up gaps, and here is a gap that Messi's been able to find. Players are in the middle of the box, does find the first one. Havertz, oh, it's no further than Huller, and now the counter is available for Levy here. Levi David in a 4 versus 4. Neymar on the ball, plenty of space on that right-hand side. Does he try and go for Haaland, but instead it's to Weghorst, but he can't beat Konate.
It just seemed like R9 would have been the choice there. Maybe he didn't trust the pass to work perfectly there. But he can get down the line, surely not. Konate wins possession again. Levi David, potentially one last calculated attack.
R9 into the back post. Here's Stones, and a chance! Levi David finds a 5th! And he may just have sent us into extra time, and it's Stones again, who's able to get the job done in the box.
John Stones there, the bounces fell in his favour. Who else? We saw his teammate Emre Yilmaz score a goal with him in the box. And it's Levi David to score last minute. You could argue Abu Maka, before playing the ball down the line there, he was looking for Mbappe. It was slightly optimistic. Maybe he could have taken a touch and waited, or player locked for Mbappe to get into space, but it was Konate to retrieve possession and give Levy one last chance to build a great attack. And that ball over the top to John Stones was sensational. That's what gave him the momentum to run in behind there.
Well, the match finished between Mark and Johnny, 8-4 in the end. What a game that was, but sadly that means Johnny 0 points from 9, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board going into tomorrow's matches here. But for Levi David, he looks like he may have taken us to extra time in less. One last chance here for Abu Maka. Plays it forward to Saka. Will find him. Player still running, but instead opts to go towards the middle. Now he goes out wide to Havertz. And now there are players in the box as well, and Havertz is still going forward. Here's Saka. Levi David starting to maybe feel the pressure here. Plays one more to Messi. Oh, but there's no one there.
Gosh.
You'd think maybe Haaland would have got the end of it, but it is looking like we will be heading to extra time. The referee will blow the full whistle. The final whistle at full time, excuse me. And what an absolute match we've had here for our 3rd of the day. Abu Maka 5, Levi David 5.
An unbelievable game. I felt there, Levy was, you could tell he was nervous with the way he was defending. He was sort of trying to be aggressive and cut the lanes back when obviously the time ticked over, 2 minutes added on. If Abu Maka goes back, the whistle will blow. But I think Levy was just scared. That's the most nervous I've probably seen Levy ever defending in the last moments. Abu Maka was very close to potentially getting the winner there last minute.
Well, 30 more in-game minutes to try and find a victory then for one of these competitors. And as a reminder, they are both tied up 5-5, and they are 1-1 in games today. So one of them will walk away with 6 points after today's competition, and the other will only be on 3. And if you are only on 3 points, you're in that danger zone for not just elimination, but of course just in and around that resurrection zone. As match finished, Web Nasri 6, Emre Yilmaz 4. Reactions, Ryan?
I'll be honest, I'm pretty lost for words. That's not to discredit Web Nasri, sorry. but Emre Yilmaz usually comes out on top in games where you'd say he's the clear favourite. That's a massive, massive upset. And it will give Web Nasri a huge boost of confidence, because if he's able to beat... Hold on.
Here's R9.
Oh, good
Great
defending.
challenge.
If he's able to beat someone with the likes and ability of Emre Yilmaz, what's stopping Web Nasri tomorrow going on and pushing forward and fighting for those spots potentially into day 3?
I mean, on paper, Web Nasri may be expected to be at the bottom of the group, if I'm completely honest, but it was something we touched upon earlier. When it comes to LAN experience, Web Nasri,
of course,
he's right up there. He knows how to play at these competitions, and he has pulled off an upset. Now, back to our feature game. Mbappe, denied by Frimpong as Levy looks to try and launch a counter-attack here. Weghorst, the one leading the charge. No Haaland on the pitch now, because Weghorst is going to be his replacement. He's going to be the big man, the target that you're going to be looking for from those corners and from those over-the-top through balls. Neymar also going to be very tricky to try and handle defensively, as Frimpong, attacking this right-hand side, will give the ball away. And actually, he's going to get a second chance here. Maybe quite fortunate here, Levy David. Can you make it count? Plays it back, but this one's gone wayward.
Yeah, he done very, very well there, just a twist and turn with Frimpong. The pass wasn't perfect, didn't find the desired player. The press there is insane from Levy.
Oh, there's space. He up to go right. And Neymar, there was so much space on that left-hand side for R9. But he maybe just tried to go for something a little bit different, be unpredictable, and try and find the second pass.
Yeah, it didn't work out for him in that situation. Again, look at the press and how high up Levy is trying to squeeze Abu Maka, but of course that would leave space. And here we go, Havertz.
A lot of space. Players darting into the middle of the box. A bit of goalkeeper movement, just in case anyone was going to be heading towards that goal. And instead, Abu Maka goes out. And it's going to be Hullet strikes. But it should just go out safely for a corner. This one taken quickly. Does Haaland beat the keeper? Oh! It's the edge of the netting.
He aimed it just the wrong side of the post there. Thought, again, when the keeper comes out and doesn't get it, I always just, it's a goal. At this level, I think most players will aim it perfectly. And Abu Maka, we saw him aim a header from a slightly tighter angle with Haaland earlier, but this time didn't work in his favour.
A few minutes left in this first half of extra time. Remember, if we do not find a victor after extra time, we'd be getting our first penalty shootout of the tournament. And imagine that with the crowd that we have in the Gidea Arena. Now Stones playing it from the back, and it is Abu Maka just holding on to this ball and waiting for the final attack. A big switch of play, a successful one as well to Havertz. King Kai, what can you do? Plays it through, and Abu Maka, a chance maybe with Kylian Mbappe into Saka. One more! Lionel Messi puts Abu Maka ahead as we're just about to go into half-time of extra time, and the fans erupt once more.
The extra pass there was perfect to Messi. It's well worked with Havertz, just playing it back inside the box there. Again, I have to emphasize, that first time pass there to Messi is perfect. That's what separates sort of the good players to the elite level players, as Abu Maka is. You see a replay of it in all its glory. Mbappe over the top. Oh, just that pass from Saka there is sensational. It sets him up perfectly in the box, and there's not much you can do defensively there when you're carved open like that. And Abu Maka scores another fantastic goal in this game. Perfect time as well, because Levy has no time to respond.
The vision to see Messi making that run, but also the reaction time to play that pass. As you mentioned, I would have seen so many players, like average players, just take a shot there with Saka, because, again, you're in extra time. It's the final attack before you go into halftime. Maybe you start to feel a little bit antsy, but Abu Maka keeps his composure and shows his brilliance in that moment. And he again finds himself ahead as Levy David blocks out the noise, and he locks back in for another 15 minutes of FC here. And this is worrying times for Levy, because there's only going to be a few more attacks that he has to get back into this game.
Exactly. Extra time in previous years with 6-minute halves, it sort of flew by, just a click of a finger. You mainly had maybe one attack, one or two, if your opponent decided to try and keep possession. And this one, I think if he's calculated and methodical, I think he could maybe carve up maybe 2 good chances. But who's to say Abu Maka doesn't do the same and score one of his? It's very difficult for Levy to try and sort of plan out this second half of extra time, because do you go constant press straight away? It's just so many decisions you have to make.
Well, one more goal could really put this game to bed from Abu Maka and probably blow the roof off of the Gidea Arena. But Levy David has a chance to answer back potentially, as Abu Maka at the moment just holding on to this ball, taking his time and eating away at that clock, as now he starts to march forward. Haaland striding on that right-hand side, does not find him, and Levy David rescues it, has the chance to counter. Stones approaching the left, maybe just have a shot with stones based on what I've seen so far today, and he is absolutely making mincemeat of his opponents, as now he sends it forward. Here's Frimpong. Anyone else can help him. It is going to be Neymar. Into Weghorst! Oh, it's a big save from Czech.
That was incredibly well worked there from Levy. A quick corner again.
Maybe Weghorst. No, this one's denied. Konate heads it out towards Havertz, and Havertz has been able to get out of dodge here, and is going to continue to march forward and continue to progress in a way that is difficult for Levy. And you know, Levy desperately just wants to win the ball back here, but he can't commit. He can't overly commit here, because then that would just open up a huge gap at the back.
Oh, wow.
But he does win the ball back here.
Yeah, that's a careless pass there from Abu Makar, and another one there. Unfortunately for Levy, he's just passed the ball straight out for a throw-on in favour of Abu Makar. We've got 9 minutes or so left in this game. 9 minutes, in my opinion, is way too long to try and keep possession. He has to sort of try and go forward, maybe be a bit risk-averse.
Well, this is going forward. This is Messi. He scored the 6th. Can he be the assister for the 7th to put this game finally to rest? Kylian Mbappe playing it safe, playing it back, recycling, and again, it is more time management here from Abu Makar, but that is going to open up things for Levy David.
Yeah, this is what I mean in terms of being risk-averse. You can still keep possession in offensive areas. You can still go forward. Maybe I've just completely jinxed him there. I think I have. Commentator's curse.
Honestly, the caster curse from you has been ridiculous so far today.
I was just about to say, you can keep possession high up and maybe down the wings. If you lose possession on the byline, it goes up for your own corner or a throw-in. The clock dies down a little bit, but Levy's got time to attack.
Neymar out to Frimpong, back into Saka. There is players in the middle. It is going to be De Bruyne. One more to Weghorst. He's going to be a bit clunky on the ball, but does get it back to R9, into De Bruyne again. It's back and forth. It's 1-2. It's Saka, hits it from distance, but it's a good save from Czech. Still, though, danger from this corner. Can Weghorst get on the end of it? It's deep and maybe a little bit too deep.
Do you know what's messed up Levy in that situation there? He's so used to taking the corner quickly. I don't think he expected Bukayo Saka to be the one taking the corners in that situation for him. It's caught him off guard completely. He swung it way too far out, thinking it was a right-footed player.
Well, that just might open things up for this game to be finished off. There's players in the middle as well, but Messi shoots, and Courtois punches it away. Abu Makar inches away from winning this game, but now it's about just slowing things down. Does he just play this one short? That's my biggest question from this corner.
Absolutely. I think you have to. You can see there's no pause. No pauses available for Levy. You just killed the clock here. Every second counts.
Oh, he keeps switching the players, doing everything he can to gain more time in his favour. And it will be played short. Haaland on the ball. The big man. Can you take the ball off him? Doesn't matter. He's going to give the ball back to Saka, and you keep going back. You keep holding on. Levy, maybe one more opportunity to try and win this ball back, which he does. How much extra time do we have on extra time? 1 minute of added on time. One last push.
Surprised Abu Makar didn't go back there. I'm so surprised. Hold on, he could be punished.
Will he be punished for it? Frimpong stretching his legs. A chance though for the slide, but Kai Havertz does not do it. And Frimpong now has players with him. Neymar.
Can't pass back.
How does he approach this? Has to go forward, and it's offside. And that might just kill it. It will kill it. Abu Makar will be the victor here in this matchup against Levy David. In front of the home crowd here in the Gidea Arena. 6-5 after extra time, as the Team Falcon scarves are held up high.
It's a massive, massive victory. The game lived up to expectations. Goals galore between Abu Makar and Levy David. And of course, Abu Makar ends the day on 6 points. 2 wins from a possible 3 games. And in my opinion, you take that wholeheartedly going into tomorrow. It puts you in a good position to try and advance in the top 3.
Well, that was quite the spectacle. From the eruption of the crowd, from the comeback from Abu Makar, to the goals that we just witnessed. That game had a little bit of everything. It'll be Abu Makar who has 6 points going into tomorrow's games. Levy David, though, only has 3 points. He'll have to find something else tomorrow. Time now to jump down for an interview on the stage. Milos, who have you got for us, and what do they have to say? Let us know.
What a match, what a game we've had. Abu Makar Ahmed, congratulations on the massive win. How do you keep that energy up? Because this was tight the whole time. لو أحمد مبروك لفوزك هون حتى لو بالجروب ستيج. كيف قادر أنت تكفي طاقتك بكل هالماتش هيدا ضد يعني فرد مثل ليفي كتير قوي كل الجيم؟
أول شيء بارك فيك. ثاني شيء يعني مباراة صعبة كانت. أنا جاي من خسارة ضد يونغ، يعني مباراة كانت 50-50. ليفي من أفضل لعيبة العالم يعني، لكن اللي مع هذا الجمهور أكيد بيكون يقدم طاقة أكبر. والحمد لله لسه ما سوينا شيء قدامنا 4 مباريات، إن شاء الله هدف نتأهل لدور الثمانية بإذن الله.
There we go. We're coming out of a tough game or a loss to Young there. It was kind of a 50-50 game, and Levy's one of the best players in the world. I got it in, we got to win, and I had the crowd behind me, and it kind of pushed me past that end stage, and hopefully I can make it past the group stage. وهيدا الحديث هلا انه كيف شعورك انت تكون كسعودي كمان لاعب لفريق فالكونز وحواليك هون بالرياض بقلب الرياض وحواليك الفانز هون عم بشجعوك.
الحمد لله أنا هذه ثاني سنة ألعب في الرياض في كأس العالم. هذه المرة ممكن الجمهور أكثر من المرة اللي راحت، فأكيد أنا سعيد إني متواجد للمرة الثانية وأتمنى أن نستمر لعوم جديدة، وهذا زي ما قلت لك خطوة بخطوة نفكر في الجاي والله يكتب لي في الخير.
And there it is from Abu Mecca. At the end, we got to have a quick chat at the end. They got past it. He's here. It's the second time he gets to play in front of this crowd, and this time it's even bigger than ever before, and hopefully they can make it even better in the future. But that was it. Ahmed, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. We'll give it back to our studio, which is right here. Let's go.
Oh, goodness me, thank you so much. I couldn't hear a word of that because the atmosphere in the Giddy Arena is something special. Mike Lavelle, in football, we talk about the 12th man. In esports, we've got it, haven't we? Just as much.
I would have loved to have this group cheering for me when I was competing. This is unbelievable. And as you said, I can barely hear you right now. They're still going, they're still at it. And even when he went down, they stayed true. And what a comeback, what a game, what a goal scoring spread, extra time, everything you could have asked for.
I know we've had the Esports World Cup going on for the past 6 weeks, but we'd actually get this very often in EAFC. We don't get crowds like this, so I actually think one of the most special things I have ever seen was when Abu Maka was chanting with the fans prior to playing. That was really special. That's going to live with me for many years to come.
And we've done a lot of events together, and we've never seen that before, where he actually get to lead a chant. They all waited, then he sat down, took his place, ready to go as a professional, kept the headphones off as well, interacted the entire matchup. You love to see it.
You knew it was kind of written in the stars as well, didn't you, that Abu Maka should come on stage here, his first time, and win in front of his home supporters. It was very special, but a word to Levy. He didn't play badly at all, did he?
No, I want to give a lot of credit to Levy. I thought he played really well in the matchup. And there are a few goals that Abu Maka scored that are the best that we've seen on the day. And I'm not just saying that with some sort of recency bias. I think we're going to see a couple of breakdowns talking about him, but the intricacy, the build-up, the extra passes, the drop-off, the timing, the cadence, the waiting for the movement on the goalkeeper, picking the right corner, it was just brilliant.
He actually played, Mike Labelle, you said that, and some of the people behind the scenes as well, like a real footballer, not just someone who's playing virtual esports EAFC football. That was special from what you saw from him.
It was just tiki-taka-esque. It had all these little details and particulars, and sometimes when you're watching, you wonder, maybe I could do that. I think when you watch some of those goals, you say, nah, I don't have that in my locker. I'm just going to leave that to the pros.
One goal in particular we absolutely loved was the second goal from Abu Maka, and I believe that is what Boris is going to break down whilst Mike and I just soak up the atmosphere in here.
What a game. Wow, Abu Maka. I just love the way that he plays. So simple. We're going to look at this now on this Pepsi illustration here. This goal is fantastic. It's so simple, but yet so good. We have here Abu Maka in white, kids here trailing at the moment, has this switch here. And I think here most players probably goes for some kind of cross, or maybe trying perhaps a cutback, trying to maybe work here this area perhaps, going for the cross towards Haaland over here. But Abu Maka, he loves to just work it and really find these passing combinations. A bit old school perhaps, I love it. Let's see now. And also he has so many players as well in the box. Look here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all lined up and ready. Let's see now how this one plays. We're gonna clear the screen and play it. And it's all about the timing. All right, we have here the pass towards Vitinha. Vitinha here, he's sent forward using L1 button. All right, so Vitinha here is gonna run forward, but this one is all in Albu's head. It is all planned, like this. 1, Vitinha forward. After this, he's going to find Osaka for the second pass. But this here requires that the receiver, which is here, Hulit, he has to win time for him. All right, so Hulit here, look at this. Gonna play this now slowly, clear screen. He must take plenty of touches to allow Vitinha to reach the right position. All right, so let me see now. Gullit gets the ball, slow-mo, 1, 2, 3 touches, and then pass coming over here, and then pause it. Won so much time, allowed here Vitinha to reach here the perfect spot. And after this, just the pass coming here, just 1 touch. You can see now, but it's all just timing and planning. The pass coming, right away 1 touch, and there we have it. But also, one more thing, which I loved here, is the composure and Vitinha's first touch. All right, so let's see now. We're gonna run this forward slightly. Here. All right, we're gonna pause, go back slightly over there. All right, so I think most of us probably takes this shot on just 1 touch, but he has the composure and just takes his first touch towards the left side to win time, and also as well to allow Levi to show his moves and to expose his keeper, win time, and in the end gets him this open net. But this all comes from some fantastic planning and some fantastic timing. So Abumaka, well done. This goal, fantastic. So yeah, that's it for this time. We're now gonna jump over to Leah at the sideline.
Hello, you guys. Leah Ravel here, back in the secondary stage, giving you your match recap. The final group stages of Group A finished today. The rest of them tomorrow. Jafonzo losing his winning streak against Young, who came out on top with a 4-2 victory. Webb Nasri with a huge upset against Emre Yilmaz, 6-4. And Mark 11 continuing his good form with a whopping 8-goal lead over Johnny. Well, you guys, that is all, like I said, for the Group A matches for today. The players can go home, rest, recover, and prepare for the rest of their group stage matches tomorrow. We will be back after this short break with the Group B matches, which feature my match of the day, Anders versus PH Zin. But for now, enjoy these Pepsi slow-mos.
set, go.
I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, so what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
It's just us. Here we go. Let's turn our attention then to Group B. Group A, they can go to bed now. It's 9:40 approximately here in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. The lights are on in the city as the sun has now set. This is when, I guess, all the Saudi locals come out. They've already been out in force watching Abu Makka here in the Gidea Arena. It was something special, something that I haven't seen yet in the esports world, and I've been around for quite some years. This is how the group standings look after 3 matches in Group A. There's so many players on 6 points. Jafonso, Young, Abu Makka, Mark on 3, Levy, Yilmaz and Webb Nazari all on 3. Johnny, unfortunately, lost all 3 of his games. 0 points, which is the shock so far of day 1.
Yeah, I think that's a shock, definitely. Johnny had a quite a bad start, but also he had as well some tough games this first day, definitely. But I don't think we expected also Liquid Boys to be at the bottom half of the table. I mean, both Levi and Emre now bottom, well, from 5th to 8th place. Nasri there, Webb Nasri, huge win against Emre Yilmaz. That was really unexpected. After plenty of nice headers from Holland, he beat him with 6-4. But yeah, I think Johnny definitely so far a bit like, yeah, disappointing, definitely. While Jafonso is looking very strong. Impressive.
Abu Makka as well. We were talking about the 12th man, Mike and I, when we were out there in the arena.
Big win.
It very much is playing into these local guys' hands, isn't it? Having the crowd supporting them.
Yeah.
Well, this is the next massive matchup. Lee Ravel, our reporter, and actually our former 2017 world champion, Gorilla, picked this as their matchup of this evening. Both those players, let me tell you, are sitting behind the scenes. They were watching that previous matchup, just trying to maybe get a feel for the atmosphere in that arena. I was with PH Zin. He was looking a little bit nervous. He had his coach alongside him, and he said, I don't really like talking before I go into the arena, which totally makes sense. So I said, don't worry, just watch the match. And I asked him a little bit about how he's been preparing for this matchup, and he said, well, I've been at the hotel. They've converted a room in the hotel for a warm-up room for him, so he's locked in and he's ready to take on the EA FC world champion from Berlin a couple of months ago. It's go time.
Thank you, guys. Wow. I need to take another deep breath because what a game that was. It had everything. My heart was pumping. It was racing. Milos, I know you enjoyed that.
Absolutely, and getting to talk to Abu Makka at the end of it, I mean, it shows that there's a lot of dedication, there's a lot of pressure on our players, of course. There's huge stakes here, but when they're here, when they're really in the zone, there's nothing like it.
Yep, and this now is all about Group B. And Milos, this next game, ooh, it's gonna be a cracker. Let's get the players out, shall we? So first up, introducing the gang representing Rebels Gaming. This is a player who needs little introduction. The gang became a global sensation at just 14 years old. He is the tournament favorite for a reason. He is the wonder kid. But how will he do on this big stage tonight?
And his opponent, representing Al-Ula, PHZen! The Brazilian wonder represents the Saudi club Al-Ula. He opened 2024 with a massive first place victory at the FC Pro 24 Open, beating the very same player he plays on the stage just now. This rematch is one we've all been looking forward to. And Nicole, we are still in group stage.
I have no idea who might win this. They are both so talented. You know what? Let's head straight to our casters.
Thank you very much, guys. And look, this is an unbelievable match. This should be a grand final. This should be a semi-final, but it's coming to you in the group stages. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Dan Gaskin have got the absolute pleasure of taking you through this juggernaut of a matchup.
I mean, it still could be a grand final. That's what's scary, right? Both of these players could still progress through the group stages and match up again later on in the competition. But a chance to get one over what is a rivalry, it feels like at this point, because these are two competitors at the top of their game coming through, and I'm expecting this to be one of the games of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, where do you start with this game? This matchup took place 193 days ago in London at the FC Pro Open final, where we knew what happened there, we saw what happened there. Anders Vergan conceded in the 120th minute, and we saw the celebration, Dan, that came out. It was the goggles that are out, the glasses came off for PHZen. We've waited a long time for this matchup to happen. They avoided each other at every competition since then. They've matched up again here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, at the Esports World Cup.
And I'm sure there will be more of a chance to be celebrating and jeering and just gesturing towards the crowd here in this game as well, because PHZen will be representing Al-Ula FC, Saudi organization, and another home crowd favorite here going up against Anders Vergang. And I do think Anders is going to live and breathe this, right? He loves when crowds are against him, and he loves to, you know, try and show what he's made of, whether it be in the game or out of the game. But if we are to see Vergang play like he did at the World Championships recently, I think that this is going to be a very tough task for PHZen.
Well, it was only a few weeks ago, wasn't it, in Berlin, where he crowned himself as the FC Pro World Champion. Did Anders Vergang, went on a crazy run there, won $250,000 and puts his total up to over $600,000 in prize winnings. The guy is only 18 years of age. It is pretty frightening. And the fact is, Dan, if he goes and dominates here in Riyadh, it could be even more with another 300K in his back pocket. Just as you were saying there, Al-Ula, it's been a bit of a weird week for PHZen. It came from nowhere. A record-breaking transfer fee we're hearing in the FC scene. Al-Ula came in. They bought PHZen out of his contract that was meant to expire next year, mid-2025, nearly a year early than it should have expired, Dan. They mean business. They put pen to paper with him. Next thing you know, PHZen's completely changed club to the Saudi football team, and now he's representing them here in the Esports World Cup.
And of course, that adds extra pressure to be brought in and that expectation on his shoulders to be able to perform. And then for your first match to be going up against Anders Vergang here is going to be such a difficult one for him. But I'm sure it is going to be a mouth-watering affair. I'm expecting goals galore, especially from what we've seen so far in this tournament. It just seems to be corner-heavy. It seems to be Haaland-heavy. I think that's what we expect nowadays with Aerial Plus being so prominent.
Yeah, the one thing that Haaland didn't need, Dan, was a 99 rated item. But he got one of those as well, and it's just made it more frightening. But we are jumping into the game live right now for you. Live from Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. We are just kicking off Group B. Group A delivered so many shocks, so many storylines. Well, how about this one to kick off the second part of the day? Anders Vergang against PHZen. FC Pro World Champion against the FC Pro Open Champion. And I mean, I was looking through this group, Dan. 3 World Champions in it. Champions League winners. I know Group A was also full of such big names in there as well, but you look at Group B, Nicholas is in there as well. We have these, Emis Dasari's in there. Everyone's in there.
To try and predict the 3 players that will guarantee themselves through to the knockout stage from this group is near impossible. And maybe we'll get a better understanding after a few games have been played here before we get into tomorrow. But certainly a lot rides on this first matchup. Similarly to what we saw in Group A, the momentum that can travel with you if you get a victory on the board in the opening stages, it can really shape how your day's going to go and how your tournament might go as well here.
If you're wondering what the delay was there, in case you haven't seen Anders Vergang before, he has gone through every single setting in the game. Camera settings, controller settings. I even sat there once down in the DreamHack qualifiers on the way to the Esports World Cup and watched him change all his kit numbers. He is very thorough. But this is it. We are officially underway. The big game we've been waiting for. Anders Vergang against PH in at the Esports World Cup. We only hope it can deliver just an ounce of what it did in London back in February earlier on this year, which was up there. It's one of the best games, I think, of the season we've seen, Dan. It was ridiculous.
I think the biggest question for me is which Vergang are we going to see, right? Are we going to see the FC Open Vergang, or are we going to see the FC World Championship Vergang? Because they were 2 entirely different players, and I'm not sure many can touch the player we just saw a few weeks ago at the FC World Championship, and I am expecting Vergang to try and find that same form here today.
Speaking of Anders, could be an early start. Mbappe pulls away, little step over, gets the body shape right. The shot was timed green, but it was Futti's icon Petr Cech that did enough just to parry him away. Did catch up with Anders before he kicked off today. I said, has you changed team much from Berlin since we saw it? He said, of course, the obvious upgrades have happened in there, such as Alex Mateus has come in for Bukayo Saka, which, how well Bukayo Saka was in Berlin for him was a bit of a surprise call from him, but it was the decision that he made, and with the Futti's promo players that are available, there is no surprise. Goals going in our other games, Dan. It looks like Nathan SR, Libertadores champion, leads by a goal to 0.
Takes the lead against Goal Poacher, and we'll have to see whether he can carry on with that. But at the moment, Anders is looking very dangerous every time he's on the ball here.
Chance, finesse, save from Michael Petr Cech. You could just see a score come through there as well. Matthias Banana leading by 2 goals to 0 in his opening tie there. Mateus now can't find a way past Konate, but it's worth mentioning, Dan, absolutely, there are 4 games taking place at the exact same time here.
Yeah, Bonanno beating Emis Dasari 2-0 at the moment, and we'll have to see whether Dasari can come back into that one as we get more updates across the board. But the early stages of this game, it has been the majority Anders Vergang going forward, but now a chance maybe for PHC.
Well, let's see what PHC can do in this final third. Didn't last too long there, as he was just dispossessed. The other game that's taking place this round as well is Manabashore against Nicholas. Keep in mind, there is an A and a B stream available here from the Esports World Cup. You can see the scoreline there, 1-1. It was Nicholas that left it to the last chance qualifier to book his spot at this Esports World Cup. That was just a few days ago here in Riyadh, where we had to travel out and play 3 days more than anyone else, Dan, which I'll be interested to see if the fatigue hits in for Nicholas, but his consistency never seems to change.
Yeah, there's talk of fatigue, but also there's momentum, and there's having those games and those competitive matches under your belt. And we saw how successful Jafonso was earlier today in Group A, able to get 6 points on the board from 9 as we look over to another replay here, and it is Nathan versus Goal Poacher again. And it is going to be, it looked like it was going to be a chance there for the first, but it's Mbappe who follows up, and Nathan makes it 2, as now Havertz is through on goal.
Well, PH's first chance in the box for Anders Vergang could be in. It is Haaland. Will open up the count. Well, PH in. It's his first real shot on target. It's his first time in the box of Anders Vergang. And just like that, we've been speaking about how dominant he's been in these first 15 in-game minutes. But what does it mean? It means nothing.
And it was as we jumped back as well from the previous replay. So I don't know how heavily Anders committed defensively to try and stop that switch over to the right-hand side, but it just seemed to open up so much space for PHZ to work with. And then he made it look so simple to manage to take a lead here. And now we're going to have to see just how good Anders Vergang is as he tries to wrestle back this game from a 1-0 deficit.
If you remember rightly so, from the FC Pro World Championship in Berlin, he basically led in every single game that he played, and he had some ridiculous scorelines, especially in the quarterfinal, semi-final, grand final, 6-0, 7-0. He's very much a player that likes to have the control of the tie by scoring first and then really just implementing his game plan onto the game. PH, if he's got a game plan, it's gone perfectly to a T at the moment.
PH doing very well to stop the attacks that are coming through, but maybe not this one.
Mbappe, ball roll. Chance for Mateus. Again, it's all-time green from Anders in the final third, but at the moment, PH is weathering the storm well.
Anders is certainly trying to direct a lot of traffic through the middle here and trying to use his skill set, how good he is on the ball to try and break through the defence of PH, but at the moment, PH has held on very well.
Update over here. MS Dasari might want to look away because he's 3-0 down against Matthias Banana. What a start for Manchester City Esports. And what a start this could be for PH, who looks for a second. Lost it out wide into Kai Havertz. Haaland back to defend, but just back on that point you made there, Dan. We know how deadly the aerial plus is and how sort of difficult it's been for players to deal with. Corners, continuous crossing, headers everywhere, long ball forward. You'll notice with Anders, he doesn't want to fall back on that. Hence why, to your point you've just made, he's always direct down the middle. He's always looking to spam the step-overs in the nicest way you can say it. And then if he needs to fall back on a corner, he might later on into the game.
He's a man who sticks to his laurels, that's for sure. And defensively, PH though, is matching him stride for stride. And that frustration might start to kick in for Anders, and he may start to try and go down different avenues. As you can see, Nathan has a 2-1 lead over Goal Poacher right now.
PH in, back over to you, my friend. What a ball that could be into Haaland. Is it a second? John Stones is the hero this time, as he was before in Berlin a few weeks ago, slotting in at left back, and that time offering a goal line clearance, because that would have been 2-0 for Lula's. PH in. The Abjist Tudor, this is the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC 24, and this is day one of the group stages. We've just seen Group A conclude, and a couple of shocks along the way there, including Johnny and Fnatic, who is 0-3 as it currently stands. But what a day for Jafonzo and Young. Currently those two leading the top of that group.
Fernandez really is starting to get frustrated here by PH, and he just needs to be careful that he doesn't give the ball away as he tries to force his way through the middle here. But it is going to be a strike, and Czech saves it, but slightly different from Vergang. You notice there was a little bit of space, goes for the shot, times it green, and I think that if PH doesn't take a multiple goal lead here, Anders is always going to be breathing down his neck.
Speaking of John Stones, he scored a couple of goals, didn't he, in Group A for Levi David. Not on this occasion. Is matched up, believe it or not, by Hossler. Yeah, that is the striker, the Spaniard of Real Madrid, playing as a right back. In case you haven't been following FC 24, that's where he's featured for the last couple of months, just to stop the aerial plus danger. Dasari hasn't just pulled one back, Dan. He's pulled two back. 32 minutes on the clock there. Banana was running away with it, but as we've come to see here in Riyadh, no one is safe, even with a 3-goal scoreline.
I mean, Dasari was a world champion for a reason, and arguably one of the best to ever do it. And is certainly up there with that conversation, so great effort from him.
Cristiano Ronaldo, PH in, he's on a play. Hosselu comes across, he gets something on it. Might have been an ankle. Whatever it was, it kept PH in out for a second. Here comes that trademark cross. Petr Cech is on the ground. He's given away another corner. He may have survived that corner, Anders, but he's got another one coming thick and fast. In towards that front post he goes. Hosselu was able to defend it. This has been a frantic game.
Very well defended, though, initially. I mean, we've seen players struggle to defend those corners all day today, but bravely moves the goalkeeper out and says, actually, I'll take the challenge. If anyone can beat Haaland in the air, it's a goalkeeper with his hands up. And sadly, Piacin not able to double his lead just yet.
Mbappe getting just pulled apart there. That was an ambitious finesse from distance. The only thing that surprised me on that, Dan, is that it wasn't time green. Everything that seems to go through Anders' hands is always green.
You saw there as well, all tied up. 1-1, Manu Bouchore not able to find the lead just yet, but here's Havertz.
Keep an eye on the back post there. Haaland is in, acres of space. PH in! Leads by 2-0. And Anders Vergang is just shook. He can't believe what's happening.
And you said it, the amount of space that was there, it was almost unmissable. for PH. As soon as he saw Haaland striding forward, it was just a matter of time before you put that ball anywhere near him. Doesn't matter if it's on his head, his chest, his foot, he's going to put that one away. And now Anders has a big job to do to try and get back into this game. PH just looks very comfortable going forward and seems to be happy to go down the route of playing crosses, which we've not really seen from Anders yet, and perhaps he is going to have to dig into plan B here if he wants to beat PH.
Well, his famous words that he always uses here is, people only can beat me when they're abusing aerial plus and basically playing the meta of the game, which is, in the nicest way, when you've got $300,000 on the line and trophies, what are you going to do, Dan? You're going to try and play pretty football, or you're going to try and do what you can? Update there, Libertadores champion Nathan Essar leads goal poacher 3-1. PH could be 3-0 up, it's just offside. That would have been a horrible ending to the first half there for Vergang.
Yeah, just a few more minutes and maybe a chance for Vergang to just hold on to the ball and take the last attack if he'd like it, but also maybe he thinks he could try and get multiple attacks if he goes forward quite quickly here. A lot of room is being given to him on the wings, but this is not the Anders Vergang that I saw a few weeks ago, Brandon, right? This is not the best player in the world, the best player in the game, the best to ever do it. At the moment, he looks a little bit lost.
But he was his main match this season, where he looked unsettled. You remember the celebration in the FC Pro Open final. 3-2 still there at half-time. What a comeback that's been from Desai, by the way. He's 3-0 down in 20 in-game minutes. Is there a chance, before we go into half-time for Anders, just to restore a goal and a bit of confidence? We have to speak about it as we go into the break, though, Dan. PH has done such a good job of just sucking up all this pressure that has come his way. I would love to see the stats half-time. There must have been at least 8-9 shots that have come his way, and he's managed it all.
When Vergang's not happy about something, and whether it's just how things have been going so far, or just, as you mentioned, the fact he can't break through the defence of PH, it's almost like he's got a good read on Anders and how he's going to approach this game, and he almost is giving him space on the wing and saying, I know he's not going to attack it because he wants to hit me with his technical ability in and around that box. And every time that Anders has tried to approach through the middle, PH has been there waiting with the likes of Virgil van Dijk and has matched him so successfully. And not only that, as he's been going forward, he's just always found that extra pass and been able to charge those players into space. And now PH with a 2-0 lead going into the second half here. And it looks like if a third one was going to arrive, he'd be in cruise control.
There's many versions of Anders Vergang you don't want to play against. One of them is when he's sort of so angry at himself that he demands a completely different level of performance from him. You can see some in a few words with the admin there. I can assure, alongside the frustrations that he's feeling, he's probably not happy with something on those lines. PH though, you could not ask for much more than this. First outing of your new club here in Saudi Arabia. Alula FC will be over the moon with the signing they put into their esports team in this last week. Anders with it all to do. Remember, 9-minute halves. There is so much time still to be played in this game. But you're absolutely right, Dan. If PH can get himself a third, he's going to be in potential cruise control here. Great feet there. Just does enough to pull out the tackle there from John Stones. Possession goes on the opposite side now. See PH lean into that heavy crossing meta, which FC24 has sort of been all about. Whoever's got an aerial plus play style seems just to fall into the team.
But this is perfect from PH right? He's holding onto the ball. He's just slowly making his way up the pitch. And I was going to say that in case he makes a mistake, he's going to be eating away at that clock already. But now Vergang does have a chance to try and attack here. And he always is dangerous when going forward. But again, PH has his number.
I think it was at the Euros earlier this year in Berlin before he went and became world champion. Every single game he played, he went 2-0 down first, then somehow came back and won the game. I'm not saying that's going to be the case here, but he's not so familiar from sort of coming behind in these situations. That's a poor pass there.
One thing I've always given credit to the best players in the game in FC is those who can read their opponents, can work out where they're being unsuccessful, and then break through and find out where their weaknesses are. And that's certainly something that Anders has provided to us over the years here.
Just needs a goal or something to get him going. PH, as we said, did such a good job of sucking up all this pressure, winning those big 50-50s, as we just saw there with John Stones. This would really shake up the group. Remember, 8 players in the group. Top 3 go straight through those final knockout stages. And there is the resurrection stage of the competition. Is he onside? No, he's not. And for the bottom 2 players, you are straight on eliminate from the tournament. That'll be the end of your road here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC 24.
Well, a replay from one of the other games, and it's Bonanno versus MS Dasari, and it is Dasari putting one on the board to make it 4-3 as we jump back over to PSG attacking yet again. Oh my goodness gracious, what have we just seen?
PH 3-0. Speak about turning up and putting on a show. He is silenced the current world champion. Pull in with a touch, time green finesse, top bins, thank you very much. What performance we are seeing from PAZ.
And you can see in the player feed as well, Vergang clearly not happy about it. Nathan's taking a 4-1 lead against Goal Poacher, by the way, and that one's looking like he should come out the victor unless we see a miraculous comeback. Speaking of miraculous comebacks, it's going to have to be a little bit of magic here from Anders, and we've seen it, we've witnessed it, we've been there, but is it going to be another one of those days?
Those are the moments, Dan, when it's not sort of gluing together, those passes are going astray. PH will sit there and think, look, that's another chance I've been able to manage. We mentioned at half-time, if this came 3-0, how much of a great position he'd be in. There is still time to be played here.
I mean, it just seems like
game management.
He's got his number here, Brandon. Like, every pass he's reading, he's moving defenders just to block off these passes. He's expecting the attack to come through the middle. And PH in, if he finds a 4th here, it would be game over.
Long ball over the top. Goes all the way through, and John Stones is able to pick it up. That's a massive win. De Bruyne. What a pass. Cristiano Ronaldo, he's offside. I think Anders there just turning around saying, calm down. He's offside. It doesn't count.
He's the only man who could be 3-0 down and still having a go at the crowd.
Well, look, 6 more group games to play following this one. They'll play 3 games today here in day 1 of the competition. They'll be back again tomorrow to finish off those all-important group stages. And you could skip a day and come back into day 4 of the tour. We have an update over here. We haven't really spoken about this game at all. 2-2 all square, 70 minutes on the clock. Man, Bishore pulling back another goal there. Shot from distance. There's one. We saw Hullet firing one from the opposite end. It might be a fortunate bounce back. Anders Vergang has pulled one back.
He loves it, doesn't he? Anders, he's always happy to have a little scrap with the crowd, but there is still a job to do here. Does get a second bite of the cherry. The ball bounces favourably, but he makes it count, and that is the danger. PSG needs to be aware. You're going up against Anders Vergang. It is not just any old player. You can't give him any sort of opening here because he will take it.
That goal as well, Dan, it just puts that seed of doubt in your mind. Best thing that PSG can do, as obvious as it sounds, go down the other end and get yourself another goal and sit on a 3-goal cushion once again. Easier said than done, as this constant press will now follow. Let's keep possession there still. Haaland out wide. Having to find Cristiano, maybe a finesse. Could have been an option there for De Bruyne, just got his legs in a tangle.
Real chance now for Anders, though, on the counter-attack. Every single time that PSG does go forward, you know that Anders is going to be relishing the chance and trying to break through, but gives the ball away. And every time Anders does go forward, there is going to be space opened up at the back that PSG will look to try and take advantage of, because he will want this 3-goal lead reinstated.
Just doing what he can, just diving into the tackle. Still can't find a way through because PSG has just been outside onto the ball. So nice step over exit. Mbappe pulls out a save from Cech, keeps possession. With the help of a corner, quick corner comes in, should be easy pickings for the goalkeeper, and it will be. Final 15 in-game minutes now. He will get a couple of chances, but the ball's got to get moving up the other side of the pitch ASAP.
Vergang has done well at defending corners here, by the way. He's really negated them. And he could find a chance off the back of it here. Nice quick 1-2s.
Haaland will be waiting for in the box, but it's just not really been in his DNA, that crossing meta. So direct down the middle, looking for those step overs with the speed boost exit every single time. It's been just the way he plays. PH might have something to say about that though. Cristiano Ronaldo did so well there. He just ball rolled to the side, got a little bit of room. Manu Bashore, what a turnaround for him. 2-1 down against Nicholas, now leads 3 goals to 2. All these games are taking place here in Group B, in the same group, believe it or not. He's just doing what he needs to do, Dan. More minutes out of the game.
I mean, a real chance here if he plays it right as well. You can see he's just waiting for Vergang just to step out and make that mistake.
Penalty, it gets even worse. PH in with one hell of a chance to go 4-1 up. He does. What a start to his Esports World Cup journey this is. A 4-1 win in a rematch we've all been waiting to see.
It's the 3-goal lead reinstated, and it was just a desperate attempt from Anders to try and win that ball back, and just gives away a silly penalty here. And I think that's what we saw PH playing for. Just passing that ball around the box, waiting for a mistake to happen. I thought it would be more a player stepping out and a gap opens up. But the player stepping into the challenge now surely puts PH just out of reach here. There's not much time left in this game for Anders Vergang to get back into it. But a tournament is not won in your first match of the group stages. There is still plenty of time for Anders to come back and show us why he won the FC World Championship. As we look back now at a replay, and it's Manu Bashore versus Nicholas, and it's Manu Bashore taking a 4-2 lead over there. And Nicholas looks like he's going to have to try and do something desperate in the last final moments of that game as well.
I know it's only the first opening game of this group, Dan, but you look and you question. I know these are two absolute insanely talented players. PH didn't make out the group stages at the FC Pro World Championship. I'm sure that was a wake-up call to him to go away and just really put in the graft, really try and finalise his game. And of course, these players didn't know the groups until a few days ago, but when he saw that, the first thing he said, I remember on media day, was they're going to make that the first game on broadcast, aren't they? And I'm going to be ready for it.
He has certainly put in the homework, and you can see it. Every single time that Vergang's asked a question, Pierre-Jean has had the answer here. And he looks to try and put him to bed right now with his attack.
Surely not a fifth. Havertz, R9. You can understand there's so many bodies forward from Anders just to claw anything back, but even with 9.5, 3 goals in 7 in-game minutes is a bit of an ask. R9 round the corner, wow, Weghorst makes it 5. And for the first time in this game, he's leaning into that Saudi Arabian support.
The goggles are out again in full force. And Pierre-Jean living this moment. The crowd very much on his side, and I wonder how much of that crowd has played into the performance of Anders Vergang here, because he seems a bit rattled. Headphones are off. He's hearing every single jeer coming from that audience. And he was kind of going back at them, seemed distracted. And his performance has somewhat shown. We look back at the replay of this goal, I mean, once you're in this position and you see that much space in the middle, Weghorst slots it home. And you said there wasn't enough time for 3 goals. There's definitely not enough time for 4.
What a performance. Unfortunately for Anders, they're the red time finishes that you want to go in earlier on into the game. 85 minutes on the clock. This game is done and dusted. You can put out the griddy all he wants.
I would like to run tests on Anders Vergang, right, and just see into the brain of this boy, because he is something else. I love it. FC Esports has missed a character like this for years, right? He's 5-2 down, and he's still having a little gestures towards the crowd. And I mean, we look back at the replay, it was timed red, but it doesn't matter at this point.
PSG has surely locked this one in. It would have to be win back the ball, score a goal instantly, win back the ball, score instantly. It's just the time is not on your side.
What's happening over here? Bonanno, hold on, pulling away. 5 goals to 3. For a second, I thought the Sire was about to pull it back to 4-4. 5-3, there's the update on your screen. Bonanno looks like he's going to be challenging PSG for the top of this group. The goal difference will slightly be in favour of Alula's newest acquisition. But look, we waited a long time for this game. There was a lot to talk over and what the score was going to be. And he's played it so well. PSG kicking off his Esports World Cup, featuring EA FC journey with a huge 3 points. I mean, look, we say this is a big game, Dan. You look anywhere in this group or anywhere in this tournament, every game is basically a cup final.
What I will say is, you know full well Anders Vergang is going to come back hot in these next couple of matchups. Maybe with less of a distraction from the crowd. 3 minutes of added on time, a chance maybe to improve your goal difference, because that could come into play with tiebreakers at the end of this tournament. And he will fire one home.
It's something, as you're right to say, Dan, that could come into play later on down the line.
Well, he certainly is still himself. He's a character, and I love it. But it's going to be a loss for him. But how will this affect him going into the next couple of games now? Because he is one of the best players in the world, if not the best at the moment, right? PSG has had an answer to everything he's offered up. But this will annoy him, and he will want to go into these next games and prove a point and make a statement.
Well, the best way he's played this game, Dan, he's got into a leading position and he's made Anders always chase the game. Even you play another 15 game minutes here, what could be? But he's had a 3-goal cushion, he's had a 2-goal cushion. He's reinstated those leader moments when he's needed to, and the pressure's been on his shoulders. What a game it's been. PSG in, massive 3 points in the first opening group stage match here at the Esports World Cup. No one is safe. You might have been a world champion a few weeks ago, but you're coming into a completely different tournament. And look at those Saudi fans. They are lapping it up here.
Hey, look, if you're going to play the villain, you have to be ready for the fans to be against you. Vergang couldn't answer them in this game, but he will have the chance, of course, in the future games to make a statement here in Riyadh. But it's all about that man, PSG. What a performance. He very much has done his homework. You mentioned it, last-minute signing to Awalula as well. And boy, are they going to be delighted with that, because not only does he find a victory, but he does it against the reigning world champion of FC Esports.
Well, you speak about pressure, don't you? And then you sign for a new club. Next thing you know, you're playing in a massive game. What result, what a start. Let's head down to Rachel, who is on the stage, I believe. What a start to the tournament for PSG.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere in here once again was something special. The fans loved but hated it. You can hear them booing. That was harsh. Well done, Anders there. Look at him. He plays up to it all the time. It's very much split in here. I'm not sure, Gorilla, if Anders likes it. I'm going to introduce Gorilla. I know a lot of you at home will know exactly who this is next to me. The 2017 world champion. Have you ever experienced an arena quite like this?
No, it is absolutely insane. And I think if I was playing in this and the fans were against me, I'm not really sure how I'd be able to deal with it. And you're watching it at home, but being here in person, I have never seen anything like this.
Daniel's just going to walk down as well. I'm not going to interview you, he's going past. That's obviously Anders' coach there. He did look a little bit distressed, Anders did. He went red, he looked like the crowd was getting to him. How difficult is it? But he's also giving it back to the crowd. Like, how would you deal with that?
I think me and Anders are very different, but I think he thrives on it. So yes, he lost the game, but there's so many more to go, and I think it will make him play better going forward. Now he knows that the fans are against him here, so I think it'll make him play better.
I mean, I wouldn't want to play Anders next up. Anders has got goal poacher in round number 2. That's going to be a really tough matchup. He's going to be riled for that one, isn't he?
I wouldn't want to be goal poacher right now, that's for sure. But it's going to be an interesting game, and I just want to stay here and watch them all. That's what I want to do.
Tell me a little bit about what we saw there, though. PH Zin obviously came out and dominated that one. That was a rematch of the EAFC Pro Final 5-6. PH Zin won that one. Do you see PH Zin being back to that form he showed early on?
Yeah, with the first game, you never really know how the players are going to start. On paper, PH Zin and Anders pretty, one of the best few players here at the tournament, and there was a lot of goals. And I've seen a lot of goals in this tournament, which is very surprising, and a lot of attacking. If someone scores 3, you can expect the other person to score 4. So it was probably a great game to kick off Group B.
We know that Anders likes to get out strong, get some goals early. He doesn't like being on the back foot. Do you think that's what affected him out there tonight?
It just could be the first game. Sometimes people start off slow. It would not surprise me now if you go and see Anders win every single game in a group. So I'm looking forward to that. But his first game, and like I said, you couldn't ask for a better match.
Was he lacking anything, Anders, from what you saw, your expert opinion?
Not really. I think in the final third, we're used to seeing him being so simple, and that's probably the best compliment I could give Anders. Very simple, the step-overs, and being very direct in the final third. So other than that, I didn't see him really attacking the edge of the box as much as I normally would see. However, it is the first game, so I'd imagine the second game, you'll see an improvement.
We know how much he put into winning the EAFC World Championships in Berlin only about 6 weeks ago now. How difficult, and you should know, you've won one of these world titles, is it to win one, win the Europeans as well, and then come back 6 weeks later after you've just achieved pretty much your lifetime dream at 18 years of age, and then go back and try and do it again?
Honestly, it is tough because I imagine Anders at the start of the season probably looked towards that, and he's won the trophy, and then how many weeks now?
About 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, 6 weeks later he's here, but some of that, what's the word I'm looking for? Some of that
drive, the determination.
Yeah, the drive. Even if it's subconsciously, coming into the tournament, everyone's looking at you as the main guy, and you have to try and perform. But there's so many good players here, it's going to be tough.
I know he also said he hadn't particularly dealt with the jet lag as well. He hasn't really got into the swing of things here. How much can that affect you?
It can, especially Anders. He's been to a lot of tournaments this year. There's a lot of travelling, and it does get to you. Whether you think so or not, just playing, it just could be something in the back of your mind. So
yeah. Well, it's quiet in here at the moment, but let me tell you, there's a big player who's coming in here next. It's going to get loud, but for the time being, let's go and hear from our reporter, Lee Ravel.
New group, same stage, same me. As the first round of Group B has concluded, as always, I've got your recap. Matías Bonanno with an early 3-goal lead. Desari getting 3 back, but not quite enough to finish the job, as Matías Bonanno wins that game 5-3. Nathan SR99 coming out with guns a-blazing, winning 7-2 against Goal Poacher, and a dicey affair between Nicholas 99 FC and Manu Pachore, but Manu Pachore coming out on top 4-2. We do have more Group B matches after this break. Don't go anywhere.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Being here at EWC means a lot, of course. I had to qualify first, and it was like a big goal for me because it's like a World Cup and I want to qualify for all of them. Now I'm here and I know I have a huge chance of winning it too when I'm like at the biggest tournaments. EFC means a lot to me. It's like my job now and the thing I'm working on, so it's just like why I want to be the best. And now I'm world champion 2 times, so I will just try to make it the 3rd time and show that I will be the GOAT one day. I think my playstyle is like quite offensive, and if I'm leading, I won't stop. Like, I think I'm the only one who has won like 7-0 in the World Cup final, so my goal is all the time to just destroy the opponent. And I know that if you just lead with like, let's just say 4 goals and the opponent score 1, then your mentality will always change and you will get kind of nervous. So I'm just trying to like play in the same way the whole game and don't think too much and yeah, just try to destroy the opponent. I would say like this, the goalkeeper my coach trusts the most is Michael. I don't really have any preferences, but he says that he's good, but then I'm like, he's from Denmark and I can't trust the Danish keeper because I'm a Danish player, but I used him for the World Cup and I won the tournament, so he will probably get the chance again, but if he starts bad, then he is out for sure. Like the World Cup, I used like someone like Stones, Roselu and Bukayo Saka, and there was like, I would say the 3 most important players on my team, and I was like one of the only one who was like playing with them. So that was really important, and I think that it's just important that you play with players that you think is good and not like playing like what everyone else does. My biggest rival has to be PSN. It's not like I see any rival because like in anyone because I know I'm better, but after I lost like the final to him in the beginning of the year, and everyone was going crazy even though I qualified for the World Cup. I'm the one to win EWC because I won European Championship and World Cup like 1 month ago in 1 week. So if I'm gonna play onto my level, I'm gonna stand with my 3rd big trophy of the year. Watch out everyone, I'm the world champion and this week I'm gonna make it back to back.
Well, Group B matches are well underway here in Riyadh, in the Gidia Arena, ready for the second round of fixtures for the EAFC World Cup. Gorilla and Boris Legend still with me in the studio. Gorilla, you've kind of just joined the party. You've been watching off screen. First time in the studio actually watching it. It was something else, wasn't it?
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. Watching at home, you think you have a certain opinion, but when I've got to that stage and they're playing, wow. That's what I can say, wow.
I want to quickly cast your mind back to Group A, because we didn't get your opinions on that. From what you saw, what stood out and who maybe has a lot of work to do?
I was surprised by Johnny's performance, but there's still loads of games to play for the rest of the group stage. But Levy was very impressive. I thought he was very good. And even Abu Makar as well. I thought that last game against Levy, he showed his true ability.
Johnny, 0 points from possible 9. Do you think he can turn things around, or is that kind of too little, too late already?
I think he can turn it around. You know, he's got a break. He can go back, talk to his coach and see what he done wrong. But Johnny is still one of the best players here, so it could just be a poor day, and you know, tomorrow he can rectify that. Okay, well, let's turn our attention back from Group A over to Group B, because it is the second round of fixtures in Group B, and there are some big ones, let me tell you that. This is a massive feature matchup. I want to go in there. Why are we here, guys? We want to go in the arena. It is going to be popping. Manu Bashir taking on MS Dasari, a Falcons player, a local athlete. Obviously, he's the chairman as well of Team Falcons. He is just kind of, I guess, a trailblazer now, isn't he? He stands out. He's a true representative of the sport. He's the one that everyone's come to watch.
Yeah, he's a superstar, definitely. But I mean, maybe that could be sometimes also like distraction, perhaps, that he has so much to think of with the chairman role as well. He has plenty of these side quests. So I think maybe sometimes that could be diverting focus from the actual gameplay. But he had a decent first game. That was a close matchup, definitely. And I think he still looks good, for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately a loss there to Matti Bonanno, 5-3 that result was. But when we were actually in the arena, we saw MS Dasari walk in, and people were already kind of waving at him like a member of the royal family, pretty much, as he walked in there. If Abu Makar had a chant, a personalised chant for him, MS Dasari has got one. I can't wait to hear what it is as well. Okay, guys, at home, as always, you can give your predictions. This is our STC play of the day, the predictions.gg. Just go on there and give us your thoughts of how this match is going to play out. I don't think you should bet against MS Dasari, really. I wouldn't if I was you. Team Falcons player, obviously in the club championships, they're leading as well at the moment. Manu Bashir, though, guys, this can be a tough match, isn't it? The fact that he's just come off a win as well against Nicholas. How tough is this going to be for Dasari? Quick one here, Sven.
Quick? It's going to be a tough game. I mean, they're both world champions. They're one of the best players you've seen in the scene. So, second game, first game, you know, even if you haven't got the result, it doesn't matter. This is it. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, well, maybe put your fingers in your ears if you're watching at home as well, if you're in the studio, because this is going to get really loud. It is Manu Bashir taking on MS Dasari. Liquid taking on Falcons in the Gidia Arena. Can't wait.
Thank you, guys. Milos, we are absolutely vibing in here because, yet again, what an unbelievable atmosphere, right? I am absolutely loving it. And we just witnessed another great game with a pretty surprising result, I think it's fair to say, right?
It is fair to say. You know, some wins, some losses are a bit more sour than the others. But you know what? That's just kind of how it goes. We're still in the group stage. Everybody's going to get to time to bounce back and get back into it.
Indeed. Okay, let's get our next players out onto the stage. Please welcome Manu Bashir representing Team Liquid. Wow. I mean, Manu came back to win his first game of the tournament. He is not just a player, but an excellent coach too, and works hard to stay focused and positive during big games. And I think it's fair to say he's going to need that positivity tonight, isn't he?
He absolutely needs it here, because it's time to bring out his opponent. Please welcome to the stage from Team Falcons, MS Dasari! Representing Team Falcons is one you can call a trailblazer for Saudi and Arab esports. Musa'ad has won gold many times in the past. but competition is all about the here and the future. So does his own hold a run past this stacked group?
You can hear them here. They are absolutely ready for it, and so are we. Let's head straight to the casters.
Thank you very much, Nicole and Milos. And look, you've got to love this atmosphere. MS Dasari, a pioneer, a trailblazer for esports, especially in the Middle East, a world champion. Who sits on the opposite side of the stage, though, is a man that became world champion last year in this very country, in this very location that we are in right now. Myself, Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa will be taking you through this battle of the world champions. Where on earth do we start here, Ryan?
It's a pleasure to be alongside you. It's always a privilege seeing Dasari perform again at a major tournament. And of course, no else than his home nation. For me, the GOAT of our scene. I'm going to say it, the greatest of all time. And he's up against Manny Bashir, who of course has won a world championship and is on course to try and leap ahead of MS Dasari in future years. But you can just see the way he shows respect to the crowd, playing into the atmosphere as well.
Well, if we're lucky, Dasari might put his hands behind his ears, because that's his trademark celebration, which might get these fans on their feet. He is lapping up. He's a massive part of the esports organisation that he represents, and he also partly works for and owns in Team Falcons. And there's one of the biggest fans of them, Falcons Mike.
Falcons, man, front row.
Front row seat Falcons Mike. He's here in the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC. But if we're being honest, Ryan, and we really get down to the business here, we haven't seen Dasari at this world stage for a long time. At this level, of course, he was one of the players that got himself an invite into this competition alongside those that came through DreamHack qualifiers in Dallas, Texas, in Jönköping in Sweden, and then the last chance qualifier just a few days ago. Has he got the level? Has he got what it takes to take down a player of Manny Bashir's quality as well?
I think fundamentally, Dasari for me is arguably the best player we've seen in a long time in terms of throughout his duration and his longevity. The basic aspects of football and FC in game, I think he's one of the best at. You don't really lose that. It's just the mechanic. As the years progress on, there's new aspects of the game that are very important. Has he spent enough time to master those as much as likes of Manu, Matthias, Anders, Pietzin, the list goes on? I personally don't think so, and I'm sure he'll be honest to say that he hasn't. He's been busy leading a team that's top of the club championship. But what we saw in DreamHack Sweden was vintage Dasari. It was a throwback, in fairness.
We saw Tex against Dasari, didn't we? In Sweden, on the way to this Esports World Cup featuring EAFC. The last time we saw Dasari was probably back in October, November last year in London, when we played in the FC Pro Open. Since then, we didn't get to see him. We didn't see him, of course, in the East Saudi Premier League over there as well. He came through a couple of qualifiers, but you're right. I spoke to him the other day. He says, I'm still playing 3-4 games a day. I'm still grinding. I don't know how he's got time for it, but he still is.
The thing is, you have to remember, is that a lot compared to the other competitors? That's what you have to compare that to.
It's not 10, is it? It's not 8.
More than that.
It's not 15
the likes
games.
Of the Team Liquid and the Team Hullet members in this competition, Manny Bashir, Levi David, Emery Yumas, they're putting in countless hours, and you kind of have to match that to be able to challenge them, and it's not easy.
Well then. What a game this is. Two world champions going toe-to-toe. This is only in the group stage as well. In case you just missed what happened as well, Anders Vergang losing to Pietzin, Nicholas losing his first game to Manny Bashir, MS Dasari losing to the hands of Banana, and Nathan SR getting a result on Goal Poacher. We've seen some stat groups in our time, from me commentating, Ryan, from your playing days. Where does this compare?
One. I'm not even letting you finish the sentence. Number one by a lot.
Number one.
This group right here is, for me, 100% the best group I've ever seen. You've got these two players here. You've got Nathan.
You've got 3 world champions.
Yeah.
You've got East Champions League winners. You've got FC Pro Open champions, E-Premier League, E-Libertadores. The list goes on. It's just full of champions.
Yep. It's an unbelievable group. Some of the games, of course, still going on the other stages. Nathan against Nicholas. That's a massive game. Nicholas looking to get his first points on the board. Pietzin up against Matthias Banano. Could easily have been the featured game. Both players winning their first games. Obviously, one has to take an L in this round. And, of course, GP versus Anders. Both players on 0 points. And Goalpoacher actually defeated Anders to get himself into this competition. So many tough games.
Well, here we go. The battle of the world champions. Manny Bashir up against MS Dasari, the king of the jungle. Let's see how this one will play out. And Bashore, of course, representing Team Liquid and Team Hullet. They were amongst the first players to book their spot here in DreamHack Dallas, where 256 competitors travelled from all different parts of the world to battle out for 2 Esports World Cup spots in this very competition. It was him and his teammate, Emre Yilmaz, that put their ticket alongside that, got them seed #1 in their group. Finesse from distance! MS Dasari knocking on the door early into this one, 4 minutes in.
Looking for the finesse shot. I spoke to Spencer or Gorilla. He mentioned how after DreamHack Sweden, he spoke to Dasari and he was impressed at his level. He said the only thing he's sort of lacking is the shots outside the box, the finesse shots. So it's good to see Dos has obviously taken that on board. He scored from distance in his previous game as well against Matthias, but it wasn't enough to overcome that game.
Yeah, it's worthwhile you mentioned that. He did definitely score a couple of sort of more further range finishes in that last game too. How difficult is it though, Ryan, having such an array of different, I guess, decisions that you have to make in and around the box? Some love a time green shot inside the box, a lofted cross towards the back post, or if you can mix up in your attacking play. Here's another chance coming for Bukayo Saka. Finesse goes out for a corner. Or a free kick, sorry. We'll talk about that in a second. This could be really dangerous for MS Dasari. Hullit's over from the edge of the box. Hullit will strike it off the woodwork again from Dasari. But back to the point, how difficult is it to try and continuously mix up those shot types?
For me, in my opinion anyway, I've always kept this belief that the more mechanics in the game that are effective, that you have to deal with defensively and offensively work in your favour, the bigger the skill gap, in my opinion, as this attack from Manu Bashore.
First time in the box. Manu Bashore, big save, Petr. As you can see, a loud crowd here.
Just furthering on to my point, I think it benefits the players that are a lot more creative in the way they can mix up their attacks. They don't necessarily always have to go for a back post cross, but it's an option, and they're very effective at finding the spaces and the angles to whip their crosses to the back post, whether it's a direct header or a knockdown, but then they could use it as a decoy for a driven pass to an attacker or a finesse shot edge of the box. Dos again, great build-up.
What can he make with this one? Mbappe, that's 3 shots now in 13 in-game minutes. He's really taken this game.
Looking silky.
To Manu Bashore, quick corner comes in, just off target. He's cooking, Ryan, he's cooking.
He is, but we saw in the previous game, Anders started off very, very well against Vietnam and ended up losing because he did a few in quick succession, and Dasari knows, and he knows more than most. See, being a world champion and being at the biggest stage multiple times, when you're in control, when you're on the ascendancy, you have to make these chances count.
Back to you, Manu. What a ball that one is. Finds Hostler all the way from fullback. And he working between the gaps again. Dasari defends well.
Over the years with MS Dasari as well, one thing that for me separated him from everybody else was his pressing. And I think you don't really lose that. Maybe you do, or maybe you sort of have to dust yourself off a little bit, and as the games progress and go further on, you become more comfortable. But his pressing defensively, back in the days, used to be suffocating.
Oh no, what a ball that is. Haaland, he's on a play. Keeper has gone missing, and it's an absolute gift for Manu Bashore. He might have been under the cosh for the first 30 in-game minutes or so, but it just takes one mistake. One lapse of concentration. And just like that, the ball was played perfectly. The goalkeeper went missing.
Just like that, Brandon, as you said, defence to attack. Manu Bashore up against it a little bit there in the first moments of the game, but one attack is all it takes to break the deadlock for Manu. It was a well-timed pass as well, triggered the run perfectly for Haaland at the backside or the back post, further side of the pitch, and it worked perfectly for him.
Go back to that point there, Ryan. 4 big chances for Dasari. If you don't take them,
yep,
it's only be a matter of time before your opponent goes down the other end and can punish you, as we've just seen that. We will keep you up to date with the other scores as they do come in. Remember, there are 4 games taking place at the same time here.
He's in again.
Could be a second here for Manu. 2 in 5 in-game minutes. Decides to go back to bring a couple more options into this attack. Did then get dispossessed by Vitinha, who is one of the interesting picks that does feature in Dasari's team. Alongside Bukayo Saka in the midfield. Rudolph, Kevin De Bruyne, just to name a few. Disguises that pass well. Havertz. Can he make the right decision? Mbappe, what a turn on 9! MS Dasari is back in business.
It's an incredibly worked goal there from Dasari. Just a little player lock cancel there, but then to actually play the pass a moment afterwards sort of caught Manu Bashir off guard. Just turning perfectly in the box, finding the space to get the shot off. So we see the replay. It's just the build-up here. Havertz, he play looks to Mbappe, fakes it, and then just plays the pass. Manu gets caught off a little bit, the touchdown. You can see the animation for Van Dijk. I think Manu expected Dasari to turn on the other side. And of course he didn't, and it was well worked there again from MS Dasari to get a goal back in this game.
Just the extra second there, the animation there, Ryan, as you said, just to pull away and make the right decision away from that tackle from Virgil van Dijk made that goal happen. 25 minutes in, and we are all square. MS Dasari's pressure does count for something in the end, and it might count for a little bit more than that. Haaland digs it in, Mbappe! It's 2 in 2 minutes for the king of the jungle.
It's a great ball across the box there from Haaland. He just sort of slowed down a little bit, used the play look to bring Arnan into a position which was threatening. Manu was still backing off, and then the technical sprint there, controlled sprint with Erling Haaland to get space into the box. And what a ball that is, Mbappe. It's an easy finish, but this is what I was talking about here. You can see it. Erling Haaland just dribbling slowly towards the byline. Space opened up for him.
Did he flick onto him too late, or was it just that he didn't expect that AI movement in the nicest way from Mbappe?
Yeah, I don't think Manu defended extremely well, but he didn't just defend bad. I don't think there's a glaring error in that defensive sequence, in my opinion.
Well, keep in mind that Manu won his opening game against Nicholas. Dasari lost his opening game. Let's give you an update here as Anders Vergang found himself 1-0 up. No, he hasn't. He's 3 minutes into a game against Goal Poacher, who only just signed for Montpellier 24 hours ago. This could be very interesting. I know it's early days. I know it's 9.5.
Yeah.
What a start for Goal Poacher.
It's an incredible start. Goal Poacher will be feeling the energy that Anders brings in a game. It's sort of one where you've defeated him before. Why not again? Of course, it's a bigger stage, but it wasn't too far gone. Hold on. Wait.
No way. Oh. Penalty! For what? Kanate gets awarded. Manu with a gift from the spot. R9 steps up. He's not going to complain. Why would he? He's back in the game at 2-2, but if we can see a replay of that somehow, what on earth happened? Was there a misclick of a button, or was it just a very unfortunate animation?
I think he was pulling his shirt. That's the only thing I could think of when you're looking to try and maybe shoulder barge and you're pulling the player's shirt. That's the only thing. Again, we'll see the replay here. It's in behind. Kanate, a slight tug there. Ref, we got questions. I'll be honest.
I mean, Arnold doesn't even look for it. There must have been a button press there of the shirt being tugged, but Manu, take it, why not? This is the Esports World Cup. You need to get out those group stages. Anders Vergang, we questioned him. Don't question him for too long. 3 minutes later, he scored his 1-1 over there.
Yeah, quick response from Anders. Again, he's somebody that, I said it before the tournament started, Anders on a bad day, for me, still wins 3 games out of 7. Out of the 7 in the group, I still think he could win 3 when he's playing poorly. A little update on the screen, you saw Matthias Bonanno of Man City. Hello. Hold on. Just over Haaland's head there. Matthias Bonanno 1-0 up against PSV, which is a huge result if he manages to keep on probing in that game.
A question for you, Ryan. I mean, you've been involved as a pro for many years. In terms of an end-of-year sort of options that are available on Ultimate Team, are these the most stacked teams we've ever seen in a competitive year or not? Because I know we've got play styles in this year. We'll speak about it a little bit more in a second. What's happened over here? Nathan Essar against Nicholas. Nicholas leads by a goal to 0. But with the play styles in there too, 4 play style pluses on a lot of these items, which has never been seen before. Are we looking at the best options that have ever been available?
In my opinion, with the meta, I would say yes. Obviously, it's play style dependent in terms of how the player themselves actually play. Like Johnny in the previous group, in my opinion, sets his team up purposely to have players with long ball pass in midfield to help. But I think with 4 play style pluses, there are some players that sort of pick themselves.
Yeah, they have to be in the team.
Yeah, like John Stones, for example, or Konate, R9, Ronaldo, Mbappe, Haaland.
So many variables as well. For the Euros doesn't happen, John Stones probably isn't in the team.
Yeah, literally.
It was only a couple of years ago, it was like Team of the Year players were still in the team, like Team of the Year Luka Modric would still get a look in. Of course, so many more promos on the line now in EAFC. 2.5 minutes away from half-time here. Manabishore 2, Emes Dasari 2 in the battle of the world champions. What a match that is, by the way, in our B stream. Matías Banana against PH, two South American giants on one side, then Nicholas Nathan Essar on the other. Finesse from distance could be an option. Don't doubt Anders Vergan, we just found out. He's 2-1 up in under 10 in-game minutes, I'm imagining, over there. Hosselu. This is Manu, last chance of the half. Runs it out of play. Added time of 1 minute. Could Dasari get the ball past the halfway line before we get to 46 minutes on the clock? He's trying to move it quickly. That's exactly what he's done. Look at the space on the left-hand side. Was that the pass he wanted? It's wide out still for him. Could there be an overload in the box now? Added time has been played. This has got to go forward. Mbappe, the angle's tight. One more pass. Emes Dasari, take a bow. How has he worked that?
Incredibly well worked, Brandon. For those wondering at home, why is Dasari rushing that attack so quickly from the goalkeeper? It's because there's no time left to respond for Manabishore. If you go into half-time, Dasari pushing forward, triggering the right runs, the player lock cancel, Havertz's ball roll, the first time pass, and the space just opened up there. And there was a mistake in the build-up from Manu. He sort of lunged with his right back. I think it was Hosselu, but it's a frustrating goal to concede just before half-time.
It's how R9 gets back on side there as well.
Yeah.
The timing of that.
It's when you trigger the runs, naturally with direct pass, they sort of just come back on side. It's just timed perfectly there for Emes Dasari.
And of course, we had the pleasure last year of attending Gamers A, and we saw how loud this crowd is in Saudi Arabia. Back for the first ever time with the Esports World Cup, and it has delivered. These local fans have been loud and proud. We saw a crazy game of Abu Makr earlier today, of course, the Team Falcons player, which was a ridiculous comeback against Lemmy David.
Yeah.
Another Team Liquid, Team Hullet player. We are seeing just as good of a game over in Group B. Emes Dasari, 4 fantastic chances early into the game. Couldn't find a way through them. Manabishore just showing exactly how good he is, scored on his first real chance of the game. Then went 2-1 down, got the penalty, and we've just ended the half on the 46th minute with a last kick of the game. Emes Dasari leading this by 3-2.
I love the atmosphere. I just love all the different chants and the celebrations.
How would you feel if you were against Dasari in this scenario?
I'd be pumped up.
They all want you to lose.
Yeah, I'd be pumped up because you'd want to naturally just shut the crowd up because they're against you. I think that's sure. I think everyone would feel that way. But again, you pay respect to it because it is such a key thing in the seat. Oh, penalty for that! Wow.
I mean,
we've seen some strange choices. Bottom corner finished there for Anders. 30 minutes in, 3-1 up against Goal Poacher.
Me and you have seen some interesting penalty shouts this year.
Yeah.
We've commentated a lot of games, and we've seen 2 very interesting penalty shouts there in the last 10 in-game minutes or so. Back underway for this one. Still so much time to be played. Remember, this is only round 2 of the group stages here.
Oh.
What a win that is, by the way, from Manu. Nice step over exit, gives himself a little bit more room. Mbappe can't get the shot away.
That recovery pace from Saliba was unbelievable, but what was even more impressive in that whole sequence was the press from Manu was superb. Completely caught Emes Dasari off guard there. He thought he had more time than he
did everything right, Brian.
Yeah, everything, but he didn't do a single thing wrong there. It's just how it worked out in the game. It just didn't fall in his favour.
Dasari recovering so well. You have to look on paper as well. This is a player, Dasari, that hasn't had loads of experience in terms of this season. Yes, he's had experience. He's a fantastically talented player, but in terms of pro tournaments this year, we haven't seen a great deal of him. Here he comes again.
So
I'll be quiet, because Emes Dasari is in his own world right now.
You could just look at him and the celebration to the camera as well from the fans. You can just look at him and just tell he's feeling himself. From the first minute, you could tell just the way he was attacking. It was fluid. There was a...
But to the point I'm making, are you surprised at the level that we're seeing from him? Because he hasn't had the opportunities to really compete this year. He hasn't.
The thing is, as I said, it's the fundamentals you don't really lose. It's ultimately football, it's just the mechanical aspect of the game and the mindset, the approach you come into the tournament. I spoke to Mike previously, and he spoke, MS Asari is probably one of the only players who can sort of come into a tournament like this, not have tons of experience, but gain that match experience as it goes on and become more comfortable and a lot better as the games go on. I predicted him to potentially lose the first two and then start to pick up, but he could potentially win this game if he carries on playing like this.
And one thing we know about MS Desai, Ryan, he's a bit of a late bloomer.
Yeah.
As the year goes on, he always gets better.
Exactly.
The year he became world champion. Slow start, often. As soon as April, May passes and we move into the summer months, he gets better and better and better. Saw some updates there from the other games. Let's jump over and give you some of the action you may have missed out on. There's a finesse from distance. Hello, hello, hello. Goal poacher getting a goal back. 37 minutes on the clock there. 3-2. He trails against Anders Vergang. Back over here now. Desari looking for a fifth. After 2 rounds in this group, it is going to look so interesting because everyone is sharing points. There's not really a front runner. 1 win, 1 loss for a lot of players. Havertz. Is it another one for Desari? Haaland, one more pass. Vitinha. Can he drop the shoulder? Nice step over exit to save Courtois.
I think he expected the goalkeeper movement towards the near post, so he shot across. But if he goes near post, we would have seen goal number 5 for MS Desari. But he's feeling himself. Honestly, the way he's playing, you can tell he has a lot of confidence, but he could concede here.
Great ball, Mbappe. That's twice now. 2 massive chances where Manu's been in and around the box. Forget scoring a goal. You at least expect to hit the target there.
Absolutely. I think he deserved the goal, as you said. It's been twice now, those situations where
a team in the tournament, Kylian Mbappe, Ryan.
It's got to score. As you said, at least, worst case, hit the target. But to go wide is a tough pill to swallow there. You get frustrated in those moments, but Manu's a professional. He'll know and just try his best to keep calm and understand that if he can generate another attack like that, surely the odds will fall in his favour.
This could be a chance. Really high line there. Great feet from Alex Bates. Is there an overlap available? Well read there, John Stones on the right-hand side. Just as enough to delay the attack. That's a naughty tackle there from Hullet. This could be...
Hold on. Oh, it's a red.
A red card. Desari's asking for the reds. It will be a red card indeed. And for Manu Bashir, it just gets worse. Down to just 10 men. This is a game that's had everything. Penalties, red cards. And now for Manu, Ryan, you're in this situation, you're in this predicament. What are you changing? How are you restructuring your team?
Ooh, this is a difficult one because 4-3-2-1, it obviously relies on you having the amount of options to go forward. If you play that way without a midfielder, you kind of lose that rotating aspect of when you're trying to recycle possession. That player's gone. In my opinion, a lot of players in years gone by, when you play in a... Hold on, actually. Could have been a replay. There is one here. Another penalty. Is that a second? Yeah, it is. Van Dijk, red card.
Days.
Another
red
one.
Cards everywhere,
Goal poacher, red card. Anders Vergang made it 4-2 just before half-time. But as I was saying, a lot of players would opt to go to a 4-2-3-1 and have the striker as the person that has been sent off, just to give you structure in midfield and defence. But when you're chasing a game, it's a tough one because sooner or later you're going to have to go forward and commit more bodies forward.
This game, Ryan, could not have gone any better for Mr. Desari.
Yeah.
Other than the penalty that he conceded, which he, I think he can deal with now that he's only playing against 10 players. Manu Bashir, you've provided so many surprises throughout your career so far and incredible displays. Show us another one. 2017 game minutes left, trailing by 2 goals against Desari, against this home crowd here in the Kidio Arena. Let's see if he can turn it around. Well, Desari got the strength and all that support behind him just to see this one out and get his first win in the group stages in this ridiculously tightly contested Group B. Mbappe, the step-overs are pretty... That shot would have been time green, Ryan, if it wasn't for Konate in the way.
Yeah, huge challenge. Great press again there from Manu Bashir. He's still on the ball for the attack.
Saliba, back to Mbappe. Saliba, right place, right time again. He'll take a fortunate bounce. You're 2 goals up in this scenario, Ryan. just looking to manage the game now, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's way too soon to opt to keep possession in the sense of just trying to keep it for the duration of the game. Hold on. Matisse Bonanno on the attack.
Over here, Bonanno has just squeezed that one in against PAG. What a game that is, by the way. 3-2 in front against PAG. Matisse Bonanno leads. Remember, there is a beat stream here at the Esports World Cup as well. You can follow all the action that is taking place. 4 games taking place at the same time here in the group stages. What a pass that could be. Finesse, stopped by Petr. Was there goalkeeper movement involved?
Keeper movement, incredible. Cuts the hold on, I mentioned it after this corner.
Quick corner, Mbappe! Not the man this time, Erling Haaland will be. He might only have 10 players on the pitch, but he is not giving up here. 19 minutes left. There is still plenty of time left.
That's why I didn't say anything, because a corner comes in, you kind of know, FC 24, when corners are whipped in, you have to be fearful when you're defending them, but MS Asari done well to sort of put a defender to block it, the shot before that led to the corner, and move the keeper the right way. But from the corner there, what can you really do? Somebody of Manu Bashori's level, he's an expert at utilizing those corners to his advantage.
Well, if there's one man that can pick up a player, set up the right tactics for them, get them in the right headspace, is anyone that's come out of that Team Hullet camp across the last few years. A team full of champions. Renzo there in the hot seat. Had a bit of a predicament to make this week here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, of Team Liquid, Team Hullet, because they've had 3 players here, more than any other team, and they have to get 3 coaches in for their players that are so used to having a set coach.
They're victims of their own success in FC 24.
Well, let's jump back into it now. 19 in-game minutes. He's only 1 goal behind. But there's only 10 players on the field for Manu.
Oh, no.
That's a big win back. I tell you what, he could be through 1-9. Is it a 4-4? Is the angle right? Yes, it is!
Wow.
Manu Bashore! What a turnaround!
Oh, that is a crucial mistake there from MS Sorry, he knows it as well. I looked at the player cam straight away to see how he reacted. A complete, dare I say, it's a rookie error, and he knows it. He'll be devastated with that. He's given a lifeline and a way back into this game for Manu Bashore. 4-4. He looked as though the game would have been completely done after that red card. Down by 2, but Manu's performed extremely well and took his chances to get back into it.
There's one thing losing, Ryan, but losing to 10 men.
He'll be devastated if that happens, but 15 minutes left in this game. He has the man advantage. He's just lost the results advantage at this moment in time, but he's just about trying to find the space and locate where that man down is negatively going to affect Manu.
Saka. Cruyff just introduced late on into this game. Desire looking to get back in front again. 8 goals. Evenly split so far. You saw a power shot come in there from Erling Haaland. If there was no bodies in the way, that would have been flying into the back of the net. We'll keep you up to date with some final results as well that are slowly coming through. And after that, we'll have one more round to bring you live tonight here from the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC 24. And all I'm going to say, it's another round of incredible matches. Mbappe, does he fancy finesse from distance? That could have maybe been on the cards. Instead, tried to just punch it into the feet of the fresh legs of Cruyff. Manu turns this one around. It would be remarkable. Footies Frimpong. Able to help out this occasion. He's out of position, but with the pace he's got, I'm sure he can slot back in sooner rather than later. Long ball forward. It's asking a lot from Haaland, but he did get there.
I think that hit the outside of the post there. Again, it was just aimed a little bit too far to the corner. And that's sort of the catch-22 with Manuel headers. You try and aim for the corner, try just at least to get it on target slightly to one side and hope it goes in. And MS Asari opted to try and get it perfectly in the corner that time. Too much, way too much in the switch there from Manu that time.
Last 5 in-game minutes now. Remember, we are playing for a winner every matchup. No draws allowed here in the group stages. Manu, maybe with a smash and grab. Toni Kroos, you fancy a finesse from distance. No, he doesn't. Instead, Mbappe might fancy a winner.
Oh,
what a save, Petr Cech. Quick corner to come in now. Front post flick on his there. Look at the space for Haaland! What a turnaround! From a man that knows how to become a champion more than anyone. World champion last year in Riyadh. He only had 10 players on the pitch. He was 4-2 down. 5-4 he leads with 3 in-game minutes left.
That is soul-destroying for MS Asari and Team Falcons. I'm honestly lost for words. The corner there, he tried to anticipate Manu thinking he's going to go to the near post. He doesn't. He sort of goes towards the middle, slightly towards the back post. And I think it was Stones who's already committed forward. And it was pretty much a free header for Haaland. And the game has completely been turned on its head. 10 men for Team Liquid, Team Hull. It's Manu Bashor. I can't believe it.
Speak about having the mental, Ryan, in this environment, within this crowd that is very obviously, you understand why cheering on for the opposite man on the opposite side of the stage in MS Dasari of Team Falcons. You're 4-2 down, 10 players on the pitch, and still you find the extra minerals, the extra percents to pull yourself through. Update over here then, Nicholas leading 2-1 against Nathan SR. About 10 in-game minutes left to go in that one. But this would be the start of a storyline in the group. It would be Matthias Bonanno and Manu Bashore looking to run away at the moment with a 6-point lead in the group. But it's not done yet. There will be another chance.
Just look how deflated I feel my heart like breaks. Honestly, I can't believe it. There's still time left, 3 minutes plus added time to go forward. I think those will be upset more so, not even that goal, the one where he lost it from kickoff. It's good defending. Eder Militao does the job there and just about manages to get the ball down the line for Haaland.
Let's look after the ball now, Manu. May have just given MS Dasari one more roll of the dice.
One more.
Any time to come any second now. How generous will that allocation be? 3 minutes added time in 9.5 is a lot more than you think. Dasari, have you got another one for us? Big chance, Cruyff, what a block, Saliba. He might not have known much about it, but he may have just been a hero in the group stages. 2 added time left in the game. De Bruyne pressing and pressing and pressing, wins the ball back via a throw-in. Can Dasari make the most of this one now? Quick throw-in play, Vitinha. Cruyff will turn away, looks for the shots! And once again, we are all square at 5-5.
Oh my goodness. MS Dasari never gives up. The crowd behind him as well. That's devastating for Manu Bashor now. Complete contrast in emotions now. We see a replay. It came from the throw-on. Vitinha into Cruyff. Managed to get space to green time it across the face of goal, but Manu would be devastated with the fact that he had the ball late on. I think twice there. Tried to play it down the line with Mbappe. Weaker foot. A ball played down the line for me is way too risky. I think from now, unless Manu scores from kickoff, I think Dos, he carries on this now. I think he carries on and wins it. I'm going to set it already from my prediction. Even ask for a prediction. I'm giving it.
19 game minutes, 10 goals between the two, penalties, red cards, and there is still nothing to separate them. We're only in day one of the competition, Ryan, and we have had some ridiculous storylines already unfolding here.
I think for the duration of the tournament, how important this result will be for MS Dasari. It's not just about getting the 3 points on the board, it's the mental approach for the other games. Because if you're 4-2 up against 10 men and you throw it away, that will take its toll, in my opinion, on the remainder of the games. Because when can you ever feel safe then? You're up by 2 goals against 10 men. Surely you think it's game over, there's 20 minutes left, and Yeah, so I think that goal it is so important, not just for the context of this game in particular, but for the whole tournament for MS Dasari.
Not just that, it's backing yourself, isn't it? If there's any of a self-doubt that we haven't seen him at those big tournaments for so long, we haven't seen him competing in the FC Pro Open, the FC Pro World Championship. He can come in and win his second group game. Update over there, match finish. Look, PH in. He might have beaten Anders Vergang an hour ago. He's just lost to Matthias Bonanno 3-2. No one's safe here. The only person that is causing a bit of noise at the moment is a player that won the Sweden qualifier in Matthias Bonanno. He's 6 points from 6, and he's looking deadly at Manchester City Esports. Back to this one now. 30 more minutes needed to separate the two. Manu Bashir, your first attack in this extra time period. Defended well there by Alphonso Davies.
Oh, that's
what
risky.
A win back that is. De Bruyne was so aggressive. Unfortunate enough for Dasari. He could recover that one well. Full-time result there, look. It flips again on his head. Nicholas picks up his first win here. In Group B, 2-1 win against Nathan SR. Have to remember, Nicholas only got his spot here a few days ago in the last chance qualifier. There was another world where he might have even been playing in this tournament. Lofted in, keeper.
Ooh, just
comes out flying.
The moment Haaland was triggered there, you just know that the intention was to play that lofted ball in behind. Keeper does enough for the side of Manu Bashir there.
Haaland. Mbappe also chasing now. Take his time here. So much space on the bottom hand side of your screen. Expect a big switch to come in any second now. It's a pretty poor pass, but he gets rewarded for it again. There's a lofted ball. Question for you, Ryan. You're playing against 10 players. Where are you realising there is space, or if there is any space? Or what's the difference, other than the obvious fact that there's one player less on the pitch?
For me, it depends obviously where the opponent has they've made the decision of where to put the person with a red card. I'll speak about it a bit more after this attack here.
Oh, wow! Power shot from Dasari.
Oh.
That raises the roof here in Riyadh.
They've worked on that. We've seen Emre Yilmaz do it. We've seen Levy do that in previous competitions. That ball across there sort of sets up a driven, or a power shot, I should say, sorry. And Vitinha, that is incredible. Where's Dasari back in front again? Take a look at this, though. The power behind this. Oh, my goodness. Keeper stands absolutely no chance. No chance. That's exactly why the power shot plus play style there comes into effect.
Well, that's what I was saying to Dasari yesterday when he was telling me about his team. When Vitinha in the midfield, it's not the most popular choice. It's a great choice still. And he went, look, the play styles he offers me is why he's in the team. Look no further. Dasari leads by 6-5. Could be 7-5 here if he can make the right decisions. Power shot again!
Keeper was moved there, though.
That time.
He learned his lesson.
High and wide over the bar, but what could have been, Ryan? I mean, he teased us with the script, Ryan, of how extra time would be played. Dasari might run away. No, he won't. Mbappe, look at the space. Manu just got to beat the goalkeeper. What on earth are we witnessing? Two world champions just laying punch after punch on each other. 6-6. I score, you score.
The defending there from MS Dasari, I'll be honest, it's not one you want to look at again. Kamikaze is just complete. I don't know what Kanate was doing. I think that we went into the replay just before or just after he tried to manually press and squeeze up. As I said, MS Dasari is known for his pressing, and I think in years gone by, that is the most effective way to play. Nowadays, obviously the game's changed a little bit in terms of the pressing. You kind of need to pick and choose. You can't do it for a whole duration in a game, and it's worked against him in that moment. He stepped forward and then it left that massive gap for Mbappe. And once he step overs with the speed and pace and behind, All it matters now is, does Manu have the composure and decisiveness in front of goal to find the back within it, and he did.
I don't think I've ever seen a player with 10 players on the pitch ever sort of play this well.
No, literally.
It's like he's still got 11. As we jump back in now. 15 in-game minutes away from penalties, I believe, for the first time in the group phase here at the Esports World Cup, featuring EA FC 24. This potentially will be the last group game to conclude in round 2 as well, as we get those full-time results coming in. The only one that we haven't had through is Anders Vergang against Goal Poacher. Could be a chance. Haaland. Courtois. She's a big right glove there, just parrying that one to the side. Offside. Bukayo Saka, the idea was great. It's the timing of the run. A little bit too early. There's that result we asked for. Unfortunately for Goal Poacher, it's going to be 0 wins in 2 games for him now. Anders with his first 3 points on the board after losing to PH in. Big result there against Goal Poacher to put him back on track. The only person that is currently running away with proceedings here is Matías Bonanno. 6 points from 6 as it stands. Remember, every player will play 7 group games in total. Frimpong lofts it in. De Bruyne of all players.
Oh.
Quick corner. Haaland looking for that front post. Flick on! Checks there. Ronaldinho.
Incredible save. Oh my.
Back as a makeshift defender. Still, this attack is not dealt with. Five in-game minutes left. Is Manu also about to find his second win of the tournament? Or is MS Desari with this home crowd behind him going to be able to push on and find such an important 3 points in a group that is so topsy-turvy? Nice step overs from Ronaldinho, just buys him a little bit more time. Recycles well. Davies, Vitinha, edge of the box. We saw him power shot from before. Still Vitinha.
Good defending. Very, very good defending from Manu there. See if he's learnt his lesson. And just keeping possession, being a little bit more disciplined and waiting for the last attack of this second half of extra time. In fact, he's going to try a ball over the top that, sorry, just about gets there with Alphonso Davies. It looks like an attack could stem here from this, Brandon.
The time's running out, and there certainly won't be much added time. Desari, back over to you. Have you got a match winner for us? Step overs are pretty. Cruyff.
Oh.
Nice step overs again. What a save. Courtois, who gets called into action. Time after time. A minute of additional time. Are we on our way to our first penalty shootout here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia? The ball's got to get past the halfway line.
Has to go forward.
It has now. Manu Bashir. This would be an incredible ending to a 12-goal thriller. It's not going to happen. Penalties to the sides. Where these 3 points will go in the Esports World Cup. Manu Bashir against MS Desari. Here we go. Up steps Manu. Important start from him. 1 from 1. Back over to you, MS Desari. Is it going to be 1 from 1? Yes, it is. Perfect pens.
Time for Manu to see if he can get penalty number 2 in the back of the net there. Goes bottom corner, saved. MS Desari goes the right way. Can he respond and take the lead in this penalty shootout right now? Bottom left corner.
Advantage to Desari. Pressure will build now for Manu. Has to put this one away with De Bruyne. Got very close there, Desari to saving it. Is it 3 from 3? Vitinha save! We're back all square.
Wow. Manu steps up this time. Can he score? Toni Kroos gets enough power on it. He goes to the top left corner. Inch perfect. It's his 3rd penalty from 4. MS Desari has to score this to keep it level. Hosnu goes bottom left corner, and it's his third penalty.
Into round 5 we shall go. Eddie Militao now steps up for Manu Bashir from the spot, does score. Dasari, it's over to you. Are we off to sudden death? Bukayo Saka does go the right way, and we continue into sudden death.
And you get a goal here. John Stone steps up top left, goes bottom left, doesn't manage to get the save here.
MS Dasari, the pressure is back onto you, my friend. De Bruyne steps up. We go again.
Manu again, this time defenders are stepping up. Saliba goes bottom right corner. Dasari feels like he's been hard done by.
Pressure back onto MS Dasari. It's Ronaldinho of all people that steps up. He was low on the pecking order. The substitute, can he put it right? Yes, he can. We go again.
Kanate for Manu Bashir, steps up this time. Where's he going to go? He goes down the middle.
Back over to you, Dasari. What a shootout this has been. Penalty number 7, Alphonso Davies from the spot. We go to round 8.
Oh my goodness, it feels like this could go on forever. Frimpong stepping up for Manu Bashir. Where's he going to go this time? He goes bottom left. Keeper goes the other way.
It's all green so far on the scoreboard. Round 8. Up steps Saliba. MS Dasari must score. He does. Round 9. We're nearly in double figures.
Right, the keeper's Courtois stepping up. Look how quick it's going. He times it to perfection. He goes bottom right.
Over to your goalkeeper now, Dasari. Or not, sorry, Kanate. Will he score for Dasari? Yes, he does.
Oh,
10 penalties now.
It's gone back completely now to the first taker. Erling Haaland goes middle.
I'm sure
scores.
he's the goalie now. It is. MS Dasari with pair check. Is he going to score? Yes, he is.
Oh my goodness.
This is the longest shootout we've ever seen.
Manu steps up. Mbappe this time. Which way is he going to go? He goes bottom left, saved. MS Dasari.
Massive chance, Dasari. We've gone back round again. Erling Haaland from the spot. Can he score? Oh. Yes, he can. MS Dasari. I've lost my voice. He is. Just picked up a massive 3 points. I think I've really lost my voice. What a shootout. What a game. It's only day 1.
Unbelievable. A huge victory for MS Dasari. He gets points on the board. His first 3 points. It means a lot to him. The crowd are in favour for him. I have to say, though, I'm going to give huge credit to Manu Bashir there, because so many players will fold and crumble. You're down by 2. You have a man sent off. 20 minutes left to go. Not only do you come back, you take the lead. It was narrow margins. It was so close. But it wasn't meant to be, and he has to bounce back into his next game.
So tough as well for Manu there. You've gone through such a long time in that game. You've been in the game. You've had 10 players on the pitch there for, I believe, 20 in-game minutes of normal time, 30 minutes of extra time, and then we go to a shootout, which might be the longest and the best shootout we have seen this season. What a game. We're only in round 2 of the group stages. Manu Bashir loses to Mr. Dasari, and I believe we're going to hear from the King of the Jungle live right now with Milos.
What an absolute barn burner of a game, all the way to penalties, sudden death. Incredible matchup that we just had. And I'm here with our victor, MS Dasari himself. أول شيء مبروك. شو هالجيم هيدي على حرمز ناطرين فيها كلنا. طيب. Okay, at the end of this, how do you keep your cool? Because this was insane.
To be honest, everything goes insane. I told you at the beginning I'm speaking Arabic, but now I speak English. بس هذا يوضح لك قديش الجيم كان صعب. كل شيء كان قريب. شكرا لكم. الله يسعدكم يا رب. الله يقدرني يا رب اني افرحكم. شكرا كل واحد حضر. ما ادري كيف بلعب الجيم الثالث اللي بعده شوي. مشاعر متلخبطه صراحه. كنت ادري انه مستحيل صح حرام اني اخسر وانا فارق ب2 ومطرود منا لاعب. الحمد لله ربي وفقني الحمد لله.
Yeah, it was an incredibly close one. And in the beginning, we were talking about it, that we'd have the interview in Arabic and then to English and then swapping back. It just explains to you how tight this match was, that it messes with your head. This is the level we are at. Of course, there's still game 3. عندك ماتش رقم 3. So how do you kind of reset and get ready for that game? Because now you're not going to have the crowd buff behind you there.
I think يعني أحتاج 5 دقائق يمكن إني أريح فيها وأبدأ أخطط للمباراة الجاية. مانو واحد من أفضل اللاعبين مجموعتي، بطل العالم السنة الماضية. الجيم كان له سيناريوهات كثير، فأحتاج إنه ذهنيا إني أطلع منه 100% وأركز على مباراتي الجاية، لأن المباراة الجاية قدام لاعب كبير بعد.
I still have one more huge game against one of the best players in the world. I just need 5 minutes to chill out, relax, and get back into the zone. Visari, congratulations on the win. Good luck on the rest. And that was it from the stage. We'll send it back to the studio.
Emotional scenes as well, it seemed, for Nasari there. A penalty shootout, the first one of EAFC that went to double figures. The first penalty shootout goes to double figures. It was something pretty special from pro players' point of view. How difficult was that to watch, knowing exactly what they're going through?
It was just back and forth game, wasn't it? Goal after goal. I thought Dossary was going to take it, and then Bashore came back in, and then last minute, Dossary gets the goal, and we go into extra time. But it was a very good watch.
I said to you as well, oh, maybe this is the fairest way to end it in a penalty shoot. And you said, no, go either way, 50-50. I mean, Boris, would you agree with that? Heartbreak in the end to see it actually go to penalties after such a great game.
I think penalties this year probably a bit 50-50. It was such a fantastic match, yeah. So, but I mean, it has to end at some point. So that was the only way.
But the fact that we saw MS Asari show such quality virtual football, which you haven't seen for maybe quite some time as well, up against last year's world champion. I don't think any of us expected that.
I did,
you?
Yeah, because the last one I saw
That's why you're here, you know.
Yeah, I saw him play and I thought, he still has that name, Dossary, but I don't think anyone's seen his gameplay much this year. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes far and maybe win the whole thing.
Yeah, disappointing though for Manny Bashore there. How does he get his head back in the game, Boris, for one final round after such an up and down matchup? So many emotions going into that one.
Tough one, definitely. But he did so well with 10 men, actually. He was down 10 after like 60 minutes. So he played so well, made a comeback from, I think that was 2-5 with 10 men or something. So yeah, I mean, it shows that he has a quality still, definitely. And the group is still wide open. Yeah,
we can see the group now. This is how it stands after just 2 matches. We're looking at Group B. Group A have finished for the day. So Group B, Matthias Bonanno at the moment 6 points. The only player to have 6 points. Manny Bashore, Nathan, PH Zin, Nicholas, I'm still going, Vergang, MS Asari, all on 3. Goal poacher at the moment, the only player who hasn't got a win under his belt. So fingers crossed for the man from Great Britain in the next round. Okay, well, it was 5 apiece, wasn't it? Extra time, penalties. There's a lot to break down, boys. So I'm going to stand over here and let you take the stage on this one.
Plenty of goals. And we're going to see now Dosser's masterclass and how he used this same kind of trick here to outsmart Bashore. This is goal, the first goal, and this is from Haver's left side. Takes the space and then pass back centrally. And the key comes somewhere. Let's see now. There's the key. All right, Spencer.
It looks so simple, but as you see, just before, if you go back a little bit, where he activates the player lock. So basically, player lock is both thumbsticks in, and you can see he has Mbappe selected there. So if you keep an eye on Konate here in the white jersey, he has a decision to make. Does he push Havertz or does he mark Mbappe? And then if Ivan plays it, you'll see what happens. But this is a player lock mechanic, which is, for me, one of my favorite mechanics on the game.
Yeah, that's lovely, and also must also highlight this first touch. So he has the pass here back to Mbappe. Let's see here, the first touch, and that's so fast and it's so perfect, and he has so short time here to make this decision here. Oh, here, first touch is perfect, and that's the goal. Third goal here is with the same trick. All right, so we see now this was goal 1. Let's jump over to goal number 3. And the same thing here, overloads left side, attacks through Havertz, and we're going to pause very soon. Playlock coming over. Let's go back a little bit.
Exactly the same mechanic. It does look like a very similar goal. We have it here, yeah. But it's so simple, but so effective.
Yeah, can we go back slightly again?
Yeah, you can see the symbol above Havertz's head. Yeah. He activates it, and as a defender, you don't want to play against this because Dossary could go inside to Mbappe, or, as you'll see, he goes all the way to the byline and then comes back and plays it inside, which leaves the space.
But the key here both times is the play lock cancel. All right, so he just fakes this. And of course here, Manu, he has to here, of course, focus on this area in the middle, which is always the threatening area over here. But of course, again, Dostri does the same trick, cancels this again, takes the space. I think this one here has one more key, and that is this small thing here. If you're out of passing options, sometimes the best thing and the most simple thing is the bottle outside, just like this. Your Havertz goes outside, Konaté is gone, and offside line as well is completely destroyed. And this is well played, fast passing, in the end, a tap in, amazing.
Simple, but effective.
Effective, yeah. So yeah, that's from us this time. We're just gonna jump back to Leah at the sideline.
Don't think I have to tell you who I am, and I don't think I have to tell you where I am anymore, but what I can tell you are the results from round 2. PH Sin facing off against Matias Bonanno, both former E Libertadores champions, both from South America. Some might even call it a partidazo. It did go both ways, but Matias Bonanno did come out on top 3-2. In the other match, battle of the N99s, Nicholas 99 FC and Nathan SR 99, but the N99 from Argentina did come out on top 2-1. Goal Poacher did take an early lead against Anders, but it was no match for Anders. Anders wouldn't take that as a result, and that one ended 4-2. We will be back with the last round of Group B after this short break.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How's it going, everyone? Brandon Smith here at the Esports World Cup. We've got a little fun game to play with two of our professional players competing this week here in Riyadh, and it's called Cop or Flop. Gentlemen, introduce yourselves. Who have we got?
I am a goal poacher, play for Montpellier, and that's it really.
I am Matías Moreno, I'm playing for Man City.
Well, the rules of the game are very simple. We have got a handful of foot items to discuss with two of our pro players, and basically, gentlemen, cop or flop. First player up, 99 rated footies, Mohamed Salah.
Cop, 100%. Finesse shot plus, first touch plus.
Matthias, he has got 4 play style pluses.
Yeah, it's for me it's the same. It's like finesse shot is so important in the game, and it's incredible card in the statistic. I didn't try him, but it's cop obviously.
Next up, 96 rated footies, Petr Cech.
Yeah, for me, I love Petr Cech, so it's cop in the last card was incredible. This I didn't try a lot, but I think it's so good. It's 96 of media, so yeah.
Absolutely, best keeper in game, Cech. Clear Schmeichel, 96 footies, great card, 6'6".
Next up, right, 91 rated Ruud Gullit, Centurions.
In this moment, I don't think so. I think Gullit in the beginning is incredible, this card, but now it's so bad for me. So it's flop.
Yeah, that's a flop big time. 1 play style plus, yeah, it's a bad card, really bad card. That was a bad card in March, never mind now. He's 97 though, would be a cop for sure.
Next up, we have got 99 rated footies Neymar, I believe, the second or third most expensive player.
Controversial for me, right? I don't love Neymar, so is he going to get my team? No, so maybe flop.
But on the bench?
Probably not still. I don't like Neymar. No, I don't like Neymar.
I don't know. I don't use him, but he's so good.
Yeah. In the starting team or on the bench?
In the bench, I think.
Yeah. Next up, base Ronaldinho. I feel like it's going to be a double flop.
Oh yeah, big time. Trickster plus, terrible. Novas. You wouldn't use him in January, genuinely.
If Neymar is in the middle, Ronaldinho no, it's flop.
Flop. 1 man left to go. 98 rated team of the tournament, Kylian Mbappe. Goal poacher.
Best card in the game. Mbappe's best card on every game. He's 1,000,000% a cop. It will be in every team.
The pace is not true. Say 99 is 140. I don't know. It's like incredible. It's the best card in fast. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there we have it. That was cop or flop. Goal poacher, Matías Pinano. Good luck at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you both out on the pitch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, and you'll be glad you have waited around until 11:30 local time here in Saudi Arabia, because we have a massive matchup to bring you. Nicholas, 99 FC, competing in his 7th World Championship, is taking on Anders Vergan. We always leave the best till last, don't we?
Is that correct? 7?
7
that
on
is
the bounce.
A lot.
That's why I picked up that card earlier when we sat down at the table. I went to you. It had a number 7 and a goat on it, and I went, number 7 goat. I should take this to Nicholas. You just kind of laughed at me. Did you not know what I was talking about?
No, it's been a long day, but it makes sense. It makes sense.
This is a massive matchup, though, isn't it? And especially after what we've seen, especially Anders going through the motions earlier on. Yeah. You weren't here on the stage. He was heckled. It got a bit personal, actually, in my opinion.
It got a bit personal, but yeah, reminds me a bit of Djokovic playing tennis. Like, he's sometimes better when he's angry. And I think after that first game, Anders was definitely getting mad. And we saw second game, he was playing much, much better. Sometimes I think he has to get a bit, like, probably a bit triggered to play better.
I think he's going back for revenge. I think you'll see the best Anders in this game.
Nicholas, though, he's not really the kind of player that gets riled up. Can Anders get in his head?
I think so. I think Nicholas is very, very good at everything. Attack, defense, mentality. You won't see any emotion, but if Anders is playing his A game and he's doing his celebrations and stuff like that, you're opposite the player. You know, you are going to see it, and it will affect you, whether you'll see it visually or not. You know, it's going to affect you, I think.
This is going to be a great one.
I'm looking forward to it.
As always, you guys can let us know your thoughts at home. The STC play of the day. Go to .gg and just vote there. Next game, tell us your thoughts on that one. I mean, yeah, this is going to be interesting. Jafonso earlier, we saw he was kind of on that wave of momentum after coming through the last chance qualifiers. Nicholas, do you expect to see the same thing? Because he hasn't particularly been progressing as we'd have hoped in previous massive matchups. Quick one from both of you. Is he going to take the win? Nicholas, yes or no?
No.
No.
No, guys, they're going Anders, the young gun, who's taken a title only about 6 weeks ago. He had 2 titles this year, a world title and a European one. He's up. The final match on the main stage in the Giddy Arena. It is Nicholas taking on Anders.
Thank you, guys. Wow, I am still not over what we just witnessed here on this stage behind us. Unbelievable. That penalty shootout, I have never seen anything like it, right?
The fact that it got to penalty shootouts and we're getting to like 12 goals, it's absolutely insane. And to quote a good friend, it was an absolute humding of a game.
Is that me you're quoting?
Sure, so be it.
We'll go with that. Okay, let's get our final players for tonight on the main stage up right now. First off, it is Nicholas 99 FC representing Cloud9. Nicholas lost his first game but won his second and has multiple titles to his name. He is known for his incredible goal-scoring ability. Will we see that from the Argentinian tonight?
And his opponent representing RB Leipzig, Vergang. The reigning world champion has had a taste of the Gidea Arena earlier today and what it's like to face a crowd rooting against you. But the man with the longest win streak and multiple records is not shaken by that first loss, immediately bouncing back in game 2 and looking for more on our stage.
I just love that Vergang does not care about the boos, about what anyone in the audience is saying. He's just so in the zone, isn't he?
You can't be number 1 if you keep caring about it, right?
Very true. Okay, let's head to our casters.
Thank you so much, Nicole and Milos. I mean, look, what a way to end day 1 here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. We have seen big matchups. We have seen some of the biggest players in this scene go head-to-head. But this one is just so good. The Iceman against the Phenom, Anders Vergang. Mr. Mike LaBelle joins me in the commentary for this one. Mike, we wait years to see these matchups. We're getting them in the group stage.
I was just going to say, you couldn't write a better script. This is typically what you'd see in a finale. In fact, we've seen the matchup before. We've seen that type of situation. Usually it would be an elimination game. Of course, we're in the group stages. I don't think either of them would feel maybe happy coming into this. Maybe they both feel that they could be or should be undefeated. We saw Vergang earlier with PhD, very animated. I've always said Vergang might be the most entertaining player we have in the scene. I don't know what's going on in his head. I'd love to be in there sometimes. Sometimes maybe I don't want to be there. He's having all sorts of different conversations. And then Nicholas gives you the reverse. You get nothing.
One thing they have in common, Mike, as well, they both lost their opening games, didn't they? But they've both just come off a win. And it was interesting to hear what Gorilla said there about you coming into maybe a really dangerous Anders Vergang. You can have the same argument about Nicholas.
It's hard. You don't get a lot of emotion from Nicholas. We call him the Iceman for a reason. It dates back to when he had the heart monitor. It never moved. We didn't know what was happening. That's just where he's at. That's his state of flow. And then Vergang, I always question, and you heard Yvonne talk about it a little bit too, is he might play better angry. He sometimes needs that extra pusher, that animation. There's games that I feel that he should be pumped up for and have a lot of energy, and he doesn't. And there's other matchups that I thought would have been more of a quiet game, and he's jumping all over the place. He's talking to the controller. He's got the crowd. He's making phone calls. No headphones. I don't know. I don't know, and that's why you got to tune in.
Well, here's a fact for you and those at home as well. Anders Vergang has never lost to Nicholas in a competitive game. They played 3 times, twice last year here in Saudi Arabia. They were both in the same group. Surprise, surprise. They're in the same group again at the Esports World Cup. It was a draw and a win for Anders. They also played in the E-Champions League last year in London, where Anders won that game. Was very emotional after the game as well. I think maybe that was his realisation, Mike, of just how good he was.
No doubt about it, and I remember that. I was vividly in place for those reactions. And I would say going into this matchup, if you're at home trying to figure out what you're looking to expect, Anders will want to play a very fast-paced game. You want to speed it up, a lot of offense, a lot of step-overs, very aggressive. Nicholas is a little more structured, a little more of a control player, a lot more balance to his gameplay. Almost looks as if he's following a rule book or a guidance plan to playing the best FC possible. So you've got kind of a wild card going into, I would argue, the greatest structured player of all time. I would put Nicholas and MS Desari in that same type of category in terms of how they micromanage the defensive players and how they look at the game, the offside traps, finding space, being able to adapt on the fly. It's highly impressive.
I can say as well, in this last round of action for day one here at the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC, we've got Nathan SR against Manu Bashiri, MS Desari against PH In, and Banana Goal Poacher. And I believe we will be ready to go in just a few in-game seconds time. Last settings being checked and changed between these two. But I mean, as Rachel was saying on the build-up, 7 World Championships in a row he's qualified for. You could argue technically 8 in that conversation as well. It's the first ever year we've had 2 big World Finals. His consistency is ridiculous. And the fact is, Mike, he had to qualify on the last chance qualifier 2 days ago here in Riyadh. He didn't do it in Dallas when we were there. He didn't do it in Sweden. He had to come back for that last chance qualifier.
Which I believe gives you a certain amount of confidence, a little momentum. There's no one more informed than you. And we actually saw that earlier today with the likes of Jafonzo. He looked dominant, came out the gates, scoring goals, not conceding anything, perfect on defensive end and offensively so clinical. It does give you a boost, it has to.
What a start for Jafonzo and Young. Again, that was in Group A, but this is over in Group B. And it is the big one. The Iceman, Nicholas 99, against Anders Vergang, recent FC Pro World Champion. It's not a knockout game, it's not a final. Believe it or not, it's just in the group stage, but regardless of that, a massive 3 points on the line here. What an opportunity, Mike, to go to bed tonight knowing, look, I've got 6 points on the board, I've still got a handful of games to play tomorrow, but I'm on the right track. I'm back on the right wave.
And both of these competitors wouldn't be happy with a 5th or a 6th place finish. They're not trying to join the resurrection or the redemption or have to battle through a secondary bracket. They would have a higher expectation of definitely be front runners in the group regardless of the competition.
As we said, 8 players in each group here at the Esports World Cup featuring the AFC. Top 3 straight through to the knockouts. 4th, 5th and 6th going to that resurrection part of the competition where you are still fighting to keep your tournament alive. And if you finish 7th or 8th, bottom 2 in the group, you will be eliminated. This could be an early start here. It's a great block from Haaland. Keeper goes down to ground, and it will go out for a goal kick in the end. That was Nicholas's first chance in the box of Anders Vergang. 5 minutes played here. You didn't see the last match as they played. Anders beat Goal Poacher 4 goals to 2. And it was a narrow but important 2-1 win for Nicholas against Nathan SR, the CONMEBOL Libertadores champion this year.
And we should reiterate it for anyone that's just tuning into this matchup. There are no draws. We will play till there's a win. And that's different than some of our previous competitions, which you get to the finals, you're getting to the big stages, and you have a group. We typically have that built in. I like it. Personally, I'm into it. We just saw an incredible matchup with Desari.
Big chance. Anders is going to be 1-0 down. 8 minutes in. Nicholas just got him into a scenario where he had to choose a way of the goalkeeper movement. But what did he do? Cold, composed, typical Nicholas. Just took the extra few seconds, Mike.
I was going to say, he had too much time. He had too much time, Brandon. You see the end line work. I mean, we've seen goals like this, but you pause, you wait to see if the goalkeeper's going to scoot, you pick out a corner. It's lovely work here from Havertz. Extra pass, Haaland, additional. Again, Cruyff crossed the body, not an issue. And I've talked about it, but we're going to see it time and time again. The game is kind of isolating Haaland. You want to get on Haaland's island. You're going to see it on corner kicks. You're going to see it on some of the lobs and the knockdowns. You're also going to see it just with the general footwork. If you can get in between the defense, the power, the size, the upgrades, maybe a cover star bonus, if you will.
I don't know if you saw that as well, Mike. He timed green the finish.
Why not?
Had to be sure, didn't he? Nicholas leads by 1-0 here against Anders. One thing I rate more for most of Anders, no headset on, he's listening to the crowd, he's listening to us coming through the speakers. He's taking it all in here at the Esports World Cup. And so far, Nicholas fully in control of this.
It's crazy when you look at it. Last game we had Manu and MS Desari, 2 world champions. Vergang, Nicholas, 2 world champions. And these are all in the same group, yet alone the remaining players in the competition. And there's not that many tournaments if you really think about it. I mean, we've been doing this for quite a few years now, but in terms of the masses or the quantity, to be a champion, there's not that many guys that have that on the resume.
Just on top of that as well, Mike, for the years that we've been in this space and the years that these have played, they've only played each other 3 times. This is the 4th time they're matching up.
But that's less about Nicholas and more about Vergang. If you recall, we've had a lot of hype building. It was brewing. We saw everything online. Vergang was dominating at 14. Wasn't old enough to compete. So we had almost a 2-year period that we were waiting. We were saying, when's he coming out? When are we going to see him in action? And I'll tell you what, he has delivered the goods. He did not disappoint.
$600,000 and a bit more at just 18 years of age. Won $250,000 in Berlin at the FC Pro World Championships just a few weeks ago. If he was to go before we're here, $300,000 to our winner at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC 24. Nicholas looking for a second in this game. He's been in full control of it so far. Back over to you, Anders. Long ball over the top. Mbappe, has he got the legs on Konate? Yes, he has. Can he bring Mateus into this attack? Well, he looked to just take his time. Went to corner, which will be taken very quickly, I can assure you. Quickly whipped into the box. There's Erling Haaland, and Konate just pushing him off balance to get him back in possession.
And those corner kicks end up being what feels like a 50-50. Typically, you get Haaland, run him near that near post, put it into action, see if you can get a favorable animation.
Offside.
And we talk about Vergaan a lot, but it's because he's almost gone global icon or superstar at this point.
Bellingham. R9 expect those trademark step overs to make their mark now. Little reverse elastico was pretty from Mbappe. Just didn't really get the animation he was looking for there, Mike.
And I'll track back. I'm not trying to discredit anything with Nicholas, but I look at a couple weeks ago, Anders is in New York City. He's on a billboard in Times Square. Same could be said earlier on this year. Vegas, he's on the Sphere. We've got a replay. Who's it from?
Well, it's Matías Bonano, Mike, who looks like he could be ending day 1. 9 points from 9, leads 3 goals to 1 against Goal Poacher.
Another champion, all in the same group. We might sound like a broken record, but it has to be said. I'm going to keep playing that record.
Step overs are nice. Havertz. Oh, ball, one more pass. Haaland, Cruyff! It's the one more pass that no one saw other than the Iceman. 2-0. He leads against Anders.
And it might look simple, but the way that he uses some of the R1 dribbling, the extra touch, inching out every little bit of space, gets the turn, then you get the delivery, and often Haaland's not really the provider, but it's been different thus far, at least in this matchup. And once you're into that bread and butter location, everyone's going to be able to convert and tap it home, but the end line work or the sideline combination is perfect.
A few days ago in the last chance qualifier, the amount of goals that Nicholas was scoring from that byline, getting down the byline and then just forcing a decision from his opponent. Do you dive in? Do you step off? And next thing you know, he's put it through your goalkeeper's legs. Not on that occasion. What a start this has been. Anders Vergang has got a lot more to give. We have an update for you over here. PH in leads MS Desari by a goal to 0. That's just gone 15 minutes on the clock over in that game. Oh my days. Mike, Nathan SR is 4-0 up against Manu Bashir. I mean, what has happened there? Maybe he's burnt out from those penalties against MS Desari. 4-0, Nathan SR leading.
I think you kind of nailed it. At least you teased it. It's hard to take a loss like that. He had a red card, he battled back, we saw extra time. There was plenty of back and forth where he was leading, where he was behind, a little bit of everything. And I was talking to you a little bit before we got started. I can't recall a penalty kick shootout at a competitive event that has gone that deep. I mean, you tell me if you've had one.
No, that was a lot of penalties. What, 22, 23?
I think it ended up 11 penalties on each end, or 11 conversions.
We went
10 or 11
again,
conversions,
sure.
and they had a couple misses in there as well. Both goalkeepers in action. You never see that.
Nicholas, surely not third. One more pass. 33 minutes in. And Nicholas is cooking. He has been so in control of this game. You wouldn't believe he's playing against the current world champion.
I'll say this today, Vergaan hasn't looked like himself. And maybe that's PH Jin's fault. came on stage, was very interactive with the audience, didn't get into a flow. The biggest surprise, and it's been a reoccurring incident in this matchup, is his defense has not been that good. There's been holes. He hasn't been able to step the same way. Offensively, he still had moments of showcasing some of that free flow and fluidity, but on the defensive end, the mistakes are big ones. You can't leave those types of gaps, and that's not been what we've seen from Anders, especially not what we saw earlier this year when he just took down everyone with ease.
And he might not give much, Nicholas, in his celebrations. We'll come back to that in a second. Dasari 2-0 down against PAG. PAG looking to get back to winning ways after losing his last game. This has to go from Anders. Big chance of R9. Stopped in his tracks. Corner played short. Didn't want to go direct this time into Erling Haaland. Mbappe, Hullits. Not really sure what the idea there was, Mike. It looked pretty ordinary, that shot.
I'm surprised for the short corner as well. Just with the effectiveness we've seen with going direct. Sometimes even on the second bounce, your opponent can't get it out of there. You're able to make it work. Might not be the prettiest of goals, but either way, they still count the same.
Matthias Bonanno, what are you up to, my friend? 6-1. He is leading. Maybe we haven't spoken enough about him so far. 6-1 he leads. What a dominant display. I know he's not been on the main stage yet. Hopefully he will be tomorrow. 9 points from 9 he'll be on. Big chance to breakaway here for Anders. He's desperate for a goal. Some confidence back in this tie. 5 minutes for the break. Does well there to get that into R9. Wins another corner. The defending is good from Konate. Is he going to look to go direct into Haaland? He is. Front post, flick on. It's a goal back in the tie.
Still complaining about something on the defensive end. Nothing to do with that goal. That's also been on screen today. I feel as if the majority of the reactions, or Anders having chats with the Furminator, even during the match, have not been related to what's actually happening in the game at that moment. So he's got other things happening, other things in his mind. We've seen this goal time and time again. That's not going to shift. You just can't beat Haaland. If he gets into the right position or you get that favorable animation, it happens so quickly. There's not much you can do on the defensive end. I have been guilty of both scoring and conceding plenty of those goals throughout every weekend league.
I think when you're Anders' coach as well, there's a level where you just have to accept that he's going to talk a lot at you, and you've just got to take it. What's happening over here? Goal back, 48 minutes in the clock. What a first half that was from Nathan SR, by the way. 4-0 he was leading against Manu. Manu has got a goal back, still plenty of time left in that game. I can't wait to see this group table standings after this game is concluded, because other than Matthias Bonanno, no one's really going to be pulling away. Sort of everyone's picked up a result other than goal poacher, as it currently looks. Last chance of the half it. Nicholas leading Anders, 3-1. Is he on for a fourth? Down that byline again. Stopped there by Virgil van Dijk. And that will do us for the halfway point. The Iceman is looking cool and composed at the halfway point. He's in a great position, leading by 3-1.
And I mean, we've talked about it, but I think we have to bring it up again. When you look at Group B, Vergang, PH Zin, Matthias Bonanno, Manu Bashor, MS Dasari, and Nicholas are all world champions, international champions, not winning something domestic, not getting the business done. In some of these instances, multiple times they've won world events. It is just remarkable. The creme de la creme, the best of the best. The grass is green, the sky is blue. In this group, I don't want to be in it.
It is the best group
I don't think we've ever seen a group better.
We haven't.
I looked through previous tournaments. I went through this. I went for a deep dive.
You go through those players again, Mike. Most of those players have earned over $500,000 in prize earnings. Just shows how good they've been and how much they have won in this esports space. Manu Bashor, 25 minutes left in the game now, has clawed another one back there with Mbappe. There is still time. Nathan SR was to give away a 4-goal lead. He wouldn't be sleeping well tonight.
Manu Bashor can form some sort of comeback, make something out of nothing. We saw that happen with the red card. I was ready to write that game off. I thought MS Dasari would see it out easy. That was not what happened. If you want to watch back an instant classic with so many unexpected turns, previous game, put that on repeat. Emotion everywhere.
Red card, penalty, 6-6. 22 penalties between the two. PA's in. Still leading 2-1 against Dasari. Dasari has got a goal back in that one.
Sorry, heard us talking. He said, okay, I'll get you an update. We'll see if Bergen can give us a little more second half. Again, we didn't see some of the premium offense. Did miss a couple chances, a couple half chances he could have done better with. But defensively, I was very surprised. He more or less gave up the same goal 3 times. Bunch of end line work, and if it's not broke, you don't have to fix it. Nicholas is going to continue look for that abuse.
Can he find the run of Cruyff? Down the byline, there's Havertz. Where's the cutback? Tries to stick it through the legs. It goes in! 4-1, Nicholas leads. It's been a trick up his sleeve. We saw it in the last chance qualifier. I don't know what the animation is, Mike, but he gets down the byline and he just pokes it through the goalkeeper's legs.
I score that goal a lot. I mean, that one maybe a little favorable. It got a save, it bounced in, or it rolled across the line, but you can nutmeg the goalkeeper. Most definitely, and when you go for the finish, you kind of just give it a love touch. But you have to be angled properly, you have to get the animation properly, but it can be done on purpose. It's not a bit of luck or good fortune. You just have to kind of line it up. But everything there goes together, goes in his favor perfectly to get the secondary bounce off the defender, hits the back of the net. It's not easy on the ice, but it's still another defensive mistake. He shouldn't be there. And it's Haaland again with the assist. He's feeding everybody.
He keeps letting him down the byline, and that's where Nicholas is creating all of his chances. 4-1, he leads now. And you can just see how frustrated Anders is on the left-hand side of your screen.
Someone as gifted as Anders Verging offensively, we are talking about one of the greatest control, structure, defensive-oriented players of all time. I don't know if I could see it. He's got to start doing things quickly. You do have longer halves, of course. This year, that's been introduced. You've got time to work with. You just got to force Nicholas into that many mistakes, and you have to stop him.
And Nicholas will know more than anyone what his head-to-head results against Anders Verging. He hasn't beaten him before. 2 defeats and a draw against him. The last time they played was here in Saudi Arabia last year. We've had to wait just over a year for these two to play again.
And if you've played a lot of FC, the other difficulty here, you can't rush. There's no way to rush or increase your risk without potentially giving up a lot of reward.
Down the byline again, he's looking to double up. With Haaland in there, didn't work out on that occasion. Chance for Anders now, Saka. That was a pull away. Can he outsmart Nicholas? One of the smartest FC players we know. Haaland, there's one! It's a start. And he's lapping up. Whoever support is maybe not coming his way, or is coming his way here in Riyadh.
Regardless of what happens, Brandon, it's a show. There's no doubt about that.
Office. Win or lose, he's box office.
If anything, you might argue having an audience here is not beneficial for Anders Verging. I don't know if I've ever seen him so distracted, but I'm here for all of it. I'm so dialed. I'm tuned in like you couldn't believe. My phone has been buzzing all day, ever since he's taken the stage. It's almost like there's a goal notification, whether he's scoring or he's conceding. Everything's vibrating. And if there's one thing Anders can do, he can score in bunches. I'm not trying to manifest or reverse the curse of a commentator, but it's just something we've seen through the last couple of years.
Someone else who can score a few as well, Matthias Bonanno, superb from you today. 7-1 victory in his last game. This could be a chance. Big tackle again from Nicholas. It is the question marks that now will come his way, as the press will be fierce. It will be difficult to deal with. Update over here, what we're looking at. We are looking at Nathan SR. Just pulling away from it, Mike. Had a 4-goal lead, didn't want to give it away. Now got a 3-goal cushion to fall back on. 5-2. He is in control.
That might be enough. The clock's ticking. Lovely little La Croqueta around the goalkeeper. You can kind of halfway cancel if you go into a shot animation or a passing animation. And it might be too little too late again for Manu Bashor.
Just offside there, Haaland. John Stones does well to delay the attack. Just wants a better run, really, from one of his attackers. R9 back to Haaland. Double block's going to get a fortunate bounce. He won't care. 4-3. Anders Verging's on his feet.
And Brandon, he timed that green coming off the bounce, off the back end, a little bit of a deflection. Didn't need it, but why not? You see the early pop-off. Now you're in dangerous territory here. I wouldn't be surprised if a pause has been cued here from Nicholas to try to make some adjustments, maybe just to take some thunder out of the room. Veteran move, if you will.
Just pause the game. Have a few words with Coach Furr, who sits alongside him. But look, you can say it's fair. The goal where you can see it on one end, the goal that bounced back as well on the other end, it came around in the end.
Doesn't always go that way, but
no,
I'd say we've got a full circle moment there. Plenty of good favor. It's evened out. And again, if you're Nicholas here, I like that pause, actually. Just to have maybe a little bit of regroup, let's talk about it, but also to change the pace. We talk about it all the time. Being able to shift the pace of a game or dictate the rhythm. And I know it's a pause and it doesn't change everything dramatically, but anything with the flow plays a big factor in the FC world. Everything is around timing, offensively and defensively.
That is the trophy they are playing for there. Of course, each player has their own individual key here at the Esports World Cup, which will either be destroyed or implemented into the totem, alongside all the other esports titles that have taken place here across the last 8 weeks in Riyadh. 22 in-game minutes left. Nicholas, you feel like one goal's not enough for him. What a win back that is from Bellingham as the pressure just gets even more fierce from Anders. Those 2 goals have certainly given him a bit more confidence.
You can see that the pressure's been turned up. It's more aggressive, the double teams, the team press, micromanaging. I think Nicholas is going to need a 5th.
You feel like he is, Mike. One goal just isn't going to be enough. The speed of the player switching from Anders, the second man press, the overall pressure at the runs he's making with his midfielders there that are risky because gaps will appear like this. Haaland is onside. Can he get around? That was a penalty. The animation I wanted to say was not pretty at all. We said he needed another one. He won't get a better chance than this. Nicholas to reinstall a 2-goal cushion. It's Cruyff from the spot. And he's 20 in-game minutes away from a huge 3 points.
It was good defense on the pressure side, but it was a critical error once he had possession. He gave it right back to Nicholas. Opens up a lot of space. Your offensive players were already transitioning, or sorry, your defensive players were already transitioning to offense. They're out of position. And again, Nicholas to Haaland. Haaland down that end line or down the sideline. He's the guy. He's been the guy, and he draws a penalty kick. It's a weird animation. It's a clear pen. Nicholas able to convert. Again, another pause. You're going to go even more defensive. If you're anything, Nicholas probably looking to swing it side to side as much as possible. Take down the clock. Anders, if he can get a goal, let's say by the 80th minute, maybe even 81st, 82nd, he'll at least have 1 to 2 additional chances.
Just a small technical change there to be sorted. I mean, the good thing is as well, Mike, in another breath here, is that regardless of what this result is, they are going to go back after this game. The players sleep. They've still got 4 more group games to play. In some ways, that's beneficial for some that might not have had the start or the end to the day that they would have wanted to.
I mean, this is the reality. I don't have a problem going on record with this. Both these competitors will get out of the group. That's how I see it happening. So they'll be in that top 6. But the real debatable, the conversation, the narrative, the ball bouncing this way or not going for you or being able to handle the pressure is that top 3. And with the top 3 in each group, it's more than just being in the upper bracket. You are guaranteed $50,000, which in many years, that would be the top prize, winning the biggest of events. Just to put it into perspective, and if you don't think these competitors have that in the back of their mind, they might be trying to bury it down, but it's there.
You can't ignore it.
And a top 8 placement, I would say, guarantees you a big contract, some sort of partnership, additional brands, even your personal gain from a content creator perspective or a live streamer, a pro player, your reputation, your credibility. It's all tied to how you close out the year.
I think we've seen that even from the approach of some of the teams, even Cloud9 coming in, scooping up Nicholas, putting pen to paper. before he even was confirmed at the Esports World Cup. And they knew he'd pull through, and he did in the end. Some full-time results coming through there, you can see on your screen. Big chance, what a turn that is, what a tackle somehow. Scooped off the feet of Kylian Mbappe.
See some of those silky looks from Anders again. Step overs, changing direction.
Update for you, we have a replay. It's not an equaliser for Emis Dasari, it's another goal for PHG in 3-1. He looks like he's closing out that game. Which would be 6 points for PHG at the end of the day. Emis Dasari would be on 3, Matthias Bernardo would be on 9. Unfortunately for goal poach, it would be 0 from 9 as well. Would not be looking pretty for the Montpellier FC Pro player. Saying that still, Anders Vergaan could only be on 3 points as well from a possible 9. Unless he can turn it around in these last 10 in-game minutes. Haaland's round the corner. Is there a cutback available? Goes for a Trivela on his own. The angle was certainly interested, but gets himself a corner.
I think that has to come into play there. What's the best decision? Pro players always looking to play percentage. If you get a favorable animation, perhaps you're able to beat the goalkeeper. Second option, maybe it turns into a rebound. That could be favorable for you as well. Of course, a piece of luck there. Worst case, you're thinking corner kick. And we've seen how corner kicks change games. Today, I think the most corner kicks we've seen in one game scored / conceded 5 between 2 competitors. I mean, that's game-shifting type of conversion from set pieces, especially where you're looking for margins.
Yeah, a corner might as well be a penalty sometimes this year on FC24. How often they go, but you're right, if you can't get the angle you want, win a corner. We've seen how deadly they are, especially with that aerial plus, that 99 rated footies Haaland. Last couple of changes being made. It will be a corner for Anders to come in. Still needs 2 goals. There's Nicholas about to pick up his second win on the bounce. 1 against Nathan SR in his last matchup. Attention, an even bigger result here against Anders Vergaan. The first time he would have beaten him on a big stage like this. Corner came in, nothing came from it. De Bruyne. Back to Haaland! We got a game on our hands! 9 in-game minutes, only 1 goal that separates the 2.
And about as picture perfect as you'd like. A lot of pressure you're gonna be feeling now on Nicholas' end. We've seen again, you got a lot of time to work with. We talked about it. Could you get something by the 80th minute? It's been done. Some favorable bounces, still had to green time it, put it across the body. We talked about kind of putting it into the mixer sometimes. The offensive players have been so upgraded. You can make the same argument for some of the defenders, but I do feel there is an edge when you look at the most meta guys that are up front or in that final third.
Rafael Leao comes on just to inject some pace now. Back in possession is Anders Vergaan. Can he break down the Iceman? Block by block.
You can feel the tension a little bit. I think it's taking another notch up.
6 in-game minutes now. Every decision so crucial. Just like that one to Hernandez. Long ball away. Is he going to win the 50-50 battle? He is with Alex Mateus in control. Doesn't need to go in the box, can take more time out of the game. Lofts it in deep. He knows that Peter Crouch of all players are going to get there. Smart from Nicholas, taking more time out of the game. Anders will get another roll of the dice. There is still any time to follow, remember. It's Virgil van Dijk, though. It's the wrong player. What a through ball that is, Kai Havertz. Can he get more players into this attack? No, he can't. Rudiger gets back possession. The press still remains relentless, though, from Anders. He's trying to play out of it, Mike, but he can't. Back to the feet again. The FC Pro World Champion. Saka round the corner. Are we in for a 5-5? Are we in for extra time? Anders Vergaan. You never write him off.
If he's not a showman, I don't know who is. It's something. And I was going to talk about it. The clearances, I don't think you can do it, but at the same time, you're not going to be able to swing it side to side for free. There's going to be a punishment. There's going to be a cost to being that defensive, being that passive at the end of the game. And if anything, Nicholas took a risk of clearing it deep and counting on his defense. Could the defense make a stop?
I think that might be the first smile we've seen from him today as well. He hasn't had too much to smile about. There was always a chance. There was always a question mark. Would Nicholas be able to freeze this game out? Or would Anders come back again? 5-5. There is a couple of in-game seconds left, Mike, and it'll be Nicholas with that kickoff.
Nicholas might be able to formulate one more attack here. You do get a little bit of time to work with, even towards the end of these matchups. And it's got to be said with Anders with the goal. It's classic as they come. Just a wake up, step over. Gives you that instant speed boost. If you're looking to get into the pro level scene, you have to be good with the step overs or the body feints. There's certain skills that are just required. I'd make the same argument for the ball roll. It's a lot of the simple skills, or even integrating different versions and variations of some of the fake shots. Mandatory at all levels.
Some of the late changes that Nicholas made in the game as well. He might have to take those players into extra time. Peter Crouch coming on, Mike. Have you ever seen Peter Crouch in a
I understand it.
Before?
6'7" with aerial. I get it. Brand new footies item. I get the logic. You now have another guy you can lob it to see out a game. Just before this, they had an opportunity where Peter Crouch was climbing that ladder. Rocket ship Crouch, winning knockdowns. I'm telling you, I think, or I believe, and it's easy to do this from this position. Hindsight is perfect. Nicholas went a little too defensive, a little too early.
And was left in a position, Mike, where he had to just try and see it out and see the clock out, and it's hard to do when you've got Anders Vergang just putting everybody forward. 3 minutes of added time. There's enough time there to make a chance happen for one of these two. 5-5. And we're only in the group stages here at the Esports World Cup featuring FC 24. Nicholas, have you still got some ice left in those veins for us? 30 in-game seconds left. Looks like the last chance to fall to him. Cruyff, dispossessed. Anders might get it. No, he won't. We've played the added time. Extra time will be needed. 10 goals between the two. Nothing to separate them after 90 minutes.
Nicholas has done well there to close out the game, though. I know he didn't get that final chance, but he took the clock down. It was still controlled. He's in the right areas. I see Anders definitely feeling energized. If anything, Nicholas should have been doing that maybe for the last 15 minutes, where it was going side to side, but you're still looking to push it forward. You still had an aggressive side. You still were looking to extend the lead. I just think Anders is so unforgivable when it comes to trying to hold the ball. You can't play not to lose. You have to go for it at all times.
You can't argue, Mike, against the games we've seen today. We know we're looking at the best of the best, the creme de la creme, as you said.
Read it out. Read it out, though. You can't make up the matchups. You can't make up the results. They just keep going. There's a fight in every game.
And unfortunately, with matches like this, we're going to have to go to a penalty shootout again, Mike. So maybe be ready for it. 30 more minutes, though, before we get there. Has Anders started to shift into that next gear after a really slow start in this tournament? How will Nicholas bounce back after conceding those two really late goals?
And I'd like this on the record. We should not and will not, and I definitely will not write off Nicholas. These are positions he's been in many, many times.
Chance R9 step overs. Mbappe goes down to ground. We've seen penalties given for much less. That's a nice win. Saka and Mbappe. Aggressive tackle. The finish was red timed if it did come off from Mbappe.
I was going to say Nicholas is the master of bend but don't break. Games that are 50-50 never seem that way with Nicholas.
Rafael Leao about to defend. And that's a poor pass there from Nicholas. That's not what he's all about. He's been very fortunate, though, to get the ball back. As we said, last game of the group stages here from day one. There are still 4 group games to be played in both Group A and Group B. Full of competitors here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC 24. It's only day 1 of 4 as well, so if you've enjoyed what you've seen today, there is plenty more coming here from Riyadh. Live here in Saudi Arabia. The Esports World Cup has been going on for the last 6 weeks or so, and there's still much more to come. 10 minutes already zoomed past in this extra time period. Haven't seen much from Nicholas yet. Are we going to see it now? Peter Crouch, was he onside? He was. Peter Crouch, ball rolling,
Wow.
finesse it.
Come on.
What world are we living in here?
I'm telling you, this Peter's different, brother. And
how's he pulled out?
In theory, Brandon, what's changed? He's got Holland out, and Peter Crouch is now in that same role. So someone who maybe doesn't dribble as well, not quite as explosive, he's going to climb the same. Still going to have some footwork to work with. You might be able to argue the passing could even get a little more precise. It doesn't really make sense. We've never talked about it at the competitive level. It's a brand new item.
I bet Anders is sitting there saying, how's Peter Crouch just done that? But look, this is footies. This is Endgame, FC 24, and you're getting all sorts of promo players coming out.
Crouch would be so proud of this. You could probably argue he's been getting the raw end in previous games. He doesn't have a lot of usability, even at an intermediate level. Well, he's in motion now.
Back to you, Anders Verga. And you got to reply for a 6th time in the game. Nicholas going to be able to see this one out into half-time. He would end the day on 6 points from 9. It's not bad going when you look how difficult this group is.
If you're in this group, I think all competitors would be okay with 6. Day one, you're good with that. You might still be thinking about whatever loss you had, the bounce that didn't go your way, or a missed opportunity, but you still walk away with 6 points on the board. And this is going to be more of an interchangeable group in terms of a lot of this guy won against this player, and this player was able to beat that guy, and this is a bogey option or a bogey matchup, but you didn't play as well, or you were fantastic. You get where I'm going. I don't think it's going to be as clear-cut. I know we've talked about Badano, but even tomorrow, I don't think it's going to be as clear-cut.
I know Badano's flying around, but no player leaves this group firstly unbeaten.
There you go.
Points will be dropped, but just how many points are going to be dropped?
Yeah.
Half-time, 15 in-game minutes away, Nicholas is from giving Anders Vergang his 2nd defeat here in just 3 games at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, you're not getting out of this group unscathed.
No.
I just don't see how it's possible. And if we could see it with Nathan or Goal Poacher, both of them come in clear underdogs amongst the other competitors, less of the same track record, way less competitive achievement. That's not a knock on those guys. That's not taking away. That's just not disregarding. I'm just reporting on the facts, what's already happened, what we've seen in previous installments, even what we've seen this year for some of these guys. But if they were able to get their way into that top 6 conversation, we're going to see a champion go home, or a former champion eliminated early.
As you said, Mike, top 6 is where you want to be. Top 3 gets you straight into that knockout stage, straight into that final day. Or if you're 4th, 5th or 6th, you're going to the resurrection stage where you will still be fighting to remain in the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. 11 goals between these two, honestly. Some of the best FC 24 you would have seen all year long.
If this ends up being a Peter Crouch finesse shot after a ball roll, cutting inside, we're going to have a story time.
I'd like to say it'll be the first and last time, but probably not going to be, is it?
I wanted it in one of the plays of the day. When we do a rewind, that needs to be in the list.
Big chance for Nicholas. Big chance for Peter Crouch again. One more pass into Rafael Leao. Top corner. 7-5. Nicholas leads.
Brandon, all 7 goals have came from Holland or Peter Crouch involved in the setup. Whether it's a direct layoff or they scored the goal directly themselves. Every single attack, it goes through that large and in charge, classic target man, big body, plenty of shoulders, a little bit brawly. I would say in the gym, but Crouch is on the thinner end. But that style of player.
The 2 super sub, Mike, have come through and clutched up for Rafael Leao and Peter Crouch. You would never say that sentence, would you?
I think Peter Crouch could have had a double there, too. He had already broken down the defender. He was in space. He could have gone at it alone.
It could get worse here. David Ginola's even on the pitch. Some of these substitution choices from Nicholas have been very different. There is still 10 minutes. It's how he plays these last 10 minutes. He did it before, Anders, from a scenario just like this. Does he go and score again, or does he just drain time out of the game? Long ball in, Peter Crouch! What are we witnessing in the Esports World Cup? Nicholas 8, Anders Vergang 5, and Peter Crouch is on for a hat-trick.
I'm not sure if the SBC is still available. He was like 40,000 coins. If you needed a recommendation or a big cosign, a stamp of approval, go get you a Peter Crouch. If only they still had the robot in the game. I'm doing it right now in the commentary booth. You can't stop me.
I'm sure there'll be a lot more people using them this weekend coming.
Unreal, unreal. You might argue the footwork is better with Peter Crouch than even Holland.
It's the best it's ever been. Well, 3-goal cushion for Nicholas. And it might be a few more than that. What response from Nicholas after losing to Manabishore in his first opening game. Such a difficult group where every point means so much. And I said it and I'll say it again, Mike. It is in some ways a blessing that, look, the groups are over multiple days here. It's not been the best day for Anders. 3 points from 9. He can go back today, analyse, come back. He's got 4 more big group games to come.
I'm just looking at these stat lines with Mr. Crouch. Pretty unbelievable. 98 sprint speed. Still available, by the way, if you're at home. You want to add a new striker into the lineup, even as a super sub. '96 strength on Peter Crouch. I've never seen anything like it.
I think he's going straight in your team.
Uh-huh. I've already got him. I had him out of the rotation. What was I thinking? The disrespect.
Well, added time to follow any second now. The storyline has been this: Nicholas has never beat Anders Vergang on the world stage. Well, this time he has. He might have needed extra time, but the Iceman strikes once again. Cool, calm, composed as ever. Nicholas 99 with a massive win against Anders Vergang at the Esports World Cup. Huge result, which will shake up the group standings. Wow. No one is safe in the Esports World Cup featuring AFC. Every point means so much. And the best part is, Mike LaBelle, tomorrow we do it all over again.
You might argue tomorrow's even a little bit better because we see those eliminations. The final matchups to decide everything in the tournament for some of these competitors. And there's no excuses. I love this format. If you finish off in 7th, 8th place, you don't deserve to move on. The top 6, you got an option for that resurrection. You got some redemption. Or you see yourself sitting pretty upper bracket.
Well then, 3 rounds in Group A concluded, 3 rounds in Group B concluded here from the Esports World Cup featuring AFC. And the storyline was this. I mean, look, my hands are up. I predicted Anders Vergang to go and win this World Championship. He still could. He only has to be in the top 6 to get through, potentially to those knockout stages. But this isn't maybe the start that a lot of us would have expected.
I got a different storyline.
Very much so. We've ended the day, Mike, on Peter Crouch being one of the best players we've seen on the pitch.
Peter Crouch to glory. We've got a new initiative. I got to see more of him this weekend. I had no idea. I wasn't familiar with his game.
Well, you can just see there, Anders looking back on those goals that he conceded as well. He will leave today here in the Esports World Cup featuring FC24 with only 3 points to his name. Look, there is still 4 more group games to come, Mike. There's a long way still to be played here in Riyadh, but he will not be happy with that. The perfectionist that he is, it's a poor day for him.
I'll tell you, I would not want to play Anders tomorrow. There's no way after the team talks. You know he's going to be critical, as you mentioned. He's going to come back more motivated than ever. maybe get him a pair of headphones. I feel like if anything, maybe he interacted a little bit too much with the crowd.
Yeah, I think so. That PH game especially. I expected a game like we just saw there, maybe a 5-5 in extra time, but PH just blew him away. Quite literally.
And again, seemed distracted. I'm just going to leave that out there. You know, I'm not in the training ground. I'm not on the back end of this, but if anything, you need him dialed in. And there's no excuse for Anders not getting out of the group. I don't think we can even start that messaging. Surely he'll see himself out of this group of death with every champion you could imagine, pretty much.
As we said, look, we're only 3 games deep. There are still 4 more group games to come from each group tomorrow and the day after that in the resurrection round. But for now, it's done from the commentary booth for me and Mike LaBelle. It's over to you guys in the studio of Rachel and the rest of the team.
Thanks, guys. Go and get some sleep as well. It's approaching midnight here in Saudi. It's very much time to go to sleep for us and the players as well. We've been at it all day long. I'm just going to rewind the clock, actually, 120 minutes to that matchup. Guys, who did you go for the win there?
I went for Nicholas, personally.
Sorry, say a bit louder.
Nicholas?
No, did you?
Yeah, I'm sure I did.
Did you?
Apologies. Apologies, Nicholas. Sorry. Lo siento.
They both said Anders was going to take the victory there. Wasn't to be. Nicholas with a great victory in the end, just to take him up to 6 on the points tally there. At the end of that, Anders looked puzzled. He was going back through that match. Are you puzzled with what you've seen from Anders? Not just in that matchup, but the first one on the main stage as well, when he also got defeated.
I think personally, I would have been expecting more. I think he'd be expecting more from himself as well. Already getting 3 points out of the 9, but he can go back now, sleep, review the games and stuff. And he has more games to come back. You know, he has 3 out of 9 points, but I don't think we've seen the last of Anders.
Oh, same here, but maybe as well some tweaks in his lineup, perhaps. I have one thing here I have to mention as his right back, Costello, which I think has been a huge issue. He's usually a striker. He's been quite popular playing as a right back for the past month, but I think now after the summer with playing the new cards out, there are definitely better options. But also there might be like an issue that since he's won with that squad, he doesn't change it. And that might be sometimes a small weakness, perhaps.
And more people are going to look at Nicholas's squad now as well, with Peter Crouch, the unexpected new addition that he's using, which has seemed to be making quite the impact.
It does happen. Well, for sure, if I wasn't playing good and someone was getting a lot of wins, I'd be looking at their team for sure.
Exactly. Well, Group A and B, 3 matches in each have been completed. 1 player in each are undefeated. You can see there Young and then Bonanno in Group B. 9 points next to their name, and then 3 on 6. That's Nicholas, Nathan and PH Zin, and then 3 players on 3 points as well. Emma Stasari, Manu and Anders Vergang. Gold Poacher at the moment with 0 points. Very similar, both of the groups here. We expected that. When you don't get a draw, you're going to have tables which look like that, aren't you?
Every game is hard. Like, for this tournament, all 16 players can beat each other, and I think, you know, even the players on 0 points, as I've said, I think they'll come back tomorrow, and you might see this table looking a lot different.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. 3 matches tomorrow, then we have the final match on Saturday before we go to the resurrection side of things, which is going to make things very interesting. Okay, well, we've obviously been in the stadium all day today, but Leah Ravel, she's been in the secondary stadium giving us all the updates. So for the final time this evening, Leah, what have you got for us?
I will spare you all of the corny and cringe intros as all of the group stage matches for day 1 have concluded. But don't worry, they'll be back tomorrow. Matías Bonanno starting his journey in the Esports World Cup with a flawless performance, taking all 9 points from 9. His last match winning 7 goals to 4 against Goal Poacher. I had to read there to make sure. Nathan SR99 with a monstrous victory, 7 goals to 3 against Manu Pachore. Manu, a little bit of a slow start for day 1, but I reckon a very good day 2 for him tomorrow. We'll see him through at least to the resurrection round. PH Zin and MS Dostery battled it out in a very close game, but PH Zin in the end taking those 3 points. Well, you guys, those are all of the group stage matches for day 1. We're going to ignore the fact that I stuttered a little bit there. It's been a long day, but there will be more group stage matches tomorrow. For now, that's it for me. But before we call it a night, we will see what Rachel has to say in the studio.
Leah, I forgive you. It's 12:30. Everyone needs to go to bed. It's been a long day. Yeah, it's been a great first day here, though. A couple of shocks, I'm going to say, and a couple of great performances. Should we start with the positives as well? Young getting the job done, which we didn't possibly expect from him. And then Matthias Bonanno as well, which maybe some of us expected. Richard Buckley, I know, I'm going to give a shout out to him. He hasn't been very well today, so unfortunately we haven't seen him on broadcast. So Rich, I hope you're feeling better. I know he'll be watching if he's able to. He predicted, though, Bonanno to win the whole thing. His prediction looks like it might pay off at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a long way left, definitely. But it looks good so far. He's been playing some also great FC this year. And I think, well, as I said at the start of the show, we have like probably, in my opinion, like eight, 9 names who could make it. I think he's definitely one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think what the boys are saying, that anybody can go through these 7 matches undefeated?
I always try and predict the fixtures, whether I say it or not. In my head, I'm like, okay, it's going to go this way.
Yeah.
But you just don't know. And I think my favourite game from today was the Manu versus Dossery game.
Yeah, what a game.
The penalty shootout, the goalkeeper's taking it as well, but you just never know.
We said this is the World Cup we think everyone wants to win. There's so much money on the line, but it's just such a grand arena as well. And we've seen that, haven't we, in how every single person has played today. They've played like it is the best tournament on the planet, which I can vouch that it is pretty cool in here. Okay, well, one day out of the 4 has been completed. Let's now turn our attention to tomorrow and see what we have in store. Who is playing who? Okay, remember, top line, that's Group A. Bottom is Group B. Johnny Abimaka, well, we know that's going to be loud in the arena, that's for sure. Any of the Falcons players, the Gidea Arena absolutely pops off. It's so loud in there. Guy, are you picking any big matches from what you can see behind us there?
Honestly, that first game, Johnny hasn't got a win. And as you said, the crowd for Abimaka, that's going to be a tough one. The first game of the day. So that is a must-win for Johnny, in my opinion.
Fantastic games here. We also have this one at 8:30. Argentinian derby, Bonanno against Nicolas. It's a massive game, big game. And also want to see Jafonso coming up against a home hope in Abimaka. Should be a great matchup.
Match 5. I was going to say, that's a legendary. Match 5 is like the legendary old school kind of classic there, isn't it? Nicolas taking on Emma Sassari. It's great to see actually the Falcons. They get 4 attempts on the main stage as well. It is going to be epic. 3 more matches to be played tomorrow. Anyone got to really find something? Obviously, Johnny has and Goal Poacher. Can they really flip things around in only less than 24 hours notice?
I think there's a lot of time. You're going to watch your own games back, and honestly, just watching how the top performers are doing, maybe there's something you're missing in your game, and it could just be a confidence thing. So maybe brand new day, they come back, and Johnny might win every game.
Yeah, exactly. Do they practice a lot now?
I mean, probably after this day, after this late evening, they probably should rest. Yeah,
go to bed.
But tomorrow morning, surely.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, one final segment to bring you, and it is our Gidea plays of the day. The guys next to me have picked 3, I believe. Where are we going first?
Well, the first one is Johnny versus Yilmaz, and I just thought this was a very good goal. You had John Stones, who's playing as a left back, but step over straight, and then on his weak foot, green far post, which John Stones as a defender is a very, very good finish.
Yeah, that is really nice. Step over is fantastic goal here. That's the first one we have. And the next one is coming here from the man, Abimaka. And this is just showing how simple, but yet so effective. The timing of the passes, passing here, coming second pass, one touch, and is also clean, is also well timed, and that is just simple but effective.
Nothing fancy.
Nothing
just
fancy.
Pass and move,
Old school,
get
love
the
it.
goal, and you move on. And then you had this one here, which was Bashor versus Dossery. Just before half-time, the player lock, he doesn't use it. He sends the defender off the field, leaves the space, gives it into Mbappe, passes inside, Ronaldo with the 3rd goal.
And that's the one you guys broke down for us a little bit earlier as well. Well, 16 players, they've all been absolutely exceptional, as we expect them to be here on day 1. That is it. We've seen 3 matches from both A and B, and we get to do the exact same thing tomorrow. I'm just looking out off camera. Ololito's there. Does this mean, Boris, you have to play paddle? That's what you've been doing in your free time. Please tell me it's not. It's late.
I think so, yes. And if there's anyone out there, we need a fourth player. So if there's anyone here, call me, please.
That's an insight into what these guys do straight off broadcast. They don't go home and sleep. They go off to play paddle in about 30-degree heat here in Riyadh. Gorilla, are you joining them?
I got offered, but this is the only outfit I have, and if I play paddle in this, I don't... Tomorrow.
Good man. We can go and get some food and just recap what we've seen today. But it's been such a brilliant day. Are we going to see more of the same tomorrow? Any upsets on the card, guys?
If it's any better than today, it's going to be amazing. But
I'm going to get you to rank it. out of 5, 5 being exceptional matches, 1 being not so good. Where would you say today's performances have been?
Overall?
Yeah.
High.
High.
I've seen some fantastic attack. Maybe defense in some cases could improve slightly. Overall, for the first day, I say 4.5. High.
Oh, he couldn't go with a 5. That's what I was expecting. There we
Best
go.
is yet to come.
Half a point he's looking for tomorrow. We're going to build, that's for sure, because day 1 has been completed. 3 fabulous days still to come. Come back here, same time tomorrow, and we get to do it all again. Both groups A and B will be in action one more time. Who is going to go through to Sunday, or who is going to go through to the resurrection stage here at the EWC featuring EAFC? Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.